beautiful on the board. Hikaru versus Sindarov. Hikaru pushing till the end. Sindarov surviving, but the wins, that was incredible to watch. Just a dominating performance the players showed.
Yeah, now it's time to strike back. It's just a 2-game match, essentially, so a lot of players in must-win situations if they want to win this event.
And that's where I think I'll reference the Vincent Keymer interview that we had yesterday, Levy, where, you know, as compared to a typical standard format or chess tournament, where you would get an advantage and then maybe choose to come into the second day playing a specific solid type of chess, he admittedly said that's not really an option here because no one knows what solid chess necessarily looks like. So you have to come in prepared to play your best chess, regardless of the fact that you're up 1-0 in your specific matchup.
For sure. In a best of 2, in a traditional chess format, winning with black is the dream on the first day, because on the second day with white, you can essentially do whatever you want. In fact, I wish we had a statistic like what % of matches are won by the player who wins with the black pieces first. I'm sure it's something like 90%, if not more. But yeah, Vincent is right in the fact that today anything can happen on the board. But yesterday he understood the position better than any player. So he might even be in the best form.
Hopefully he's feeling confident and good coming into the day. Let's pull up the standings, or rather the results of yesterday, so we can take stock of the field and see who it is that needs to get something done today to keep their tournament hopes alive. It was Keymer, it was Caruana, it was Carlson, and it was Aronian who came out on top in their respective matchups. Of course, Fedoseev and Aronian playing for that all-important 9th place, that extra point and some extra prize money. Nakamura and Sindarov, the only two to come away with a draw from yesterday's results. From here, we can kind of push forward into that tournament bracket, get a more macro bird's eye view as well of how the tournament lies, because it is very much a tournament bracket. We will be playing towards the center, and so certain players don't even have the opportunity to meet each other until a little bit further down the line. It does look complex, I understand that, but if you win, you move directly to the inside of the bracket. If you lose, you will drop down in the tree and continue to play for placing and prize money throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and today is the second final classical game of the quarterfinals. But I'm going to make a prediction. I think we definitely go into playoffs. I think some of the players will bounce back today. And then it again shifts, right? From a classical long-time format, we go into rapid. So who's up to get that mind shift quickly? I think we're in for a long day of chess today and a very exciting one.
I think that was literally the first thing David said to me as he stepped into the studio this morning. I have a feeling today is going to be a little bit longer than yesterday was, staring at, rapid, possible blitz, possible Armageddon, depending on how equally matched certain players are. But yeah, David, that's an interesting gear shift that players are going to have to, come into conflict with if they do end up in a tie.
That's right. Although we did see the round robins be in this rapid format, so they can't claim to not be fully warmed up. I mean, it was a gear shift coming into the classical. Yesterday, Abdusattorov, for example, just blitzed his way into a lost position. There was no way back against Magnus Carlsen. Still had an hour on his clock when he was lost. So yeah, it feels like some players still not adapting yet.
All right, well, wouldn't you know it, with a long day ahead of us, we're just about ready to find out what will be the starting position of the day. So into the player hall we go to get ready for that position lottery.
Я вот думал, может тут как-то все равно f5 пойти, даже вот на комбо 3, типа f5, e4, типа размин быстро, конь c6.
А тут если я d4 поставлю? Пытаюсь центр захватить.
Yeah, maybe e4, e5, and here we can look. Like maybe d4 immediately, I don't know. What about d4 immediately?
Take. Is knight c6 a good move here?
Take, knight c6, maybe it's just a free. Maybe
Take.
it's okay.
Pin already know, d4.
Or take on c6.
Take DC and one castle, you'll never castle, no?
No, you can castle.
You can castle, yeah. Yeah, this is important to remember, yeah. You can
Also,
castle.
there's some d4 with...
But also you can play like bishop d3 and castle.
Yeah,
So
no, but I just...
and after knight c6, knight c6, DC, I would consider to play for queen a5 somewhere.
Okay, d4.
So somewhere we can play for queen a5 if knight on d4.
Take d5.
So you go knight c3 here? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Knight c3,
Or maybe
c5,
even
that's too
f3
much.
is playable. f3, d, f3, I think maybe it's attacking perspective.
No, this should be good for
But
white.
d5 also g3?
Yes.
Or knight c3 first, d4 then g3, something like that?
But even f3, d, f3 might be this
Wait,
attacking
what black plays
perspective.
here?
Yeah, then we take, we play f3 and maybe queen a5 eventually, because he will not have like queen a4.
But this is kind of ideal to play for a win.
Actually, and after knight b3, if black starts f5,
Knight e3.
then we have this
But then,
No,
you mean
but then
F4?
we get f4.
No, because we think F6 is best, not F5. That's why. We think F6 is best. That's why we're not worried about
yeah, but
this.
that's actually then kind of nice move.
I mean, you
Should
have to
take,
take,
right?
you
We
have
have
to
take,
take. Almost
take,
try,
take.
yeah.
Oh, knight e6 or c6?
No, knight e6.
Knight e6.
Knight b5, yeah?
You can also just take
Knight b5, a6. Knight b6.
Не фон 5, то ладно. Ну, я считаю, что можно побить и просто 6 поставить.
Не знаю, если успеем, конечно, да. Тут все зависит от того. E4.
Не, я считаю, что тут нормально.
Хорошо, да, e4 можно. Да. То есть ты думаешь, все-таки f5?
Ну, давайте посмотрим именно вот это.
Да?
Да, ну, принципиально.
Скажем, взял.
Да, ну, рокировка.
Yeah.
No, this is actually just Russian case.
Yeah, because you
But queen a5, queen a4 is not a move.
should
With
take-
with pawn on d5,
Pawn,
no,
yeah.
not a move.
Yeah. This is so super.
Wow.
Окей, так.
Опасно уже. Без h5?
Ну, типа d4, если комп 5, все нормально там, что?
Не знаю.
All right, starting position 270 will be the position that the players are diving into for the day. Some similarities between the position that we had yesterday that we'll get into in just a bit. But before we do so, and before those first moves go onto the board, we do want to give you a quick behind-the-scenes look at some of the sights and sounds here at the beautiful Weissenhaus Resort that plays host to our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in 2025. Well, welcome back, where I could gush for hours about the incredible venue that we've been treated to here at
evidently
the
you
luxury resort.
You can buy it, apparently. That was a listing.
There you have
on
it.
Sotheby's.
I'm not sure I have the funds, but I'll double check at the end of this broadcast. For now, the games are underway, and so here we have the 5-box view and overview of all of the games to evaluate the initial opening moves. And it looks like across most of the boards, it will be that knight move from the left-hand side of the board for the white players to open. But perhaps we dive into one specific, and I think of no better place to start than the same matchup we started with yesterday. Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, and the one peculiar thing about this position 270, is, as you mentioned, James, very similar to yesterday's. But, of course, we do start with this one, featuring the world number one. This was the first result yesterday. Magnus taking the win, but Nodirbek needing to strike back today.
Definitely needing to get something done to keep his tournament hopes alive. Needs to put up a victory of all things. Cannot settle for a draw to push for that tie break. And so now we can continue to evaluate that opening position. I think continuing the conversation of drawing similarities to yesterday's position is a good place to start, because that's where my eye would gravitate. If it was already identified, for example, with these bishops sitting over here, nice and paired up together with long sight lines towards perhaps another unprotected A pawn, that an F4 push would feel like a rather natural opening.
Yeah, and just to go back to the start position, of course, here, Nodirbek actually starting with knight out to b3. That was played on most of the boards. But just to talk about the start position itself, yesterday a knight did start in the corner, a rook also starting next to it, and the king, bishop as well starting on g1. So 4 pieces placed exactly as they were yesterday. That's one thing we've learned about freestyle chess. The closer the start number positions are, the kind of more similar, at least the left side of the board is. And here, interesting that they didn't start with f4, I would say. Very surprising, because that would be the most natural move, attacking a pawn.
Quite intriguing, but I do wonder, while 4 of the pieces remain on, similar starting squares to yesterday, how much can you really, read into the game playing out similarly as a result? It feels like even 4 of the other pieces remaining on opposite or different squares is enough of a change that it feels like everything's tossed back up in the air.
I think you can almost think about this as solving a Rubik's Cube. Like, I think the players are all obviously very smart, and engines are very smart, and there's clearly a reason why every single player went knight b3 on the first move. There's already some openings and some trends and some patterns. The fact that white's queen is in the center here as opposed to in the corner means that white is not going to move the g pawn up. Yesterday, the goal was to get the queen into the center as fast as possible. Now, to do that, you would probably have to move your center pawn 2 squares, which, if you actually look at the engine lines, is the best second move. It was either the best first or second move. So yeah, it's quite fascinating, and today we're going to get totally different flavors of games. And I don't know how many right side castles we're going to get, because they're going to have to get all of their pieces out for that to happen.
I'll also add, I think Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a very fast learner. Yesterday, he rushed through the opening moves, and on move 3 made a big mistake, after which there was no turning back. Magnus with a flawless finish in that one. And notice how today he really takes his time, right? He starts with knight b3, Magnus to play, and Nodirbek also completely focused, trying to work out the differences. I will point out that undefended pawn, we had this attack on it across the boards yesterday, position 381. That's the move that was chosen. But today, the only move on all 5 boards is the knight coming out first. And to me, that's really interesting, because in standard classical chess, you never get the opportunity to attack an opponent's pawn on the very first move. It just is not possible. It's so tempting when you've got that. So I'm trying to work out what's the difference. Why is it that the players today have decided to start with the knight and not the f-pawn moving forward?
Oh, can we go to a 5 view? What if they're all waiting for another person to move? Can we see who's actually been bold and who's moved? Because I actually even think that yesterday some of them were copying each other. Okay, so we do have moves. Only Magnus is still thinking, am I inspired by what I'm seeing? Already, though, we have deviations. If you look at the top 2 boards, Firouzja moved his central knight to kind of the left side of the board in front of his king. Sindarov moved the other knight right forward. And then, okay, most people are kind of siding with the way Sindarov is handling the position. Firouzja is going his own path. And Magnus has moved the pawn. He just played f6. So he's paving his own way.
We can see on the camera, Magnus, now he's settled back to thinking pose, but he was looking up at the screens before and after he made his decision to push this pawn. Just to show what you mentioned there, Levi, instead of pushing this pawn forward 1 square, most of the others chose this move, knight to b6. Makes a lot of sense, bringing a knight out of the corner and kind of guarding this pawn. Pretty much copycat chess. Firouzja, the only player to bring his other knight out. He's in a must-win situation with black, unlike some of the others. And Magnus ultimately playing this move f6. not look like much. You never want to play the move f6 in traditional classical chess, but he does open up his bishop here, maybe the black queen as well, open up on the diagonal, and Nodirbek does occupy the center, pawn to e4.
Yeah, that's a move that we've seen mirrored across the rest of the other boards there in terms of the white position. But I want to return to that conversation that you started there, Tanya, about time and how, it was a bit of a conversation yesterday for him specifically. We talk plenty about time trouble and the consideration of keeping yourself out of it. But by the same token, I'd rather be in time trouble in a stable position than be in time trouble or have plenty of time in a losing position, right?
Yeah, that's another mind shift kind of change from traditional chess, where a lot of the top players pride themselves on playing quickly, intuitively, but that's because they know the first 10, 20 moves inside out. But we've seen so much danger lying in the first 10 moves in any freestyle chess position. So I would say actually the best way to kind of spend your time is probably a big chunk at the beginning. The middle game you play by instinct once you've stabilized, and then, of course, saving some time for the end.
And when you're playing freestyle chess, right, human mind is always trying to get into familiar patterns, familiar motives that you remember or at the back of your hand from standard chess. And one of the ideas is that you want to develop your pieces on their ideal squares and figure out what's the setup you want. And I think for Nodirbek, what he wants to achieve right now is develop that knight, get it out of the way, that's knight that's on the center of the board, and then just get the king to safety. The shortest way to castle in this position is go to that left side of the board and then think about striking in the center with one of the pawn breaks. Meanwhile, for Magnus, head in hands already, he's trying to figure out what is the ideal setup for his pieces before Nodirbek gets that central break in.
Probably have to castle, yeah. They're both going to play like this, and probably you have to castle the long way. This is what I would imagine, right? So, like,
a threat on the board.
Yes, I think Magnus will see it. It's my
bold prediction,
my hot take. Now,
yesterday Nodirbek missed it. He allowed it.
Yeah, missed it. But then he accidentally had it as well, and he was like, "Whoa!" But no, obviously, I think the knight will be played out. You really don't want to push your pawn in front of your rook, because then you block in the knight in the corner. Although you can also, yeah, exactly. You can get out both knights. So we'll see what Magnus opts to do. But in the next few moves, both kings, I think, will castle what's traditionally known as queenside, which is, in this case, the rook on the left will hop over to the right and the king will stay in place.
And just to show that on the board, here the rook would hop over. Oh, you have to move the king first on the electronic board. And there we go, whites would do the same. And both sides ready to strike. I mean, symmetry feels like a dirty word in freestyle chess. Nobody wants symmetry, especially in a must-win situation, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But he just copies Magnus. I don't know about this pawn center. It feels like he needs to be the first to strike in the center, open things up on his terms.
I'll point out one idea. In standard chess, the shortest checkmate on the board is in 2 moves, right? The fool's mate. I spotted one idea where we can give black checkmate in just 3 moves. Bring your knight 1 step forward, then close it to the black king, and then target that undefended pawn with your knight. So that would perhaps be the shortest mate. And David, you're already finding an escape route to it.
Oh, well, I mean, just to show that checkmate.
There it is.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Smothered mate.
The king boxed up with his own pieces.
Yeah, this would be investigated, I think, if this were to have happened. Somebody had or maybe it would be a form of protest by Nodirbek. Maybe he was in trouble for something he was wearing. Sorry, too soon. But I think, I think both sides will develop some pieces and likely castle. But in the case of Nodirbek, he has to win. So sometimes in these formats, we saw yesterday, white had a big advantage in, I think, 3 of the boards, if not 4, for a while. This one almost feels like the second that white breaks the symmetry, white could end up worse, right? Kind of happens that way sometimes. Your pieces just end up out of place.
And what do we make of the heart rates? Magnus's is...
Actually, I think his is broken. It's just Nodirbek's is moving, and Magnus's has been at 104 for 2 minutes. So
nobody's that consistent.
Yeah, I just feel like, first of all, his heart rate is literally never above 100. So
it's never above a 75. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So I think it might need to be reset. I don't.
All right. Either way, the knight move, one of the ones that you had proffered up as an option.
Checkmate in 2 coming up.
Is made, yes, exactly. And it is, lining up beautifully with the idea shown just a moment before, likely to be defended by Nodirbek. Either way, we expect both players to take plenty of time, all 10 players rather, to take plenty of time through these initial moves, and that means we have a good opportunity to take a step back, look at yesterday and how it all broke down, how we got to where we are, and each of these players found themselves in the position that they are either up 1-0 or searching for a victory to equalize. Let's take a look.
The first day of the knockouts in Weissenhaus. It was also the first time world number 1 Magnus Carlsen made his menacing presence felt by the contenders. That was especially true for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. In the first game of their 2-game quarterfinal match, Carlsen outplayed the 20-year-old Uzbek grandmaster straight from the opening. According to the computer, Carlsen executed his moves with a machine-like 99% accuracy. He even found time to step into the confession booth, explaining to the audience how he had unintentionally tricked his opponent. This day of world-class chess had another unexpected hero made of wood, the white f-pawn.
But the consequences here specifically are pretty significant because white can trap this black rook. Nothing to do apart from continue to copy. Then this rook would be trapped if white grabs the black rook.
But here you stop. In all 4 games, the white players opened with a double step of the f-pawn, immediately threatening black's unprotected a-pawn. While analyzing position 381, Carlson, Gukesh, Alireza Firouzja, and Javokhir Sindarov agreed f2, f4 was the move for white, instantly seizing the initiative. In the pro live stream, commentator Pierre Lecco predicted a fight for survival for the players with the black pieces. However, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keymer, and Fabiano Caruana chose solid approaches and successfully secured comfortable positions out of the opening. The quarterfinal pairings had been determined by the top 4 finishers from the previous round, each picking their opponent. Javokhir Sindarov's bold decision to challenge world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura caught many by surprise, and it may have been a mistake.
I will choose Hikaru.
You will choose Hikaru? Hikaru!
Oh.
Hey, Hikaru!
Nakamura gradually outplayed him, but in a dramatic twist, blundered in the endgame. With a heart rate of 150, Sindarov found a crucial save. Draw. Meanwhile, Vincent Keymer delivered a convincing performance with the black pieces against preliminary winner Alireza Firouzja, securing a surprisingly smooth victory for Germany's local hero. The clash between Gukesh and Fabiano Caruana was the most intense and evenly matched battle of the round. Both players found fantastic resources, but in mutual time trouble, Gukesh ultimately succumbed to Caruana's relentless pressure. After Caruana's stunning finishing move, rook f3, his passed pawn became unstoppable.
Finally. So the queen about to appear on the board forced Gukesh to resign. That was the last move of the game.
Yeah,
Rook
this
F3.
wins it. This is the move of the day.
The second quarterfinal games on Monday will determine who advances, with tie breaks and Armageddon waiting if necessary. Stay tuned to see who makes it to the semifinals.
Welcome back, everyone, to Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in 2025. We're hopping over to another board. We talked about it yesterday. Fabiano Caruana, a fantastic game up against Gukesh, and now finds himself with the advantage, 1-0 in the scoreline. Gukesh now with the black pieces. This board mirroring what we've seen from many of the other boards, but Gukesh rather the first of each of the black players to respond with that second knight coming out.
And of course, this is a heavyweight clash between 2 titans. Fabiano, he admitted to me yesterday in an interview that he was still full of adrenaline. He was still shaking, literally, after his win against Gukesh. It meant that much to him. But for Gukesh, he needs to try something different. Just couldn't quite match Fabiano when the clocks tick down.
And it was incredibly dramatic, their Game 1 clash yesterday, right? Those final moments, time pressure playing its part, and then Fabi finding that beautiful finish, which eventually became our move of the day. And today he starts with the white pieces. We're talking about colors, right? How that actually affects the players who are in a must-win situation in this game. That would be Gukesh. Yesterday, yes, white has the first move advantage, but we had 2 victories by black. Freestyle chess, it matters so much less because you're going to get a game to play. There is no theory to rely on. So I think all these players with equal chances. Coming to the position, I think this is the idea we were discussing, right? Bring your knights out, find that harmony, get your king to safety, get that rook into the game by going castling on the left side for the black pieces on the next move. Is this the moment that Fabi seizes to break that symmetry? Is this the moment he strikes in the center?
Oh, it's tough, right? Because White can push this pawn forward now, break that symmetry, open things up. But Fabiano doesn't need to win. He doesn't need to, start the action. He can just react. So he might just continue the waiting game, maybe bring out his knight, continue kind of mimicking the opponent here and say to Gukesh, you need to win. You take that risk. You choose the moment, and I'm just going to chill until it comes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the computer, and one variation here that can happen is knight c3. Let's just put it on the board. F6. So both sides castle.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Perfect symmetry so far.
Yeah, like this is, so white castles, black castles, king b1.
Okay.
King b8.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So this is the top line of the computer. Pawn to h4. David, what's black's move?
Oh, dear Lord.
Assuming it's...
it's pawn to h5, and this is where the line just ends. Like, yeah, I mean... So this is, and I assume it can just go down this path. Both sides just make improvements, but Gukesh is the one that has to play for a win. But it's interesting that in this game, Gukesh with black has to play for a win, but Nodirbek with white has to play for a win in the other game against Magnus. So I actually think there's a subtle detail if we go back to the current position. Magnus, on his very first move, played the f-pawn forward one square, opening up his light-squared bishop. In the top right corner. Gukesh didn't do that, and because of that, now Fabiano can actually advance his center pawn in front of his other knight 2 squares. And, traditionally, that's what you want to do in most chess openings. But Magnus sort of negated this plan by preemptively opening up the light-squared bishop, which at the moment obviously cannot capture white's pawn. So... kind of crazy how even on the first move, Magnus sort of understands the intricacies of the position to that extent. Like, Gukesh is already a tiny bit worse just because of this concept.
Right, and how a uniquely small difference can have such a big impact. Because you'd have to imagine that Gukesh is still very much considering that pawn push, but just the order of operations there, right, being very important ultimately.
And it's Fabi's move, so Fabi, yeah, and exactly. It's just the element of time, yeah.
But stylistically, in his shoes, would you play pawn to d4, Fabi? He doesn't need to do anything, really. He's got the draw odds in this game.
He does.
Okay. He's principled,
right?
He's principled, and he's got to be feeling so confident, right? His run in the round robin yesterday, this incredible game, this incredible fight, and taking the full point, choosing the world champion as his opponent and then proving that choice as well. So Fabi goes for, I think, what is the most principled approach in this position. You've got this one move opportunity before Gukesh opens up his bishop, targeting that knight on the left side, a key defender to this push that we're seeing on the board, and Fabi seizes it.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, it feels like we are, in essence, forced to take this pawn. We don't really want to give our opponent the opportunity to push one more square, create that all-important connect four that we talk about, while simultaneously threatening the black knight and just gaining so much space and control over the center.
Yeah, unthinkable to allow this pawn push, especially with gain of time. So pretty much guaranteed there'll be a capture, and the pawn structure really reminiscent of what in traditional chess we would say is the Scotch game. But here, of course, no opening names.
Maybe you drank some Scotch before you played this, but that's, the knight will come to the center and...
Now, I want to quickly jump away from this game because you mentioned the difference between this and the Nodirbek game. While it's Gukesh looking for a win with black, it's Nodirbek looking for a win with white, and we do have a bit of a deviation. So if we can hop back over to Nodirbek versus Magnus and take a look at the move that Nodirbek just played, electing to push the pawn in front of his king on the c-file up 2 squares here.
Very interesting, and it's because, as Levi said, like the black bishop poaching white's pawn in the corner there pretty much prevented Nodirbek from copying exactly what Fabiano had done. Just very interesting that Hikaru and Fabiano, just like yesterday, they're playing copycat. They've got the exact same position after 5 moves as they did yesterday. They pretty much tried to continue. I'm not sure who was playing the moves first. I think it was Fabiano. But Hikaru is just watching Fabiano's boards.
No, actually, today it's in reverse.
Today it's in reverse.
Yeah, if you check the clock times, it's very important. I also saw that. I know right now we're on Nodirbek and Magnus, but Hikaru didn't spend any time today. It's actually Fabiano who is down on time looking at Hikaru's board. I mean, listen. There's a word for this in chess, and it's procedure. So we it was very interesting, of course. But
it's a good point. Peeking over to my second monitor, I'll let people know Hikaru has actually gained time.
Yes,
with his
more time than what he started with.
Yeah, so that's a sweet position to be in. But what do you make of this kind of early deviation here for Nodirbek as compared to a number of the other players, Tanya?
A very committal move on the board by him. Pushing that pawn 2 steps forward leaves behind some of those dark squares that now cannot be controlled by a pawn, especially that central d4 square. So he's really wanting not only to stop there, but push the pawn adjacent to that 2 steps forward. I'm expecting the d pawn to go ahead in the game as well. What Nodirbek does with this move is gain complete control over that break that Magnus was eyeing with the open bishop. The d5 square has been taken into power by Nodirbek, so he's stopping that d pawn from moving forward completely. But the drawback, you create weaknesses in your own camp here. So the trade-off, I don't know how we actually look at this. I think it's very risky right now.
Well, Magnus crafting his response to this committal move by Nodirbek, but in fact, we also just heard that Magnus dove into the confessional booth about 5 minutes ago. So I think nowhere better to go than to the man himself for a quick word.
I must admit that I'm a little bit surprised that they talked for 10 minutes and they all came up with the same first move. Didn't seem that obvious to me. It seemed that there were a lot of interesting choices with the white pieces. I think the way it's heading now, it's probably going to be quite symmetrical. Obviously, with the extra half tempo, white is always going to be the one pushing a little bit, but it doesn't look super dangerous to me. So I'm reasonably satisfied so far.
So expressing a bit of surprise at the, how every player found their way to the same move. Important to note that confessional was made before this pawn move jumped out onto the board. So I'd almost be curious if you walk back some of those statements now seeing how Nodirbek has responded.
I actually was going to say, I really like this move. I don't think it's that easy at all for Black to decide what to do. On the surface, it looks like... yeah, you create some weaknesses in your own position because you have 2 pawns on the light squares, which means that like dead center on the d4 square is somehow exploitable, but it's not because of your obscure bishop on the bottom right-hand side. And Nodirbek has a very easy plan. He's just going to move his knight that hasn't moved into the d5 square. Just to show you how difficult Black's response is here to maintain equality, Black either now has to play the move f6 to f5, which just loses a pawn, but, challenges White's center immediately, or Black has to play the following sequence. Knight to b6, so developing the knight from the corner. And David, I don't know, you tell me how easy this is. Knight to e3, defending the pawn, of course, like the pawn is under attack. Okay, pretty straightforward. And now Black has to play the same knight that just moved to a4.
Wow.
And I guess the point of this move is you fight for the dark squares, right? Like this, and you also put a little pressure on White's position. But like, this is so weird. How is this natural at all? I mean, I don't know. For me, I can't even like explain it to myself after seeing it. I would never come up with this ever.
Yeah, fully agree. I mean, the first move I would say is obvious, bringing the black knight out, but to move it again, and I mean, you need a follow-up. It kind of continues. White would have a beautiful stallion in the center of the board here. You need to challenge it somehow. The white bishop still cuts across this diagonal. Just looks a bit awkward, this black knight. I'm going to say the f-pawn push, the other one you mentioned, Levy, never going to happen either, because as you say, it's so unnatural to sacrifice a pawn, especially after having moved that pawn. Magnus, though, looking up at the other boards, waiting before he makes his decision.
I also want to hit back on that Magnus confessional that we had, right, where he said that he was surprised with the fact that all the boards have chosen the first same exact move. And we've often seen Magnus kind of not participate in those group discussions, right? He likes to play it solo. He likes to get his own thoughts into the game. And he was also the player who, in the opening, the technical meeting, said that it's perhaps not the best thing to do to actually sort of mirror what the other players want to do in this position. So really interesting there. And I wonder if Magnus was playing with the white. I have a feeling he would have deviated from that knight move early on. Maybe found something more creative.
Yeah.
Also, Lavi, he said yesterday, if there's an option to attack an opponent's piece, he wants to do it. So maybe the f-pawn moving forward.
Yeah, and I'm not wincing at what you're saying. I'm wincing because there is aggressive sound issues today, which I'm not even. Maybe the folks at home can even hear them. I hope not. But no, everything you said was very apt and correct. But it is interesting to me that Nodirbek is the only one, I think, that went for this type of imbalance. Everybody else sort of got their horsies out and just wanted to play in the center with regular play. This is a really nice move from Nodirbek. Like, I really like it. The computer doesn't bless it as strongly as I think the practical value of this move. But Magnus himself has sort of talked up the legend, the lore of who is Nodirbek as a chess player. He's always like, he's a fighter. He's always going to look for imbalance. And, well, yeah, be careful what you wish for, because here it is.
And Nodirbek is one of those youngsters, James, who's had these phenomenal games with Magnus and managed to win them as well, you know, in these big events. So it's always a fight to look at. And yes, he's got a must-win situation. But again, against Magnus, anyone who can bounce back, it's this guy. You know, he was the youngest world rapid champion when he won it. An Uzbeki superstar, Uzbekistan gold medalist, an absolute talent, prodigy.
If you guys don't mind, I want to pick your brains a little bit around a concept that we've talked a fair bit about, which, of course, you know, control of squares. And I think one of the things that can be difficult for me at times to understand, right, is control of a square versus occupying, you know, a square. And perhaps you can give me a bit of an understanding of where the value lies and how you make a decision between whether or not, you know, I want to control a square by, you know, threatening it versus occupying the square and maybe looking for, you know, a pseudo control in that sense of the square just by holding the space.
Yeah, a great question, because here, for example, white is controlling this central square. I'm not sure the white knight needs to jump in. I would say that if any piece is ever going to occupy a nice post, this one isn't quite an outpost because it can be challenged by a black pawn later, but knights are the best occupiers of strong squares. So this is why Levy mentioned, for example, the white knight wanting to jump in a bit later on. This pawn push as well, it is about control, as you say. It is also reminiscent of what we call in chess a Maroczy bind, and the bind will be the fact that black struggles for pawn breaks. If you struggle to push in the center, for example, now black can never ever really push this pawn forward, then your pieces might feel a bit cramped, a bit suffocated, whereas on the flip side, white can still push forward in the center. This square is supported by the white pieces, so it's kind of white taking space, controlling squares, black struggling to do the same.
And the idea there being, right, when it comes to a pawn break, is we're trying to disrupt the structure of the pawn chain of our opponent versus, in essence, help them fix it, you know, or even support and reinforce the pawn structure.
Exactly, breaking the structure, but also giving your pieces a bit more scope, a bit more life. For example, just, again, to play a couple of moves on the board. If black were to do nothing much, just move a bishop, for example, white would happily, in a few moves' time, for example, here, start pushing forward in the center, break the black structure. An exchange would be likely. And you can see that the white pieces have far more access to the black half of the board, whereas black's pieces are still rather cramped, rather lacking any creative ideas.
And I think one of the creative ideas is the one that you mentioned, right? There's a bind on one of the pawn breaks that Magnus has, which might shift his attention to the other available break. Yes, it comes with the pawn sacrifice, but we've seen Magnus do that in this very tournament, you know, giving up a central pawn for piece activity. And that f-pawn moving forward, yes, it's not the most human move, but Magnus is superhuman, we all know that. And I think looking at Nodirbek clearly taking control of a big square in the center, that could be on his radar. We might see a big move coming up next by Magnus.
And I think all of this speaks to Levy's point about the prowess of this move here by Nodirbek, the fact that Magnus is really giving this a good think about how to respond in this situation.
Looks like I just went around looking at at the other games. We can jump into the Alireza board. Looks like, remember, he has to win with black, and he has the same problem Gukesh has right now, which is the fact that the position is really symmetrical. And he himself is seeking asymmetry, right? Like, he brought his bishop out, and he will be taking the knight. I mean, if his bishop is attacked right now by this pawn, a2 to a3, he's going to take. So he's going to give up his dark squared bishop. He's going to damage the pawn structure. White will, of course, be capturing with the d pawn, the center pawn, because that way you will keep your cluster together and you will open up the rook. I mean, taking with the other pawn is possible. It's not losing, but it's significantly worse because you create an isolated pawn on the edge of the board and you don't open up your rook. And then from here, black will probably, what do you think? D6, just put everything on a dark square and just sort of, be solid, but you can't. I mean, you have to play for a win, right? So at some point, Alireza is going to have to take a risk.
Yeah, and this was one of the matchups yesterday that had some of the most fireworks, at least early on, right? Because it was Alireza who went for a little bit more of a deviation from the other white players, attacking on the right-hand side of the board. So feels like, again, maybe they'll be the most willing to take the gloves off early and start trading blows. Alireza poking and prodding and looking for his opening here against a Vincent Keymer, who I think should be very confident based on his performance just yesterday.
It was one of those matchups where Alireza's pick completely backfired, right? He never got going with the white pieces. Vincent, he found some brilliant moves right out of the opening and was able to crash his way through. So he needs only a draw, but we know how difficult that is in freestyle chess. Now, these trades that I think Levy was pointing out to is very interesting, because one way to create winning chances in chess is to create an imbalance. And an imbalance can also be when you trade a bishop for a knight. That's the first minor imbalance that you do. So for Vincent Keymer, it's about trying to keep things solid today, needing only a draw. But he's against the one player who's absolutely anything but solid. The most creative, tactically sharp, always looking for ideas to create chaos on the board, Alireza Firouzja. He's going to find those chances, and he's already hinting at that first imbalance.
I want to continue down that line of thinking, though, right? Imbalances don't necessarily, can be just trading of different pieces, right? So that you have different tools to work with. So as quickly as you maybe trade off a bishop for a knight, how are you immediately looking to change the shape of the board to advantage your remaining, minor pieces as compared to the others?
Yeah. Well, it's an open-ended question to the field, because in this particular position, I actually have no idea. Just feels like white's pieces are always a bit better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, here, bishop for knight, it's always the most controversial trade. It's maybe the reason chess is so complex, because those two pieces work the same, but totally different in their strengths, their weaknesses, and the jobs they do. But, I think he just maybe wants a longer game. In traditional chess, as black, in must-win situations, you just need to survive the opening, you equalize, you go for a slightly different pawn structure, you prolong the game, and only later do you kind of try to strike, try to turn things once momentum's on your side. I think he's going for that traditional chess strategy, Alireza. If he gets the opportunity to take bishop for knight, it becomes a slower game, the tension will build. We know this time format, there's no added time later, it's just those 30 seconds you gain after every move, so maybe only later when it becomes a bit random, a bit time scrambly, that Alireza will try to strike.
And if those trades were to happen on the board, there would be a second imbalance that gets on, right? You can see you can see Vincent Keymer's pawn formation on the left side of the board. Some doubled pawns will start to appear once Alireza does trade his bishop for knight. Vincent trying to think, how can he get that on his terms? What's the best way? Traditionally, the bishop pair in open positions is considered the stronger minor pieces to have. And it does appear that, David, this is more of sort of playing a match situation strategy by Alireza and might not be the best objective option here for black.
Yeah, maybe not objectively correct, but at least he'll prolong the game. It is it's essentially a blocked structure in the center, so I understand why he wants to get rid of the bishop for knight there.
Do we have options to guard our knight in a way that, to allow the trade, but not to create at least that pawn imbalance, maybe bringing our queen up to that e3 position?
Yeah, I quite like that one.
At the very least, well, he disagrees.
He goes the other way, same piece, just different square.
I guess this is threatening that unprotected pawn now over up on g7, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every move has consequences. Black's bishop came out, leaving a pawn undefended, and Vincent chooses to attack that pawn. A very typical strategy in chess. And now the question for Alireza is what to do against the pawn, about the pawn that is attacked, what to do about this last move from Vincent. And again, multiple strategies here. If Alireza were just needing a draw or wanting to play objectively correct chess, I think the most obvious move would be to challenge the white queen, bring Black's queen out and offer a trade. That's another very typical pattern in traditional chess, but of course he needs a win. Queen's coming off would not aid him in that purpose.
It's usually something we don't see Alireza do very often in general is trade queens. I think he loves to keep as many sort of those tactical razor-sharp positions on the board, and given the fact that a win is the only option for him to stay alive, I'd be surprised to see that queen move that you're pointing out. He will find a way to defend that pawn, and I would predict it would be with the queens on the board, maybe just slide closer to that pawn, you know, one step towards that g-file. Should we just take a moment out as we see developments across the board? And a very interesting one has just happened by the world champion himself. The last move catches my attention because pawns are hanging across the board in Fabi versus Gukesh.
All right, so over to Gukesh versus Fabiano we go. Fabiano playing with the white pieces, Gukesh playing with the black. Our first look in over here. As you mentioned, challenging that central pawn position there by Fabiano with that pawn push over there on the f-file.
Yeah, and this looks like a pawn sacrifice at first, but he is unleashing that black light squared bishop that we talked about earlier. And suddenly, by pushing that pawn 2 squares, he's also attacking this little guy on the a2 square. So, yeah, I mean, the first move you look at, of course, is to take this pawn with the knight. There is a pin in the center. We should mention the white queen undefended, so you cannot take that pawn with your own pawn. But this one's about to sharpen up. It's about to get complicated.
And if white takes the pawn with the knight and black takes the pawn with the bishop, obviously we know the next move would be to attack the bishop. And then black would move the bishop, likely to, let's say, e6, which is the center, targeting the knight. It's actually a threat because of what David just said. The queen is not guarded. So you have to defend this somehow. But it's not so simple. And actually, on top of that, you can't castle anymore because you moved your rook. So, look how bad it can get just so quickly because your king has to stay in the center. I don't even exactly know how this would be exploited, but yeah, maybe just a simple move like pawn to g6 and then getting the dark squared bishop out.
Ooh.
So, yeah. And, yeah, you're in a bit of trouble here. So, still, knight takes pawn is one of the better moves. Another option from the very beginning is you can just defend the center. You can develop your knight to c3, which would protect the center and the pawn that the black bishop is targeting, and you can castle. I think Fabi probably plays this move rather than getting into like a super complicated and imbalanced game. But I don't know.
From this position, though, if black takes, do I take back with the knight and then still sacrifice that that pawn on a2, or do I recapture now with my queen?
Well, actually, James, I'm very glad you asked. You do take with the knight.
Okay.
Because if bishop takes pawn, attacking your rook, now we do have something called danger levels, and black gets absolutely cooked here. And I do not think Gukesh will be blundering this.
How does he?
Never mind. I am blind, and I thought knight d6 check, bishop takes, but I forgot the bishop moved, and the rook is defending the queen. James, I should take your spot in the amateur commentary. No, the tactics of freestyle chess are so tricky because I'm just like, oh, knight check, but then both bishops have moved, and the rook is defending the queen. But wait, knight takes pawn was still okay. It was not a bad move.
Right, according to the computer, it was a fine move.
I was just like, oh, it's like fine because black can't take the pawn, but black can't take the pawn. Wait, what is going on? David, can you please explain this?
Yeah, help us.
What is going on?
Help us, oh Lord, David Howell.
How is this still? White is still better here. How?
Yeah, if the players don't know, then how do we know, right? But I guess white just moves the rook, and wherever the bishop goes back, there's maybe some attack coming. I say that hesitantly as the bar starts to drop.
Oh, can you castle there?
Whoa.
Can you get the rook up by castling? Is that the point? Instead of
no way.
What?
You cannot forget about castling in freestyle chess. I think one of the most unique elements of this game is how castling still comes into play and how easy it is to forget.
And white is just down a pawn. And white is still. By the way, none of this has to happen.
And it hasn't happened.
Because Fabi took the pawn.
He did.
Fabi took the pawn.
Okay.
But that's also sort of hitting the chaos button, right? Because now Gukesh will recapture that side pawn. And in some ways, Fabi will lose the right to castle because he will have to move the rook attacking the bishop, which means the king stays where it is. You can't castle for the rest of the game, so Gukesh already has the fight that he needs.
I was going to say, from my perspective, this should be a happy Gukesh given his position and needing to fight for a win, right? He's created an imbalance on the board just like that, and now he'll have to find a way to take advantage of it in the long run as they maneuver.
James, I want to get our chat involved at this moment. Does Gukesh make a comeback in this match? It's a must-win for the world champion. He's playing against fabulous Fabi. What a form Fabi is in. Gukesh needs to win. Can he do it? What do you think? Tell us in chat, and we'll bring that up.
I know that I would like to see a tiebreak or two, and this would be a marquee matchup to dive into Rapid Blitz and maybe in Armageddon. So, yes, let us know in chat what you think. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Will it be the world champion in Gukesh, or will it be Fabiano, who's able to close the door on his opponent here and book his ticket to the semifinals?
Yeah, not that we're taking sides, but we're on the side of chess. We want more.
Exactly. Exactly. Like I said yesterday, I'm here for the viewers. It's all about the viewers, and more chess is never bad.
Why is Gukesh thinking? Can he also play pawn to g6 or something? What else can he play? Doesn't he have to take the pawn?
Well, there are a few in-between moves like you're pointing out, right? That pawn could push forward, hitting that knight. Maybe the other bishop can slide forward, hitting that queen. Or you can make, well, the hand move of grabbing the pawn. And Gukesh knows so much at stake. You know, it's these critical moments that you have to choose your path wisely. Also, Gukesh, he's a calculator, right? We know that. So even if he wants to take that pawn, he's looking ahead. He's trying to find his response to what happens when Fabi does move the rook away. But if I had to make a prediction, guys, I don't think we'll see an in-between move. I think he will grab that pawn and attack the rook. What do you think?
Yeah, the only alternative is some, like, he can move his pawn up and attack the knight, but there's no guarantee that anything comes out of it. I think what Fabiano really likes, and in general what is really good in this format, is structure of pawns. And I think Gukesh has just given up one of the pawns that can challenge White's center in the long term, leaving only his d-pawn, essentially, which in the future could advance 2 squares to challenge White's center. But there will be a world in which White can then push, and then he just gets a passed pawn. Not right now. We are obviously very far away from all of this happening, but I don't know, maybe Fabiano just likes this, and in particular the fact that his structure is determined for the rest of the game. So.
Yeah, very interesting that he's pausing here, Gukesh. Most likely he's not really thinking about this move, but thinking into the future. Like bishop takes pawn, the rook will move, he'll go back. And then he's starting to work out what options both sides have. But yeah, the clock yesterday really did cost him, Gukesh. He started making his blunders. He actually missed a very strong move of his own when he only had 1-2 minutes left on the clock. So you would think that he needs to budget a bit better, play a bit quicker around now.
And I'm just wondering, right, in freestyle chess, how much of a role does mindset, psychology, and confidence really play here? Because Gukesh, he had a tough, shaky start in the round robin. Yesterday, losing out to Fabiano as well in a game where really Fabi was on top with the black pieces from the start. And it's got to have some, well, not a happy feeling going into this game, right? You're always double-guessing your options, your calculation. Are you finding the right way forward? There's no sort of memorization. There's no path. There are no patterns that you're familiar with, which means you end up losing more time on the clock, which affects your confidence even down further. And you're playing against a guy who's just been awesome in this tournament. So for Gukesh, he's not only fighting one of the best players in the world, but perhaps also his own mind right now.
Well, speaking of his mind and working through the different calculations while Gukesh is doing so, I think it's a good opportunity for us to take another look or dive inside his mind and hear from the man himself about what he thinks about freestyle chess.
I think the ability to adapt quickly to the positions and not be like prejudiced by the other concepts in standard chess, because most of the positions have characters of their own. So. I mean, it's a nice resort where, you know, the conditions are good. There are no disturbances. Only the chess players, the chess. It's a resort for chess players. Yeah. Feels like so. It's always been to like give my best and to win. I think I'm quite result oriented in that sense that I simply want to win. Yeah. I think nowadays most of the top tournaments there is this contrast between youngsters and the elders. I think the shift is happening where the youngsters are taking over, but also some of the previous generation players are still going strong. So yeah, it makes sense that way. I think we have like very little info to come to a conclusion, but I guess I would think the youngsters, because I mean some information might also be harmful in this case because you're stuck with some principles from standard chess which might not apply really. So. Ambitious. Not exactly, but just to work hard, enjoy what you're doing, and being a good person. Something along these lines have resonated with. Everything. Because I think I'm quite enthusiastic about playing here. Out of the resources and the time and resources I've had, I think I've made the most out of it. So. Like we'll just enjoy this event. I mean, obviously when you're competing, it's intense. I mean, together we are also kind of developing chess nights.
What? A great peek inside the mind of one of the world's greats when it comes to chess, Gukesh. And while we were getting a word from him, we also managed to see one of the moves played, a response finally from him. He did end up pushing a pawn on the right-hand side of the board, so actually working against what we thought. But for the time being, we're going to peek in on Hikaru Nakamura versus Javokhir Sindarov, because this is the only game that has a different setup coming into the day. Drawn position yesterday means that if either of them come out on top in this battle, it's done just like that. No chance for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's a must-win. But it's not a must-win for either of these two just yet. This is the only draw game that they had. And Javokhir, of course, stunned everyone by picking Hikaru Nakamura as his opponent. Yesterday, he saved a very, very difficult game indeed. And the one that we have right in front of us now, I think, David, you're going to take it back and do a quick action replay for us. But the first thing that stands out, look at the clock situation. What is going on with that? Javokhir down to almost 40 minutes on the clock. Hikaru with the amount of time that he started with. Not just that, until this very last move. This is exactly what's happening on the Gukesh Fabi board. But it was this queen move that Javokhir has just made. Has been the differentiator. David, if we just back up, where do you think Sindarov spent this kind of time? It's unreal.
Yeah, it's unreal. Let's just do a quick action replay. This is only move 5, as we mentioned, and some really interesting mind games. We saw this game start with the knights coming out, a bit of symmetry here, the pawn stepping into the center, just like the other games here, just like the Caruana game. Pawn to d4 was played, a capture, and Javokhir, just on the last 2 moves alone, spent over 40 minutes. And maybe he was deciding whether to push his pawn forward. That was Gukesh's move. It was very noticeable on the camera. He was looking at the screens a lot, Javokhir, so maybe very tempted to play that one, but ultimately settling on bringing his queen out instead. So a very risky move, I would say. But yeah, maybe his clock usage even more risky there.
Do we like this, that the players can look around? I mean, he didn't copy Gukesh, right? But like, is it good or bad? Because this is always evolving. Do we like it or do we not? I know you can walk around, but the optics of that are far worse than like looking up at the screens.
Right.
So do we like it or do we not like it?
I'm not a fan.
Interesting.
And Sindarov was the first player in the technical meeting who was also not a fan.
And maybe that's why he overthought. Maybe he was like, oh, F5 looks cool, but I was the one that brought up that I shouldn't copy people, right? Like, I don't know.
It's going to be a bad look for me.
Yeah, what do we think about this?
it's tough.
You're not going to lose your job, be honest.
I'm really trying to think. I'm trying to think of an analogous situation in any other sport, and I can't quite think of one to at least begin to craft an argument. And so there's a piece of me that says I don't care so much because in terms of the development of chess, like we all steal and learn from each other, right? Like that's the essence of evolution in ideas, right? Is to learn from others, and I do understand some logic behind the counter argument that was made by a number of the players the other day, which is sure, copy me, but copy me into a losing position is just as much a possibility as copying me into a winning position. And so at the end of the day, maybe it just speaks more to the confidence level of the player more than anything else, right? Or their preparedness, than anything.
I imagine sitting in an exam and everyone's level, but you do have the option of looking around at what everybody's answered, and you don't know if it's right or wrong.
Right.
But it does give you some ideas of what could be the path. What's your opinion on this, David?
You do know which players are more likely to be right than wrong. So I've just got the Fleetwood Mac song in my head, Go Your Own Way, and I think the players...
Hey, there you go.
I mean, the players who do go their own way quicker do tend to be rewarded somehow. I think these mind games kind of getting bogged down in looking at the screens. We saw, now the players looking at the board, but we saw them both looking at the screens a minute ago. I think it just kind of... It adds a layer of drama for us, but for the players it can be counterproductive. I don't know. I think as a player I wouldn't like it, but as a fan I don't mind it that much.
Yeah, because you can also look around and at some point go, oh, I should have played like that. That looks better. Like, right?
Right.
And then you can also get into your own head, like, oh, I've screwed up and everything. And so I'm undecided. I was curious what everybody thought. I do find it funny. Like, I think it's sort of just something left up to interpretation by the field. And if there's just one player that every round is down on time but copying some other player, then it's going to become a problem. But organically, by move 6 or 7, they all kind of choose their own path. Like, Sindarov played Queen E5. Gukesh played F5, right? Yeah. So
now, to your point, if I was actually going to make, in terms of what I think should be the deciding factor, I do believe it should be the player's opinion on what matters most for competitive integrity of the sport.
Yeah.
Fair, and I think because this is the community stream, I think let's get the chat involved in this conversation. What do you guys think? Should the players have the ability and the luxury to be watching this on a board? Because when you don't have that, the other thing is that when you're walking around, it has to be done in your opponent's time. But here, sitting on your own chair, you can always look around. But Chad, what do you think about this? Because as we see the top players, we've often seen them, looking at the other boards. Do you think that's a good idea? Or should they just be left on their own? You got to check out. You got to take that walk for it.
Gonna have to put horse blinders on them and see. Exactly.
This is a bad sign for Sindarov for sure. Like 40 minutes down. Yesterday he was down 20 minutes on the clock, and his position was not terrible, but he suffered the fate of what most people suffer when they have 5 minutes versus 30. They spiral out of control, and he ended up totally lost. And then he saved it.
Yeah.
But there's only so many times you're going to save it. And
and he benefited from a bit of an uncharacteristic blunder in the late game by Hikaru with a knight move that kind of let him back into it, right? And looking for the
it wasn't a knight move. It was just he couldn't find the right setup of the pieces to win the endgame. Like, it happens. I mean, sometimes you just can't find a way forward, and you got low on time and kind of panicked.
And while perhaps he's quite confident in low time controls because of his performance in the round robin, one player I would be terrified to go low time against is Hikaru.
And also, it's a very interesting move that he's made, right? With this little time on the clock, I think there are a lot of questions ahead to be answered for Sindarov, whatever the choice is that Hikaru makes. Because right now, there is an attacked piece. That knight at the center of the board, Javokhir with his own queen and knight targeting it. So Hikaru needs to make a decision. Does he keep the tension? Does he reinforce the defense on that knight with perhaps a queen move? Or will he trade? And sort of destroy Sindarov's pawn formation, inviting a double pawn in that position. And then again, does Javokhir plan to hit that chaos button, like we like to call it? And which pawn is he going to grab with? Because each of those two pawns have got its own pros and cons in the position. And to me, it's not really clear. Knight takes knight feels like the most natural move to me. But then that means you're really sort of taking this battle head on, because you might be opening up the B line for the rook.
Yeah, let's put it on the board, Tanya. As you mentioned, let's break down those pros and cons, because if Hikaru does trade off a set of knights, I mean, my instincts tell me, maybe it's just my pattern recognition. Again, I mentioned the Scotch game in traditional chess. This pawn structure often arises from that opening. But taking with the knight, you do get your rook on the open file once you castle next move. I was about to say black gets there first, black castles, and white can no longer castle through check. But actually, the white king doesn't move through the check, so white could just copy. And we might see all the pieces disappearing. Black's king is very safe because you have this cluster of pawns in front of it. But long term, white actually has a majority, 4 versus 3 on one flank. And actually in an endgame, white is likely to come out on top.
The King's Guard, the 4 pawns that the concept you talked about a couple days ago, that you don't mind having that extra, maybe doubled pawn in front of the king. It just adds like an extra layer of safety. I think something that, again, the idea of doubled pawns as a new chess player, you want to stay away from it, but there are times where, in fact, it can be beneficial to opt into that.
Yeah, I mean, black will never ever get checkmated if he later shuffles his king behind that shield of pawns. But yeah, as Tanya mentioned, you could also take the other way with black, because you do immediately open up your rook onto a semi-open file. You could get checked, but I'm not sure how productive this check is for white. You kind of prevent black from castling ever, but this bishop might be a target for the black pieces a bit later. This
Too risky.
Yeah, this is risky, I'm going to say. I'm not sure Sindarov will play like this, just judging by the scoreline, the fact that he doesn't need to win at all costs. But Hikaru clearly got something else on the mind, not immediately capturing at least. What else could he be considering?
You could bring up your queen to defend that knight, right? I'm going to ask you, James, which square stands out to you for this one? Because there are a few options.
Yeah, my initial thinking was e3, which I think in essence probably is the worst one after thinking about it more. But then my initial thinking was lining it up with the bishop, because in the end I always like to send pressure towards the side of the board that the king is on. But I also, in effect, lock my bishop behind my queen, which I think is the secondary concern there. So then I'm looking more at like d2. But now I'm worried that if we ever get to a position where black gets that castle, the rook comes out onto that file, my queen could be a target on d2. So now I want to go one step further to c3.
It's really funny. While you were breaking down all these squares, I don't know if you were watching Hikaru, it almost felt as if Hikaru was tuned into your commentary, also working out those exact same ideas. Where should I put the queen? And he still hasn't figured it out.
I like queen g3 a lot. I like this...
g3?
Yeah.
Something I didn't even consider.
I like this prospect of doubling my pawns, but opening up...
Hikaru's like, what, Levy, G3? Something I didn't even consider.
We're confusing him.
How dare you put that idea in my head?
No, we shouldn't joke that the players can hear us, but...
We are a building away and no audio being sent into the players' hall.
But I like it. You can open up your pawns, and queen g3 I feel like is a move you play if you won the first game, maybe. Or you just play it because, I don't know, it might be the best move. But yeah, this really, it's a very common trade in chess to open up a rook like this with a queen trade. It happens in some London games. And your doubled pawns aren't bad. In fact, they're actually kind of nice. You can walk them forward together, like your g-pawn can start walking up the board. And the good news is there's one behind it as well. So yeah, maybe queen g3, but I hope Hikaru doesn't also think until he has 47 minutes.
I was about to say, Hikaru now definitely investing into some of his time. I guess he has the luxury of doing so because of how much time Javokhir spent. But I am going to call our attention, because I did peek at a couple of the evaluation bars, and I think it might be wise for us to hop back on over to the Fabiano Caruana versus Gukesh game, because this is where I see the computer giving the biggest advantage to one of our players. And in fact, it is advantage to Fabiano here, who took the win just yesterday. So as we zoom out, take full stock, we can dive into that matchup between Fabiano and Gukesh to take a look at maybe how he ended up with what looks to be a decent, advantage at this point.
Yeah, and it does look like things are about to get even more spicy there. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, unless I'm missing something from the world champion Gukesh. It looks like he chose a move order that wasn't quite accurate. We will break that down in a moment, but yeah, Fabiano maybe profiting from the fact that he won yesterday. Yeah, kind of he's provoked Gukesh into taking significant risk here.
Yeah, I just want to add that, we've got all these commentaries and broadcasts running here at Freestyle, right? We've got the pro stream, we've got the community stream, we've got these individual boards set up. I also want just the pure Hikaru camera stream. That guy is so expressive when he's thinking, and it's just so entertaining to watch that. So yeah, I'd love to have that on. Just have him on the camera the entire day.
Synapses firing.
Yeah, you'd be able to tell the evaluation and just understand what's going on. It was very nice to watch him as you were breaking it down.
Or the complete opposite, because he might be making faces, but the evaluation is completely different. It's like part of messing with Javokhir a little bit.
It's funny you say that, because I think a lot of top players in the chess world have often said, just do not believe Hikaru's expression. He's the one guy you can trust with.
It's been 20 years, right? Like, you'd think they would adapt, Maybe he... but it's also, like, he has a tell in online chess too, but it doesn't matter. Like, I've played him in Blitz and whatever, and he starts playing moves in 1 second when he doesn't like his position. But that makes it even more pressure on you, because you have like a minute and 30 seconds, and you're like, oh, I think I'm better, and you make a move, and he responds immediately.
Yeah, and sitting opposite that kind of speed, you'd think the guy knows exactly what he's doing and is feeling super confident about it.
Yeah, but like, that he kind of doesn't, but you don't know how to like refute it, and like, your time is running. He just makes every move so fast, so you have to have the nerves to beat him over the course of like 10 to 15 moves in a row, and then anyway you have 10 seconds left to convert the win. And like, yeah, I've actually, it's kind of funny. The last few years have really warped the opening preparation. I know where it's freestyle here, but sometimes you go look up a game, you go look up an opening, you're like, oh, Hikaru beat a really strong grandmaster. Like, let me go look at this game. It was played online, and he's completely lost. Like, completely lost out of the opening. I'm like, wait, I can't use this. He was complete. But then, like, over the next 20 moves, he just like defends unbelievably. His king is running around, and then he like wins the game.
Turns it around completely.
Yeah, like I'm like, well, I can't win like this. I mean, I would have lost 20 moves ago. So yeah, you just like it's so hard to beat him. It's unbelievable.
There's an interesting discussion in there about how you learn from other players. In general, right? And which games are useful learning tools and which games are not. And the idea that, yeah, some players, while we can recognize their greatness, there's something about what they're doing on the board that is hard to emulate or even necessarily learn from, because it's happening in a way that it isn't from the beginning, right? They're either digging their way out of a hole that was already dug, and it's like, well, I would never want to be in that hole to begin with, so what do I ultimately take as a learning from it? As we have arrived on the Fabiano versus Gukesh board. This was a board just a few moves ago, David. We were looking at exploring a couple lines that, at least from the computer's perspective, was telling us was fairly even, and yet now it's giving a slight advantage here to Fabiano, so perhaps we could attempt to understand why that is.
Yeah, and let's just backtrack a couple of moves to the moment we were last here, because this position, after it was Gukesh pressing the kind of chaos button, pushing his pawn to f5, we left it with Fabiano taking this pawn, and we were very much expecting the kind of counter-strike here, Gukesh taking a pawn of his own. And just to show what could have happened, the white rook would have attacked this bishop. The bishop would have stepped back, attacking the knight. There is a pin. The white queen undefended, so this is very much a threat. And now the best move for Fabiano, according to the computer at least, the game progressing now, would have been to retreat his knight into the center. And we actually see this position unfold on the board, except with the black pawn on g6. So essentially, Gukesh would have played this rather useless-looking move here, g6. This would have been a transposition to what happened in the game. Instead, he went the other move order. He actually first played the move g6, attacking this white knight, which then stepped back. Only then did he take the pawn, and his bishop retreating. It just feels like this was a loss of a tempo, we call in chess, just a loss of a move, which he could have spent developing his bishop, for example, bringing his queen out. And this has allowed Fabiano, with his last two moves, to trade off a set of knights and grab a pawn. Fabiano, a pawn to the good. I don't really understand what Gukesh has in mind here. The white king cannot castle, but it's going to be pretty safe hanging out on this flank. And a pawn is a pawn, as they say.
So a very tough position here for Gukesh, and a very solid position for Fabiano. Again, Fabiano up 1-0 when it comes to this best of two between the players. And coming off of that very deserved win from yesterday, we managed to get a quick word from him over in the Take studio. So let's go there now to see how he was feeling coming off of that victory just yesterday.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who's just defeated the world champion Gukesh after a complicated game. Fabiano, how are you feeling?
Yeah, the win is great, of course. It's, you know, especially in a game like that where anything could have happened. I could have definitely lost if things hadn't gone my way. A draw I would have been pretty reasonably satisfied with, although I was getting ambitious at some moment when I like sacked this pawn with the d5 queen before. It was of course an ambitious idea. I wasn't sure. I mean, I thought maybe I could play safer, but you know, sometimes it feels like you should also take control of your own destiny. You play a bit safer, and then you end up being a bit passive. And it did look very promising when I went for it. But yeah, it was enormously complicated game. And the thing is, like, time trouble is eternal. You just, once you get there, you're down to your 30-second increment for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned to me when you came in that you were trying to calm down, the adrenaline was still pumping. I mean, we had heart rate monitors on the players. I don't know if you were aware, but yours was significantly higher than Gukesh. He was around like 60, 70 the whole time.
He was at 70?
Like around 70 for most of the game, even in the time scramble, which to me was crazy.
That's quite impressive. I mean, I guess I would be upwards of 140 at some point.
I'm not sure if you ever reached that high, but yeah, okay. Around 120 for kind of the more complicated stages of the game.
I think 120 is all right. I mean, yeah. I was getting to 170 against Lev last year when we were playing the Blitz. So. No, I do get nervous, of course. I think he also gets nervous. I mean, you can tell that he's very intense, maybe. I mean, I don't know the scientific reason behind it, but I guess his heart rate doesn't elevate as much. Also, Magnus doesn't.
Yeah.
But definitely you can, of course, we were both quite nervous.
And yeah, this start position that we see in front of us, it has some peculiarities to it. It has kind of some weak pawns, and we saw 3 of the games actually from this round kind of replicate each other quite deep into the opening. Was that on your mind at all? Did you want to go your own way as early as possible?
Well, I wasn't looking at the other games, and I think when I played this Queen G8, it was before Hikaru played it. But I also am pretty sure that he didn't see my game, because after he played his move, he got up, and then he went to look at my board, and he seemed surprised, or amused, or something like that. So I don't think we were checking the other games. Like, you don't want to mislead yourself as well. You mostly should think on your own, and not rely on any, even if it's not really outside influence, it's in the playing hall, but still, you don't want to get distracted by all that stuff. But the thing is, like, the starting position is so forcing. At least White's first move, f4, forces Black to defend the pawn or to counter that, like Nodirbek did with f5. But anyway, Black should decide, you play knight b6 or b6. And we kind of, I think, quickly realized that b6 is just bad because the a6 square gets very weak. Like, e-pawn moves, bishop e2, bishop a6, and you're in a world of pain. So then the only question was, do you play f5? Do you allow bishop a7 like Nodirbek did? Vincent was a bit concerned about that, and I'm glad that he voiced his concerns, because looking how the game Magnus and Nodirbek went, it didn't look too good for Black. And that it's true that, like, once you have obstacle bishops, potentially weak king, which is stuck on the queen side, it can no longer castle, could be an issue. Well, like, White has the extra tempo that counts for something with the initiative. So that's why a lot of us played knight b6, and then you saw, like, a lot of games go into this territory, which was very natural from both sides.
Yeah. And I mean, you chose Gukesh yesterday at dinner. I mean, your choice was pretty limited at that point, but does that feel like extra pressure to prove a point? I mean, Gukesh, having been picked by you, maybe he was determined to show, that wasn't the right choice?
Well, the thing is, I have to pick someone. I could say I could flip a coin, right? But they're both super strong players. I mean, okay, maybe Gukesh is around 2790. Maybe Nodirbek is around 2780. I don't know. It's not like there's a huge qualitative difference. Of course, Gukesh has the more experience in terms of playing for the World Championship. That's a wealth of experience, and winning the World Championship. And he's played more high stakes moments compared to Nodirbek. But Nodirbek has advantages in terms of putting pressure on his opponent. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Like today, I think playing a bit too fast and maybe not so carefully. But sometimes it's very dangerous. So it's a bit of a toss-up, like, I think for me, Gukesh was a bit more of a unknown than Nodirbek in some ways. Like, we have a lot of experience against each other. We played a match here last year. And I just decided before that, like, if it's between... I was, like, sure that Nodirbek would still be there, because I thought Sindarov will probably not pick his countryman. So I thought, okay, if it's between Nodirbek and Hikaru, I'll probably pick Nodirbek. Between Gukesh and Nodirbek, or Gukesh and Hikaru, I'll probably pick Gukesh in that case.
Fair enough. Everyone's pretty strong here. Anyway,
everyone's
right?
super strong, yeah.
And Fabiano, you now have the lead heading into tomorrow's kind of reverse encounter. How are you going to prepare, or what's your strategy going to be? Maybe some Avalon tonight?
I might do that, The nice thing is that we don't have to prepare before the games. We don't get the position before 10 minutes before the round, so we don't have to prepare any chess. Another like bizarre coincidence happened today. I was playing Miguel, my second, in Blitz, just some casual freestyle games, and so we got some randomly generated position, and then it looked really familiar. And then I was like, oh, this is the position from the first round of freestyle last year, the very first round in the round robin stage. It looked so familiar. I was like, yeah, some of the patterns, and then I wasn't sure, but it looked so much like it. I checked, and it was the exact same position.
Wow.
So we keep sometimes getting positions that we kind of recognize every once in a while. But yeah, tonight, just chill and hope that I play well tomorrow.
Yeah, for those who don't know, you actually accidentally predicted one of the positions that would happen yesterday, right? Against Firouzja?
Oh, the day before.
Or the day before.
I think it was the fourth round. I didn't predict it, just again, randomly generated by the computer, played a rapid game, I think 10 plus 10. Then we're analyzing the position before, like 2 minutes into analysis. I tell the guys, like, this looks really familiar. I think I know this position, and we checked it with an engine this morning. And this is why Sindarov was so happy, because I basically just randomly knew about a position and had seen that the engine says that white should play c4, c5, knight f3, and I confidently was able to give them some details with engine assistance. Unexpectedly, I had some knowledge about the position.
Yeah, you heard it here first. It should be called Fischer Not So Random Chess, potentially. But Fabiano, congratulations today, and thanks for joining us. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess, the Grand Slam Tour in 2025. I love that little quip at the end there, Fischer Not So Random, but also, well, maybe that conversation in the moment feeling a bit more in jest. It is one of my ultimate curiosities for the freestyle chess scene and how it will develop over not just this year, but years to come. That where will players recognize those familiar positions, and when will they, with enough training and randomly generated boards, start to find those moments of, ooh, I've seen this, and insert just a little bit of that knowledge and preparation. Right now saying there's not a great way to prepare, but maybe over time there will become a way that players develop, preparation.
Yeah, exactly. It's only going to benefit those with very good memories and very good pattern recognition, but I mean, you can already tell the top players, they've got specific ideas about how to handle things if the queen starts in the corner, depending on where the king begins. Fabiano's unique, of course, in his levels of preparation, but interesting to hear his thoughts.
Breaking back into this Fabiano versus Gukesh game, where Fabiano does, in a sense, have Gukesh up against the ropes with the advantage in the scoreline and the advantage on the board. We are lucky enough to be joined by none other than Danny Rensch from Chess.com. Welcome in, my friend. Hello. How are you? It's good to see you.
Thank you. Good to be here.
I was going to say, Levy suddenly looks a bit different.
I was as surprised as everyone else. Where did Levy go?
I don't know. Maybe he's going to hit the gym to match the physique that you bring in to the chess space. But what do you make of this here? The world champion down 1-0 after yesterday and already finding himself in a precarious position here up against Fabiano.
Yeah, I heard you just a second ago using the analogy up against the ropes. I couldn't agree more. And I was in the room just a second ago and wondering what stopped Fabiano from just winning the pawn on a7. But here we have it. It's on the board. So the answer was nothing stopped him from just taking it. And Gukesh seems a little bit out of his element. I don't know if it's the whole event right now, if it's the freestyle vibe in general, but he doesn't seem to be comfortable.
It's also a format that he hasn't played enough, and I also want to add the last few months have been so much for him, right?
True.
With the World Championship, coming out of that, all the commitments, going into Tata Steel, coming straight from there. Fatigue perhaps could be a factor. But that said, I think about Fabi, because he's also coming out of that exact same tournament, right? And look at the kind of performance he's showing. Optically, this position, and mathematically, it's one extra pawn for Fabi, but it almost feels like two extra pawns. Look at the right side of the board. It's 4 versus 2. Gukesh with those double 2 pawns, the 3 versus 2 on the left side make absolutely no sense for that pawn formation. The rook super active on the 7th rank already. To me, it feels that Gukesh went for this extremely risky option with just one aim at mind, to play on that dark square diagonal. But is that going to be enough to plant the bishop there?
David, I think normally I'd say, okay, well, maybe, the saving grace here for Gukesh is that a few more of his pieces are developed off of their starting squares. But with all that said, Bishop, bishop, queen, all with direct eyesight towards that left-hand side of the board, able to reinforce any kind of attack on the king in a moment's notice. So looking very good at this point.
Yeah, looking very good. At some point, it needs to be a bit of a clearance sale. He needs to clear his pieces off the back rank. But yeah, I mean, exactly what you were pointing out there, James. Maybe activating the white queen, followed by a bishop. And sooner or later, you would think that the extra pawn starts to count. Definitely feels like Gukesh just hasn't started well. Again, he's the only player who's never discussed the starting position with one of his colleagues. It feels like maybe he just needs to start getting in the mix a bit more. The openings have gone wrong in several of his games in the round robin, and clearly here again today.
It's a good point, David, because, you know, anyone following this event in the broader, many social media forms that they can, you see some of those behind-the-scene takes where the players are discussing the position with each other, normally rivals. They're all in this together, kind of against freestyle, right? Because freestyle is such a challenge to what they normally bring to the table in terms of prep. And you've seen that it actually is paying off for those who are doing it, right? That's not just behind-the-scenes content for the fans, right? That's really paying off. And if Gukesh is uncomfortable, that might be something he takes note from this event, because obviously we know what he's capable of. He will certainly be back and be in other freestyle events, even if this one doesn't go his way.
I love that idea that your first adversary isn't even the guy sitting across from you on the chessboard. It is the game mode itself, right? And how uncertain we all are about what the best moves are to make and how to approach it as a whole.
That's how I feel all the time in chess. But
I'm preaching to the choir
sure,
there,
right?
my friend.
It's how you feel, because chess is hard, as they say. But in freestyle, even for the best in the world, freestyle chess is harder.
Yeah, it's very esportsy there. Like, you've got to face the terrain yourself. And,
Yeah, there's no map to rely on, no familiar landscape here. You just have the position and you have to work it out yourself. And it just feels that this position Fabi's worked out to perfection while Gukesh taken too much risk. I mean, I'm really trying to understand here, Danny, why has he given up that pawn? And the more I look at it, it feels that, yes, right now, all of Fabi's pieces in the first rank, but they aren't too far from developing themselves. In fact, once that happens, Fabi will be the one with all the initiative in the position as well.
Well, and to your point that the pieces might be on the back rank, but because of freestyle and because of the nature of the structure, they're developed right where they stand, right? Dash already highlighted for us. So I don't know who's got the magical mouse over there, but you see the pieces are not out of sorts, even if they're on the back rank. And so I'm also trying to figure out where is the compensation for black, but I think that the eval bar, as much as we don't like to admit it, the evil eval bar is right. I think white has a comfortable edge. And I think Gukesh will have his work cut out for him to find some way to mix it up here.
Yeah, at times we can maybe get a little too focused on the eval bar in trying to understand how the computer has found a win or an advantage for somebody. But in this case, it feels rather obvious and poignant to the moment. Of course, with all that said, maybe we pull back out while Fabi gives a good think. We can take stock of all 5 of our other boards where we do have much more even game states. However, some unique differences between each of the games themselves.
Yeah, and no 2 games are similar any longer. Nobody able to mimic the others. We saw that kind of continue for the first 7 moves in a couple of the encounters, but yeah, very much unique games now.
And just from this bird's eye view, Danny, I'm curious for you, maybe expectations coming into this first Grand Slam of the year for each of the players, anybody who has been a delight and a surprise for you, anybody who's kind of left you wanting for a little bit more, who you expected more out of?
Well, first of all, shout out to the bird's eye view. I love this look. I love the production here. Shout out to the production team. Seriously, the cameras, the idea that you can take a look out. As a guy who's been in this business for a very long time, I don't see many new things that often anymore, but I think this is a super cool take, especially because we have the live cameras of each player. So I just had to say that. Sorry. Now back to the actual question you asked. I mean, let's see. Alireza came out so hot and did so well in the rapid. For him to show up yesterday was a little surprising / disappointing. You had a feeling right away that something was off with this approach, with the rook on e4 and the h-pawn. I don't want to talk about things that aren't on the board now and go full chess mode, but I've been a little surprised by that. And he might be going home soon. I'll say, actually, probably of all the players I'm surprised by still on the disappointing side was probably the big fish, Vladimir Fedoseev. He qualified. He won the online event on Chess.com, and I told Jan Henrik, which he will back me up on this. He asked me in Singapore who I thought was like a a dark horse, and I pulled a name that he didn't expect. I said Vladimir Fedoseev because a lot of people don't know that when we held the first ever Fischer Random World Championship in 2019 on Chess.com, Vladimir Fedoseev made it down to the final 6, almost punched his ticket to Oslo where the live final was. And so a lot of people don't know that the Big Fish, as he's known on Chess.com, he's a freestyle fan. So I'm surprised that he hasn't really had more in the tank here on site. But as far as positive stuff, I mean, Fabiano has impressed. Sindarov has been a lot of fun to watch. Him holding that endgame yesterday against Hikaru was interesting. So now I'm just doing the thing where chess players go on and on about each one. But little disappointed that the Big Fish didn't have more. Hopefully he'll rebound and be back.
Yeah, we will look for him to do so because it has been talked a bit about how much a fan he has been of this mode, kind of grabbing onto it maybe before some others brought it into the limelight that is the position of freestyle chess now. Of course, he is still battling it out against Aronian there for the 9th place position, while both of them eliminated from quarterfinals and semifinal contention. Still looking for that extra circuit point, looking for a couple extra dollars in cash to take home. And so we can maybe check in with that board a bit later. However, it sits in more of an even state. I'm curious now back about the Javokhir Sindarov Hikaru Nakamura matchup, because time was a big conversation the last time we checked in with these two, and already down to 36 minutes on the clock is Javokhir. And once again, I kind of shudder at the idea of being in time trouble against a player like Hikaru.
Yeah, good point. By the way, I just noticed that the Fedoseev, Aronian, and Hikaru versus Sindarov game, the positions are almost the same. I was trying to figure out where the move order went differently. David, you might have the answer to that. Yeah, you don't want to be under time pressure against any of the top players in the world, but certainly against Hikaru. Sindarov is going to have to speed up as this one goes.
He does, but I think he's really created some really fascinating sort of chances here for himself. You know, the queen out early on, and notice how now suddenly that a-pawn is once again a target in the position. He's taken these risky decisions out of the opening, one that we haven't seen across the boards. He didn't go the Gukesh way, pushing that f-pawn 2 steps ahead earlier on. But Hikaru, look at that. He almost reached out and made a move, so he wants to keep that pressure on the clock. But I think the fireworks do lie ahead, especially looking at that black queen and the bishop on the other side of the board, combining for threats on that extreme left pawn.
Yeah, lots of threats. And Danny, you mentioned that this is actually quite similar to the Fedoseev against Aronian board. That one, there's a couple of differences. Both sides have castled there, so both sides have kind of hopped their rooks over to the D file, both kings staying where they are. And in that game, Vladimir Fedoseev retreated his bishop. He retreated his knight even, which was captured. So if I'm trying to reenact that, I would probably say that knight back to b3. This actually came from a different move order in that game. The bishop captured that knight, getting rid of the threat on the black queen. Here, of course, you can take with both pawns, but just to show that position, the black bishop came out now pinning, and Levon Aronian has a decision to make about whether to go 2 bishops against 2 knights, or whether to simply retreat.
It's good that you're pointing out, because we may not get this line, we likely won't, but we could. We could almost have the exact same position, which in freestyle chess, this isn't regular chess where the players are bringing similar opening preparation, deeply prepared with the computer friends they have at home, right? This is freestyle, and so the fact that we're getting the exact same approach on move like 20 almost, I mean, it's just interesting.
It's consistently incredible, both to see the unique differences between the games, but how a lot of the top players naturally find the same ideas, right, in the way that they think about the game, and can, even in different move orders, ultimately transpose into similar positions.
And this game specifically, the clock situation, we saw it kind of mirrored yesterday. Sindarov very low on time. It resulted in some blunders that weren't ultimately punished. But I really do like what he's done, at least compared to Gukesh. He went his own way, and at least now Hikaru has a few questions to answer. I don't really see how he's dealing with this pin. Knight takes knight this time, I think, would definitely be met by a capture this way. We were debating earlier which way to take back, but then black's rook would hop over by castling, attack the white queen.
By the way, shout out to Sindarov working hard on his opponent's clock, even with Hikaru looking around. I think for all the young players watching out there, yes, he's down on time, but that's how you get yourself back in it. You don't rest on your laurels when your opponent is thinking. You work hard. So he's preparing maybe respond quickly here.
Speaking of not resting on laurel, sorry, James, but Danny, with Chess.com, always looking for ways, new avenues to grow the game and everything that you do. How's this experience been here, seeing all of this put together, and especially coming out of all the conflict and controversy we've been seeing in the chess world? You've got the biggest names, right? The biggest streamers here, the best chess players here. Freestyle Fridays has kicked off. How's that been for Chess.com, and how do you see this growing?
Yeah, speaking generally for a minute, first of all, the details, everything about this is amazing. I mean, I walked through the playing hall yesterday when all the players were gone. It's spectacular. I mean, it's such a great environment. And again, having been in this world, like David and Tanya, my whole life, and played in a lot of chess tournaments, and just appreciating the layout and how comfortable it is. It's a pretty awesome setting. This structure itself, just being put up and to have the ability to broadcast live to thousands and thousands of viewers is amazing. So all the biggest names in the chess world, literally, pretty much players and creators are here, and speaks a lot in terms of what the movement is. As far as the bigger view of it, I've said many times that I think freestyle is a really interesting variant because it's not inherently inaccessible to beginners, and that it's not like a weird fog of war or something like that. They see a chessboard setup, and I think even beginner players can quickly understand that, oh, that's chess, even if the pieces are different. And so it's accessible to large audiences, and if it keeps the top players happy, you're kind of hitting both ends of the spectrum. I think the middle of the chess market, if I'm speaking to Tanya's question, is actually the most interesting. And if you read a lot of the comments online, I think there's some of the ones who are the most slow to jump in, because they love opening theory. They love their chessable courses. They love the idea that they're seeing the best players in the world play their Sicilian or their Nimzo. So it's funny. I think the tone of freestyle isn't quite hitting just yet in that middle tournament market. They're going to be the ones who maybe are the most excited last. But I think beginners and top players alike are both really attracted to the format, and it's a lot of fun.
I love hearing this from you, because it's kind of what I've been saying to these two all week long already, that in a weird way, freestyle chess feels like a great equalizer for exactly the reason that as a lower-rated chess player, I have not committed the time and the work to the memorization and the deep theory of different openings. And so even as a spectator, it can be really difficult to get over that initial hurdle in trying to understand a standardized chess game. But looking at freestyle chess, as you mentioned, it's still recognizable as the game of chess. Yeah. And it's more about just, hey, are they aligning with the fundamental principles that I understand? And even watching the pro players talk about it in a way that's like they have a lack of understanding, just like I have a lack of understanding, makes it feel like I'm not so far away anymore from maybe understanding and enjoying the game of freestyle chess.
And because of this factor, right, just how much of a raw skill this variant requires, because you're kind of just on your own from move one, is exactly why Magnus always championed the cause of having a classical time format, of having a long time format as something that's really required for freestyle chess, while he stepped away from classical time format in standard chess.
Yeah. David, I'm curious what you think. You're a top grandmaster. I don't know if you know that. You got the memo. You're a very strong chess player, David. But you're obviously not quite competing at this level as far as the world's elite. But what is your take on wanting, if freestyle became even more open, even more democratic, with larger qualifiers and larger opportunities for grandmasters of your level to get here, is that something you'd be excited about? Or even at your level, would you prefer more of like a Grand Swiss style where it's traditional because you get to bring your prep to the table?
I mean, I prefer this, Danny. There was a phase, it was actually around the time the pandemic hit, that I was only playing Chess 960 online. I pretty much only played that game. I was obsessed. It is the great equalizer. Openings have never been my strong point. I've never been the kind of guy who can sit locked in a room, in the dark, studying, I don't know, the Spanish or the Berlin for 10 hours every day. So, I've always been a massive advocate. This has been a dream for a while. I mean, it's nice to see the top players. I do want to see it trickle down to kind of, like you say, give more opportunities for that kind of those grandmasters in limbo who, struggling to make a living, but it's so good and just need to make that next step. For me, I would love to see kind of this infrastructure being built. And
it's good to hear, because that's kind of why, that's what I was hoping to hear, because that's why we did Freestyle Friday. I mean, Chess.com has always looked at it as, how do we create those open doors for more top grandmasters to get to the top, right? We know who the world's elite are, but a lot of our online events have been designed for the number 50 to number 500 versus just the top 50, right? And I think that knowing that maybe, I don't know what the future is, and I'm not even trying to tease anything, but I think that if the success at the top continues to take hold, and we see it is accessible to large audiences with growth, there's no reason why you wouldn't want to see more cycles, more events, all year.
And I think it's absolutely lovely to have events like this, investment like we've had into the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, to see what the game looks like at the absolute top level, whether or not people want to aspire, to such a level, and then to see the access given to many others through, platforms like Chess.com to start finding a way into freestyle chess. In general, I can just take a moment maybe to thank you, because Chess.com and Twitch in general were major players in my reintroduction to the world of chess. And I'm kind of curious for you, Danny, what it's been like over the last, 5 years. Let's go from pandemic time onward, where we really saw that big boon to have been able to play such a major role in a reintroduction of chess in some ways to the masses, and playing a part in that level of access where we're giving people an opportunity and pathways into things like this.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear you say it, because when you were first on the show here, I admit I was home as a fan going, is that Dash? Like, what is he doing there? I was like everyone else on Reddit. Like,
a shared confusion from a lot of people.
Why? No, I'm kidding. But thank you for saying that. And it's been a wild ride, I think, for everybody. I mean, we've seen our game explode over the last several years through a number of different, if you want to call it black swan events, things that we didn't necessarily see coming. But for the chess community, it's super exciting. And I like to think we're only at just the beginning. And I'm not just saying that from a hype perspective in the hopes that we grow. I think there's a lot of signs, a lot of information, a lot of data, to speak in the business metrics quickly, that we see that really suggest that the best is yet to come. So.
Well, in all honesty, I think there's probably no better way to end our time with you than on such a high note and aspirations for the entire chess world. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here. Thank you for making a pit stop here in Germany to enjoy the event, and I'm sure we'll catch you later for some good food and some good stories.
I'm going to go outside and enjoy the lovely venue here. Thank you. Do I just walk off?
Yes. Now we're the community stream. We're super casual here, my friends. So
there you go.
Thank you again.
I'll go welcome Levy back.
Fabulous.
Never happened.
We'll check in with you later, my friend. Cheers. How lovely. How lovely. As we dive right back into the player hall, taking a look still at that Javokhir Sindarov versus Hikaru Nakamura game. We do have A3 on the board, just slightly mounting a defense against some of that pressure that the queen was looking to apply by sliding over to the left-hand side of the board. But a fair amount of time spent as well. And I think this is where I'll go into Danny's idea that, for Javokhir in time trouble, it's going to be when Hikaru's taking those moments to think that he's really going to have to kind of claw back some of that time by putting Hikaru's clock to use, not just his own.
Yeah, really instructive kind of moment there called out by Danny.
Yeah.
Exactly that concept that actually your opponent's time is your time.
It's still your time.
It's still your time. I see so many younger players, juniors these days, who are just starting out in new tournaments, and while it's their opponent's move, they're walking around, chatting with friends, kind of doing anything but stare at their own position. And of course, having that extra 1-2%, even if you don't quite predict the future, you just understand the essence of the position more the more you sit at the board.
I think it can be easy sometimes to get kind of caught up in playing chess as a reactive game, in that sense, where, okay, I'm going to wait to see what my opponent does before I start exploring my next options, right? As opposed to spending, as you mentioned, the time on their clock, thinking about what their options are and how I will respond. So still, looking and searching for what my reaction will be, but doing it before I'm, the moment in which I have to make that decision.
Yeah, and especially when the clocks tick down. Like later, it's very likely some of these games, both players will have 5 minutes left. It's going to favour the player who's been sitting there for the last 2-3 hours deep in the position, rather than the player who's been walking around, who isn't fully focused yet.
And Sindarov knows just what a beast Hikaru is, right? The more he goes down on the clock, Hikaru will use that as the 17th piece. He will fight that time advantage as well. So more than ever right now, he really needs to use those extra minutes that he gets when Hikaru is in the think tank. But for right now, he has made his decision. He fights against the idea of that bishop coming out to that b4 square with that tiny pawn move forward on that left side of the board. We'll see if this one develops the way we were predicting it to, with the trades, the future trades of the bishop and the knight. But I also want to pull your attention to the world #1, who needs only a draw against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You know, we saw those big decisions in the opening by Nodirbek, where he pushed that pawn in a committal move. And I have to say, it's not looking very good for him. Those decisions might just be backfiring as Magnus Carlsen. It's advantage Carlsen out of the opening.
All right, so over we go to that board. Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Just to check in with it, it's going to be Javokhir sitting here using a bit more of his time, trying to figure out how to respond to Hikaru Nakamura.
And here we see that board. Magnus Carlsen, where is he? Is it a small break from the board? Is it a confessional moment? Is he off talking about his sins? I don't think he's committed many sins. That's the issue for Nodirbek in this game, as you mentioned, Tanya. It looks like Magnus has done everything right. He's put a knight on the edge of the board, lurking, maybe just putting some pressure on the side where the white king sits, the black queen nicely centralized, and he's pretty much combined all the ideas that the others with the black pieces have used. Like Alireza Firouzja put a knight on the edge of the board. Magnus has done that. He's put his knight pressuring some pawns. Sindarov and Levon Aronian put the black queen in the center. Magnus has done that as well. And Gukesh pushed a pawn. Magnus has done that too. So he's literally gathering the thoughts of other players and using them all together.
The economy, the marketplace of ideas, if you will.
And here's the other thing about Magnus, right? Whenever he starts feeling comfortable about his position, like he's out of the opening and he's perhaps the one who's pushing for the edge, we often see him here walking around, having a look. He's a lot more relaxed. You know, he's checking out the other boards, far away from the action that's happening, because he feels he's sort of neutralized White's first move advantage. And the position does tell that story. He strikes in the center, and I want to highlight that c4 square on the board. This pawn move that Nodirbek made early on, you know, that c pawn right there, it sort of opened White's left side to so many targets, giving this long diagonal where we see the black queen and the knight combining for threats against the b2 pawn. That bishop, which hasn't made a single move next to the rook on the right side of the board, also hitting that pawn that moved forward. It's also blocking the way of its own bishop on that starting square. It's supposed to be the fastest piece on the chessboard. A bit of F1 reference there.
Ooh.
Never mind, moving on from that really swiftly. But that bishop hasn't made a single step forward right now, and that pawn does come in the way. Magnus Carlsen, he's enjoying life right now.
You're talking speed. You're talking my language. My name is Dash, after all. But yeah, it is really intriguing because Nodirbek's still, again, the only player with White is showing the willingness to mobilize that c-pawn, right? Everybody else still keeping it tight on that second rank in defense of their king. And so we mentioned it. It was a very committal move early. And we'll see if in the end it works in his favor or against.
Yeah, ultimately every move has consequences, right? And if you take on the responsibility of pushing pawns forward, you need to control the squares that they leave behind. Pawns don't move backwards. With great space comes great responsibility, as Spider-Man once said.
That is. But that is the quote.
And Tanya, your idea still on the cards from earlier. You joked about a smothered checkmate. The white king has no escape squares. It's literally smothered by all its pieces. The black knight coming in, maybe. I see lots of attacking ideas, a lot of attacking potential for Magnus, and minimal for Nodirbek right now, who just needs to go into damage limitation mode, control mode.
The one big pro about that c-pawn moving 2 steps forward was trying to get that knight to land on that d5 square. Nodirbek really hasn't made much progress in time to get that plan going. Meanwhile, Magnus, he's activated his knights. The queen is at the center of the board. He's putting pressure, tension on that e4 pawn as well, asking questions, head in hands right now for Nodirbek, trying to solve all those problems on the board, because Magnus is just not giving Nodirbek enough time to get those piece positions that Nodirbek is aiming for. Right now, there's a big question. How are you reacting to that center problem that you've got? If you take that pawn on f5, the queen simply grabs it. You're looking at ideas of further bringing the knight into the game that you were talking about on that b4 square. The queen can re-centralize itself once again, falling on that diagonal as well. Meanwhile, how is Nodirbek creating pieces? Still on the second rank is the max that he's gotten into.
Oof.
Yeah. So do we dislike the take here for White, and we look to
Not
just defend it instead?
Yeah, if we go back, defending it instead, the question is how.
Bishop feels like the only way.
Yeah, Bishop feels like the only way, but after a capture in the center, White has a dilemma. Either White takes with the bishop, and now Tanya's point of the c4 pawn being loose, vulnerable, comes into play. You could potentially grab this pawn. Still some consequences to work out if White tries to fork these two pieces. Still some mess ahead there, but yeah, either way, taken with the pawn, not appetizing either Tanya. Isolated pawn in the center, that means the black queen is on an eternal outpost, can never really be booted away.
If you look for that fork, but I know we already came back from it. Black square bishop slides down with a check under the king.
Yeah, that square is covered at the moment.
Oh, by the knight.
White
Yeah,
knight,
see?
obviously.
Yeah, there's the blunder. I would have given the whole game away for Magnus.
But, I mean, that's the first move that came to my mind as well.
Yes,
so.
exactly.
And probably for the viewers, too, at home, looking for these checks. But it is weird, right, in Fischer Random freestyle chess. Pieces cover squares they don't normally. So, it would be weird to see a knight ever covering this square. But right now, very, very close to black delivering a checkmate.
Okay, so if we don't like the bishop defense, we have to reason our way to another defense if we're trying against all odds to not opt into taking the pawn. In which case, then I'm looking at our knight that's sitting on the first rank on the D1 square, maybe jumping, over here or over to C3 perhaps in defense.
Yeah, C3
invites the trade from the knight on A4.
Let's put that on the board. And I guess the one downside, for example, if the queens come off, I'm not sure whether you take with the queen, with the pawn, but either way, long term, you will be left with a very kind of loose queenside pawn structure. The skeleton of your position, not great here, just isolated targets. So you survived the initial storm, but long term, I think Magnus, he's the king of taking advantage here.
So such is the conundrum, that Nodirbek faces here, right? Because even as we're having the benefit of putting the moves on the board to play out the lines, right? Players got to do this all in their heads. And even still, nothing seems obvious here.
One thing does seem obvious here, though, is that Magnus is enjoying his position. And even if I've seen him so many times in this format, he takes his time in those first few moves. And he's always sort of working his way out. He spends those extra minutes. Look at the clock situation. Despite, what appears to be a very pleasant position, and we do have a decision on the board by Nodirbek. And I think this, more than being aggressive, just shows in many ways how desperate the position is that he needs to create a counter threat. He has to find ways to create a mess on the board. He's giving up a pawn right now. That one step forward leaves that central pawn hanging for Magnus's queen to pick up. So Nodirbek trying to create those counter chances. But I just want to talk a little bit about Magnus's approach to freestyle chess. He's the GOAT, right? Magnus, he's, arguably, it's usually the conversation between Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen. For him, it's about working out that first few moves, trying to get it into as much of a standard, normal position as he can, find the right setup on the board, and then he's Magnus Carlsen unleashed. So if you can grab that opportunity and make the most of it, pose problems in the first few moves is when you've got your best shot against the world #1 player. This position, again, what happened yesterday as well, after move 3, he never gave Nodirbek a chance. Here as well, it's just Magnus sort of finding the best position for his pieces. And David, something catches your attention here. Is it the central E pawn that's about to fall off?
Yeah, I said that earlier, a pawn is a pawn, and if Magnus can safely take this pawn and live to tell the tale, then he's simply going through to the semi-finals. So Nodirbek really needs a plan. I think the idea is just to kick back the black pieces, gain a bit of time. Time, just like in life, often very valuable, but I'm just not sure it's quite worth the sacrifice. Let's just investigate the future. Queen takes pawn is the logical solution. The queen is attacked anyway, might as well grab, get greedy. I think White's intention is to kick back the black queen. The question is where it goes. Let's say it goes the whole way home, not to block its bishops. And now the idea would be to kick this black knight back. But the problem is, yes, you've forced black's pieces to retreat, but your own pieces are still somewhat stuck. So I don't really feel it's enough. Maybe this pawn hanging is the idea. Yeah, I just realized in this position a few moves ago, maybe black could even use this square to protect the pawn. And I'm not sure what you're suffering for. I'm not sure why you're a pawn down.
It's very hard to tell because once again, yes, you want to create your chances here, but you've just given up a very key central pawn. It's not really a flank pawn and you're looking for activity in the center. Unless Nodirbek can get those rooks into the game, get those rooks to that central lines, but it's a far way off because you've got a bishop and the knight on the way. To me, once again, David, it just feels like Magnus took his time, found the best spot for his pieces, and then you can see the pressure mounting on white to take these desperate decisions like sacrificing a key pawn in the position.
I mean, yesterday, Magnus playing with machine-like accuracy. It was 99% across the course of his game, and at the moment, I think he's sporting just under, or just at 98% accuracy through 10 moves so far.
How relieved was Magnus when Sindarov announced Hikaru as his opponent? He was the one who was most shocked on camera, by the way, when that happened.
I'm so glad we got that on camera because just it almost, you saw him like fly back, you know, in a moment. It's like a gust of wind took him and he started checking in with other people. It's like, is this real? Is this really happening?
I was standing behind him. I'm glad he didn't fly back. But yeah, I mean, Magnus's face, Hikaru was still sitting just eating his dessert. And Hikaru looked, I mean, he was like, what? I mean, for Hikaru too, not only getting Sindarov, but I mean, dodging the world #1?
Yes, in quarterfinals. Too early in the stage when you want to face Magnus, right?
Exactly. You want to face him when you've already banked a lot of prize money, when nothing too much is on the line. But.
Yeah. When defeat won't feel as disastrous if it does come in that case. But if this is the live position, we do have that queen picking up the pawn and that bishop move that we talked about. So now it's a question of where does the queen retreat to? Is it going to be to that square in defense of the pawn or all the way back home?
And also, I can't stop thinking about it because I'm just thinking for Nodirbek, right? He's thinking about his teammate, Javokhir, who picked Hikaru, and because of that, he has to face the world #1 now, you know, in a must-win game, and this one is really not going his way at all. And perhaps Nodirbek wasn't prepared for this matchup either.
That's a good point, Tanya. I didn't even think of that. Nodirbek must have been like, dude, you're my friend. Why are you making me play the
me under the bus.
It's tough, right? Like, do we want to, as friends, step into the arena together, knowing that it means one of us is guaranteed not to go through, or do we want to, you know, split the sides of the bracket and maybe, you know, run for a finals meeting, but knowing that we're going to go through absolute titans to get there? It's a difficult choice. For sure, but I respect so much, you know, the throwdown of the gauntlet by Sindarov. I love that.
Super gutsy, right? But like you guys are talking about it, I mean, for the Uzbek prodigies, the Uzbek superstars in the quarterfinal stage, one faces the world #1, the other fighting against the world #2. Hey, what if? And this is a choice that you have made.
You brought this on yourselves.
Uzbekistan versus the world.
For real, for real.
But in the meantime, here it is Magnus thinking. He's got 37 minutes, so should be enough. He's a pawn ahead.
You know which game we haven't taken too much of a look at is the Alireza Firouzja Vincent Keymer game, and that was one of the ones that Danny had mentioned for him. High expectations for Firouzja coming out of what was an incredible round robin, grabbing that top seed and getting his choice of opponents, but falling down, you know, maybe a bit uncharacteristically rather, yesterday against Vincent Keymer, and now needing to get a win on the board. But would you look at that? The computer slightly favoring Alireza's position with the black pieces. Keymer's move to make, though.
Yeah, I've got to say, first glance, I love what Alireza has done. We talked about it earlier, must-win situations with the black pieces. You're unlikely to win in 10 moves, even if it's freestyle chess, even if the top players occasionally blunder. The #1 goal is to stabilize, equalize the position, and then it's to create these small imbalances. And if we look here, it's the pawn structure. That's the biggest imbalance. Also, the piece configuration. White has 2 bishops. Black has the 2 knights. And here, Tanya, it looks to me like the 2 knights working really well. And the white pawn structure, by far the more inferior of the 2, especially this isolated pawn in the center, perfectly blockaded by a beast.
Absolutely. It's that pawn and also that pawn formation on the left side, right, which is given a hook for Alireza to strike with the B pawn moving forward at the right time as well. I want to point out that Alireza has the option to get the king to the right side of the board, find safety at the other end, and then it starts feeling like a race to each other's king, right, with opposite side castling on the board appearing. And then you focus your attention on that left side, and you realize that Alireza has already made so much progress to get that attack going, while for Vincent, it's not so clear where he will find breakthrough once Alireza's king does arrive on that G line.
Yeah, this is a case of where having commitment issues, so not committing your king, delaying castling actually can benefit you. Not great in life, of course. You need to be decisive, but saving this move for a bit later, like clearing the path, he needs to get 4 pieces out the way. But let's just put it on the board. If white does nothing now, like if white just pushes a pawn, the black king swoops the whole way across.
Wow.
And look how safe it is. And as Tanya says, there's no attack being initiated on that side of the board because Vincent was looking at where the black king previously stood. And suddenly it's a free hand against the white king.
Now, returning to the idea of the position overall in this kind of undefended loose pawn in the center of the board, I think it's a pretty well accepted and understood idea that that should be the target of the player in the black position. But I think less often talked about is what should be the defensive player's strategy when you have a weakness like this. You know, how do I ultimately deal with this? Am I looking to overload defensive elements towards this pawn? Or is it more about looking for the best way to get rid of it, to lose it, essentially?
Yeah, I think that latter point especially. Often the most powerful way to deal with a pawn like this is to throw it off the board at the moment your opponent kind of least expects it. So this is why Vincent's situation is maybe quite dramatic already. Normally a weak pawn isn't immediately isolated, isn't even blockaded, by a black knight like this. But you need to try to open lines to compensate. If you have weak pawns, you need active pieces. And here the pawn does control some squares. The problem is you don't have knights that can occupy the squares it controls. You would love a white knight to suddenly kind of teleport maybe over to this flank. This would be one idea I'm looking at in Vincent's shoes. Then you're saying, OK, at least I'm supported by a pawn. I'm attacking a queen. The black king might sit over there, a bit of a target. But yeah, you just need active pieces, essentially.
And for Alireza, he's got all the activity, right? That bishop, which is right now offered for trade, there are also long-term ideas of actually transferring it to attack that central key pawn that you were talking about. Rerouting it says, fall back, get to that g6 square, and then suddenly you're looking at these weaknesses. You know, you're also vacating a square for your own knight to jump on, closer to the white king, as the c4 square will get vacated. I really think that this, for all the players who are looking for that comeback win today, Alireza is the one who's got the best chance right now.
Yeah, in order to find a way to get this pawn off the board, but in a way that is on my own terms as a white player, yeah, I guess I would be looking bishop trade, hoping for the knight to take. But we also have the option, rather, to just take with pawn and open the file for the rook as well, and still effectively blockading that pawn in the middle, right?
Yeah, I mean, this knight on e5, it's not just any mere knight, it's simply the MVP, the most valuable piece right now. And I just don't really see how Vincent generates any play while this knight has its eyes on both flanks. It just controls everything. The white queen is somewhat stuck. She doesn't really have any threats she can make. And I personally don't even see any way that Vincent can kind of limit the damage.
All right, so it puts it within reason that Vincent is taking a fair amount of time on his clock right now, understanding that this is a critical position on the board, and that he's going to have to find a very crafty response.
A completely different narrative from what we saw in that first round matchup, right? Where Alireza, he went for this very creative idea at the opening and then struggled to find that piece harmony, struggled to coordinate enough time to get the pieces into the game and coordinate each one of them. But this is a whole different story. Everything plays into Vincent's camp right now. Everything is beautifully placed to get that activity going. You know, once that king gets to safety, even that final rook on the corner of the board will join, sort of get all the toys to the nursery, and it feels like it will be Alireza who will be having all the fun in this one.
Okay, so I have a new idea. Tell me what you make of this one. Instead of looking for that bishop trade and inviting the knight off of that square, which he's going to be so reluctant to leave, what if we use our dark squared bishop, slide it right up to d4, and basically threaten a trade of our own, pulling a pawn towards the middle or the queen up?
Yeah, I like that one. I think that might be the move I would choose as well, the most natural move in the position. Maybe what's kind of making Vincent pause is the fact that after a trade of light squared bishops, this black knight can jump into this newly vacated square that Tanya was pointing out, and the b2 pawn that we're highlighting here is suddenly indefensible. The two knights just double teaming it, overwhelming that pawn, and the black queen, watch out. If this pawn disappears, she's about to swoop with a devastating effect.
And perhaps this is the line that Vincent's gone down on, right? Trying to get into his mind right now, David, because after you place that bishop there, if you allow the black knight to jump as it is on the analysis board, it would be a very difficult position to take care of. But he's looking at in-between moves. This is grandmaster level chess, right? You don't immediately make the most automatic trade right now. And I wonder if he's calculating the tactics or the sequence of moves that appears if he captures that knight at the center of the board, denying the possibility to jump across and attack the white king.
Yeah, and this is where the top players, we talk about calculation, right? But essentially calculation is playing the moves you want to play. So if we go back to the game position, bishop to d4 into the center, eliminating this knight is what you want to do. Then you look at the consequence of your move, bishop takes bishop, threatening to drop the knight into a really nasty square. Then you look at the move you want to play again, and you pretty much realize that it is possible, but it's a 4-5 move path, as we see Alireza Firouzja just chilling.
Enjoying life. The board, it does give him that luxury.
Did we just find, though, the line that gives him the best opportunity for life?
I think so.
Finally?
Yeah.
I think we found Vincent Keymer's best solution, but Alireza, I don't think he's too worried at all. He looks...
Look at that.
And look at his accuracy as well. It's over 97%. And that is so incredibly hard to achieve in freestyle chess, right? Because you're working your own way. You're sort of finding your own path from the very start. And Alireza, you look at him on the screen, I think you get the feeling that he's feeling confident about his chances to make a comeback. But I will tell you, it's not the same story for the world champion right now. He's struggling.
Oh, is he now? Well, with that in mind, then there's no better place for us to check back into than that Fabiano versus Gukesh game, because as we had seen earlier, it was Fabiano who had found himself an advantage, a material advantage, a positional advantage, and things don't look to have gotten much better here in these moments for Gukesh. As we hop over, he is going to look for a bit of a push here with this c-pawn, but the computer loving the position for Fabiano.
And Fabiano in top form. He's had a rough up and down few months, but it looks like he has brought his best here to Weissenhaus, showing great form in the round robin stage and taking yesterday's win against Gukesh, who hasn't been quite at his best after a busy, stressful few months where he did win the world title. But that was, of course, in traditional chess. This is a totally different ball game. And yeah, just pawn count tells the whole tale here, Tanya. 4 versus 2 on the king side. And it feels like black's pawn majority, barring any miracle saves, any attacks against the white king, it should not be enough.
It feels strange to push my king to an open fire. Oh, maybe as I say that, it feels maybe like the most obvious move here is just king to b2, allowing the rook a pathway to slide all the way. Ooh.
That was a long king move. Did you see it? He reached out and castled it all across the board.
Wow.
Must be very satisfying to do that.
I was, again, thinking, how do we unlock the rook to slide all the way across that first rank and maybe trade along, the A file? I thought the king had to get out of the way.
We've got a result? Handshakes?
What?
What just happened? I think Fabi offered... Wait, what happened? Because you're not allowed to offer a draw until move 40.
I think Gukesh might have just resigned. That feels premature. He is worse, borderline losing, but there's still plenty of pieces left, plenty of play left.
You're right.
Just being down a pawn, the fact that maybe he'd forgotten that Fabiano could castle here.
Yeah.
He just gave up. Oh, no, it was a draw.
A draw?
At the end.
Well, I can see the kings placed in the middle of the board, and they are opposite each other. I think this ended in a draw.
How on earth?
Whoa.
Wow. I mean,
forgive us, those at home, because we're probably as confused as you are in this moment. The
reason for that confusion is because there's a rule here in freestyle chess. You're not allowed to offer a draw to your opponent until move 40 is completed, unless it's a draw by repetition. And there was none. And the game just abruptly ends in 1. And what move number are we on, David?
We're only on move 18, so a draw doesn't feel likely. It might have been a misalignment of the kings. Actually, there we do see the black king on the light square in the center. So the kings aren't directly opposite each other. It was a white win. It was Gukesh resigning.
Whoa.
Okay. Whew. All right, crisis averted. That makes a lot more sense with what we understood to be the state of the game.
The crisis for Gukesh, right? Because never really got it going in this one. And Fabi, I mean, what a performance by him. He wins that pawn, gets his king to safety, has everything under control. And also, you know, you see him at night. He's really enjoying. He's having a great time here. Loves to get that Avalon game in. He usually goes around during dinner recruiting players for that game night. And then comes on in beast form and takes down the world champion.
Yes, our
moves on to the semifinals.
Fastest game of the day, and Fabiano already books his ticket to the semifinals. Let's relive some of the moments between these two heavyweights in the chess world. Fabiano playing a brilliant game. Gukesh, maybe just one mistake was the only opening that Fabiano needed to, clamp down and bring a finish to it.
Yeah, just incredible from Fabiano Caruana. Feel good, play good, as they say, and he looks in top form, but very surprising finish. Only 18 moves there. The world champion, just not quite at his best, Tanya. I think you were right, that fatigue has really played a role here.
Shortest game of freestyle chess so far. A win in 18 moves to book a spot to be the first semi-finalist. And against none other than the 18th at 18.
Yeah. Talk about confidence building for Fabiano, and again I'll reference what we heard from him just a couple days ago in one of those interviews, that he does feel that in his top form he can stack up against absolutely anybody, and perhaps this will be one to kind of continue to act as a boon for him in feeling that he's playing in his top form.
And I think that's so critical for this format, right? I was at dinner yesterday with Vladimir Fedoseev, and we were talking about the tournament and how he, how he feels. And he says he loves freestyle chess, but it's only possible to love it when you're really on your A game, because that's the requirement of this game, right? Where you really need to start thinking from the very start. There's nothing to rely on but pure chess skill. And if things aren't going your way, if you're not feeling, in your best shape, it's extremely difficult for even the best in the world.
I think that confidence really matters, right? Because there's so much uncertainty about the game. So a player who can act with confidence, with a little bit of assurance that they are making the right moves, that they do have the right calculations or the right kind of overall view of the board and the position, those are the players moving with confidence, even can start to get into the heads of their opponents as well if they are lacking that understanding or confidence.
Exactly. I mean, Gukesh this morning might have woken up thinking, how am I going to take down Fabi? He's in such good form. How am I going to do it with the black pieces, especially where I just have to counter, wait for my opportunity to strike? And we're already seeing these trends. We're already seeing, we're learning so much about these players that we will see, of course, throughout the year in this tour on all the Grand Slams. And for Gukesh, he's got a lot to make up for in future events.
A lot to unpack, and that's the thing about freestyle chess, right? The more experience you get, the better you get at it. You start understanding these different patterns. Like you said, David, earlier on, you spent most of the pandemic just playing chess 960, just getting into that Fischer random mode. And for Gukesh, it's really a format that is quite fresh for him. He's been primarily so focused on classical chess, but all these guys, they love it. They enjoy it so much, and I think it's been a huge learning experience for the world champion.
And you know what? If we're going to take from the little bit of history that we have here in freestyle chess, perhaps this shouldn't be such a surprise that Fabiano is playing the way that he is due to his finish in last year's tournament in that second position overall. And so if he puts up a performance anything alike, then we would expect him to have a semifinals berth like he has now, and perhaps even challenge for that final table.
Well, he's done that before, right? Right here in Weissenhaus last year, the finals was Magnus versus Fabi, and what an epic final it was as well. So it's a position he knows. He's been there, done that.
He's been there, done that, and done it very impressively today, Fabiano Caruana. And we do have a little surprise for everyone at home.
Yes, a position he's familiar with, the semi-finals at Freestyle Chess. Another position he's familiar with is this seat on the couch. We've now had the pleasure of talking to you a number of times, but largely because it speaks to the quality of chess that you're playing at this tournament and overall the number of wins that you've come through with. Talk to us about taking down Gukesh, the world champion. This was your choice of opponent. You paid him that respect of using the title when you selected him, and now you've managed to take him down in 2-0 fashion in that best of two.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to yesterday. I mean, the game today, it was typical for someone who's trying to create chances to win, but doing it a bit too early on, and it was too violent an approach, like f5. It's probably not going to work out. It would be very unusual that you can sack a pawn so directly, and I'm actually surprised I see like the bar is not too much in white's favor. That's kind of shocking. But like normally you can't sack a pawn right in the opening. Of course you get some open lines. Yeah, you attack a2. Maybe the point is that after knight f5, the engine just wants to take on a2 and go back and trade the pawns. And I wouldn't call it a favorable trade for black, but at least it's not a pawn down. Yeah.
You mentioned the importance of yesterday's game in playing into this. I kind of want to use that same idea in attacking your evaluation of the starting position, because just as yesterday's position had knight, rook, king on those first three, A1, B1, C1 squares, we had those again today. We also got to peek in on your interview with David, where he mentioned you kind of randomly generated yourself into a position that was played as well in this tournament. But just seeing even a couple of these pieces in similar positions, how much are you able to take away from yesterday's game in evaluating this position, or is it just no? Even with a couple of differences, it's too much to consider?
Yeah, it's still very different, but I think it was not a very favorable position to play for a win with black. Although I think Alireza is getting very good chances, so I don't know if that's the right conclusion to draw. But the point is that white is kind of forcing matters black's hand again. It's like you saw all the games were going more or less in the same direction early on. Like the black's knights go b6, c6, white's knights go b3, c3, and you see a kind of some pawn trades in the center, which turns it potentially a bit dry. That's why I felt like it wasn't really a great position. Alireza seemed a little bit upset at the start of the game. Like he didn't seem too happy with, how the starting position was going. Although it looks like he's getting a very interesting position now. But yeah, I was pretty happy. I think if I hadn't won yesterday, I wouldn't be as happy because I would be searching for an advantage, which is maybe not so easy. But when you don't mind, a somewhat sterile position, which can often happen, then everything looks great. So I was really, really calm before the game because I didn't see this as a particularly challenging position from the white side in my tournament situation.
Yeah, you made it look pretty cool and calm on the board, and you got that extra pawn, and then it looked like you were cruising your way to victory, but we were pretty surprised that Gukesh chose that moment to resign. It felt a bit abrupt to us. Were you surprised?
I mean, I didn't expect it exactly at that moment, but I also didn't understand what he could possibly do. It's not that he has to actually win this game, and I'm just going to play f4 and crush him, and I'm up a pawn. I mean, even the structure and piece balance, imbalance, or whatever you want to call it, is unfavorable for him because I also have better pieces and a better structure, and it's just a complete disaster. I mean, I would consider resigning with black, although maybe I wouldn't do it quite so early.
But probably the whole match, right, as a whole, the best of two, it looked like a very smooth victory on your end. Again, did it feel as smooth as it looked?
No, because it really comes down to yesterday. I mean, today is just basically a symptom of the match situation. Of course, it all looks very smooth when you win the first game with black, and then your opponent desperately has to win from this position with the black pieces, which is, I mean, I would say, like, between any two players in this tournament, maybe you have like a 5% chance at most of doing this. It's really hard to pull off. Even to create chances, even that alone is impressive. So like what Alireza is doing, creating like significant imbalances, I think is very impressive because I wouldn't at all be confident that I would even create some problems for my opponent in that sort of situation. But again, things could be very different.
We're all giggling because Jan-Henrik Buettner waving to us through the windows. One of the beauties of the studio that we're set up in. Glass facades here. We get to see all the action players coming in and out. Again, the who's who of the chess world here at Weissenhaus. And for you, Fabi, a bit of an early day. I'm curious how you think today might break down in terms of our chances for tiebreakers and the intensity of how you have to go from rapid in a round-robin style to classical, but then in a tied situation, we start going back in the other direction. Obviously, you have the benefit of not having to dive into that situation, but a few of our players might be facing, a quick retooling from 90-30 right back down to 10-10 style chess.
Yeah, I actually enjoy the tiebreaks so much that I want everyone to lose.
Fabulous.
Except maybe Levon, because he's a friend. But I even had this thought before the game, that I like the tiebreaks so much that maybe I also want to lose. But of course, that's a bit psychotic. So I don't really want that. But I want to play a tiebreak anyway, because they're a lot. Like, I have very good memories of this match against Levon last year, where, I mean, we were exchanging wins and blunders in every game, and it went down to an Armageddon. And maybe it was only a good memory because I won the Armageddon in the end. I had the opposite situation against him in the same year, where I lost the Armageddon, and that was not quite as much fun. But I suspect we will see, like, I think Alireza has really good chances. I mean, the position is so imbalanced, and White's king is in so much potential danger that I would be very unhappy to. The thing is, like, White has already castled long, so the king is just stuck there as well. You can't try to get it to the king side anymore. The e pawn is weak. It's not like it's losing or anything, but it's really unpleasant, and also it's the never-ending time trouble. I'm also really curious about Magnus's game, because I had this suspicion that although he's probably doing well, it's totally out of control anyway.
Yeah, perhaps we could pull that up, because we do have our analysis board up. Currently looking at that Alireza game. Here we go. We flip over to Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek, where similarly the double question mark given to the most recent move by Nodirbek speaks well for Magnus's chances to wrap it up in 2-0 fashion like you did yourself.
Is it just a blunder because of g6? Is that the point? That g6 and then the bishop has nowhere to go, and then, like, you don't want to allow bishop h3? I mean, there's no knight e4, so I don't know. But black can, it's a chaotic position. Black can, like, castle long at some moment also. Bishop, I mean, to give 2 question marks to bishop f2 is obviously not fair because it's not blundering anything. But it might be a serious mistake for some reason that we can't quite.
Can you take the c4 pawn?
That could be a reason. You can take on d7 after that, take knight c4. I mean, I don't feel like, but then there's bishop b4. Bishop.
Wow.
Like, bishop d7 ends up with equal material balance, but there's bishop b4. I wouldn't really be very envious of trying to win this position where black can also castle either side. Bishop b4 is a mistake, of course. I don't know why exactly. Oh, there's a knight on c2. What am I even talking about? I can't quite get the grasp of the pieces.
There's something beautiful about this, though. I mean, I wonder for yourself, somebody who has developed such a mastery over the game of chess, to kind of, don't want to use too strong of language, but to come to terms with the fact that this game that you've studied so much and know so well, with something as simple as changing the positions of the pieces seems to, like, it's like a reduction in knowledge. All of a sudden it feels like, maybe a lot of that understanding has disappeared.
I came to terms with the fact that I'm an idiot a long time ago. It's not a recent not a recent thing I figured out.
Well, I think that's tremendous humility from one of the great chess players in the world.
You just mentioned something interesting, right? Can't get the grasp of the pieces on the board. Is that what the top players really enjoy about this format? Just these new patterns that just appear out of nowhere and pieces placed where you least expect them to be?
Yeah, and just like it's unpredictable from the start. Like, there's a lot of predictability in the normal starting position. You can kind of expect a few openings, you know what your opponent's going to do, and the general state of theory is pretty much laid out for us. We kind of have a general understanding of most of the openings, their evaluations, the current trends. Here it's just, we're just on our own from the start. It is more fun. Again, I'm like a bit annoyed that we have this this f4 and then a7 is hanging, and the first moves are forcing again. So it's not the most rich position in a sense. But what can you do?
It's funny you say that, because Fabi, in standard chess, you're considered to be the guy who's got the best preparation on the planet. Popularly, that's how people think. And yet you seem to enjoy this format so much, where that big aspect of your game completely gets taken away.
But I really don't. I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't see like yeah, sure. I have pretty good preparation. I've worked on chess for a very long time and in a serious way. And I wouldn't say that I have a bad grasp on opening theory or anything like that. But everyone has that same level of preparation. I mean, maybe not everyone, but so many people have a very, very high level of preparation. It's not an unusual thing, and it's not like an advantage, I think. I don't see any one player having like a clear advantage in the opening over others at this point. Maybe if you go back several years, you might see, yeah, you might see a bit more of a disparity. But at this point, I think everyone, pretty much, especially at the top level, has really excellent preparation, and you're not going to be proving superiority in opening preparation. That's a thing of the past.
Well, booked your ticket to the semifinals, my friend. You've got the rest of the day to enjoy these games. Pray for tiebreakers, I guess, just like we are, hoping for some exciting end-of-the-day action. But with that, I guess I wonder how you view maybe your personal expectation, considering the strong showing that you had last year. Second-place finish, obviously. Always eyeing the top prize. But do you feel, as compared to the form you were in last year, are you at the same level, above, below? Where do you make that comparison for yourself?
I mean, it was relatively, like it was a similar situation last time where the rapid, it was a bit up and down, but it was relatively smooth. I was never in huge risk of, well, that time there was no elimination as well, but I was never in like huge risk in the rapid. And then the first match, it was against Gukesh both times, was, okay, not a simple affair, but after the first game, I managed to win like a very complicated game both times. Then the second game was quite smooth in both cases. So it's been really, really similar for me so far. And it'll also be similar in the sense that I'll play a top player in the semifinal match. And if I can get through that, which is a big if, then I will also play a top player in the last match. So it's so far it's going pretty much the same.
You know, Fabi, one narrative we love discussing in chess is it's a clash of generation whenever we've got that. And Gukesh versus you was one of that. We've seen the top players, especially, well, the older generation, the experienced lot, like yourself, Magnus, really enjoy playing against these younger guys. And it almost feels like you guys want to sort of prove your domination over them. Many times Magnus has said it as well. Is it extra motivation, extra special to get this kind of a win, especially given the form that Gukesh has had over the last year, and he is the current world champion?
Well, that was one of the reasons why I picked him. Was not well, my choice was very limited, of course. It was between two great players, so it wasn't like there was, you know, an easy pick. But I thought that beating Gukesh in particular, who just recently became world champion, who tied for first in Tata Steel, and has had the best year of any player in the world, if we count the last year, would be a very meaningful victory for me. And of course, beating Nodirbek would also be a very meaningful victory. So not to say that that's also a huge accomplishment, but yeah, it does feel kind of special to play Gukesh and to win a match.
Now, a stellar performance here in the quarterfinals. Congratulations once again on your victory. And of course, as always, thank you so much for being gracious with your time in spending it here with us. We'll let you go, rest up, enjoy the rest of the games for today, and hopefully we get some of that tiebreaker action. And as Fabiano leaves us, we can maybe check in with a couple of the games before we find some new guests to talk to. But real quick, David, I don't know if while all of that was happening, we saw anything concrete happen in the remainder of the games as we hit our $5 to take stock of everything across the board.
Yeah, we did see a mistake. Fabiano was trying to get to the bottom of that from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Magnus found, of course he did, he found the best move. He found the punishment for that blunder, I'm going to say, from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It looks like Magnus might just go a clear pawn up. Only needing a draw as well, he becomes a favourite to progress. Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer, there have been a few moves. I would say Vincent just trying to cling on, trying to defend, whereas Hikaru Nakamura against Javokhir Sindarov, still level, still looking equal there.
A great overview of each of the boards. And of course, I don't want to forget about that Fetisseya versus Aronian game as well. I know that while both of these players obviously don't have chances to extend their tournament life into the semifinals, both would equally like to exit the tournament on a high note by locking up that 9th position as opposed to the 10th. And they look to be in perhaps one of the most even positions on the board, at least as dictated by the computer, as much as we know that that can't necessarily be trusted when human instincts come into play as well.
Yeah, I should mention a wild position in that one, but level according to the computer. And here we go. Some of the most creative players in the world, I would say, Tanya.
The Big Fish, as he's known on Chess.com, and what a journey he's had to Weissenhaus, right? Winning that incredible play-ins final, booking that spot. And as Danny earlier mentioned, 2019 World Championship, a great performance in the Fischer Random World Championship. He's an absolute beast. Again, I think there is a lot to be spoken about. The form the players are bringing in, the fatigue factor, also coming out of a very, very difficult and very strong Vaikanze tournament. I think for Big Fish, for Levon, they never really got going in this event so far. Here they are fighting. Levon got the first win of the event yesterday. He needs just a draw. A crazy pawn formation on the B file, and I think, James, that's what caught your attention. We've got triplets there.
Not just the triple stack of pawns, but we've got a queen infiltrating to the opposite side of the board, behind enemy lines, nestled away there on A1. How in the heck did we find our way to this position?
And how is it equal? We should also mention.
Yes.
Down a piece.
Down a piece. Fedoseev has an extra bishop.
What?
So, yes, clearly Black's attack is sufficient.
Roll it back, my friend. Help me understand this one. We're going to have to hit the reset button.
Yeah, I'll actually just take us back a few moves, because when Danny Rensch was with us here in the studio, we actually talked about this position. Just to take us back in time, we talked about here how Black had this dilemma of bishop takes knight. Would it be a 2-bishop versus 2-knight middle game? Of course, Aronian says, I don't even need your knight. Have my bishop, though. And he blows open the center. Explosive move from an explosive player.
Wow.
Double exclamation mark awarded to that move. That shows it's a sacrifice and also the best move by a distance. And after the bishop was duly captured, sometimes you have to suffer for something when you're getting attacked. This did allow the Black Queen in with a check, which was blocked. You don't want to step forward. Just to point out a checkmate. This would have walked into a nice caging of the White King.
So the King's best friend, the Knight, comes back in defense. And here we hit equal position, which, again, wild to think that the computer evaluates this as equal, considering the material advantage that Black currently has. On top of the fact that it is also awarding each of these players 99+% accuracy in their game, which if you were to just drop me into a board of this position and say, what's the percent accuracy both these players have played, I'm not even sure I would be in the 90s.
Yeah.
Maybe not even in the 80s.
It's absolutely insane. You know what? This is the kind of position, David, you remove the names of the players, you remove their photos, and it almost looks like this is a random game being played between two players. Black is down a piece right now. White has completely destroyed the pawn formation. Black going for a queen with just a checkmate. But then you suddenly realize that these are two of the best players on the planet, and they've gotten this position, and then the accuracy. Well, you've got to have that kind of stuff to get this evaluation of equal when it's absolute fire on the board.
What if I told you this was all an elaborate ruse and this is really just one of my chess games and we're just playing it as a replay with these guys sitting at the board? No, as you mentioned, two of the best in the world, and that's how they can still find themselves into what looks like to be such a peculiar position, but with equal fighting chances.
Yeah, and just to point out that the path to holding the equal chances here for Levon Aronian is quite narrow. He did win yesterday. Aronian came out on top in the previous clash between these two, so Fedoseev now in a must-win situation to force tiebreaks. But Levon Aronian, the best move for Black, according to the computer, this is so chaotic I didn't even try, but I peeked at the computer. He should play his pawn forward. This is such a calm move, a whole bishop down, actually eliminating, trading off one of White's Tower of Terror here, that pawn stack. That I'm not going to say is natural necessarily. It's a difficult one. The whole idea is to try and bring this knight into the game. If there's a trade, the Black knight now will come to the edge of the board, try to dive in. But if you ignore this pawn or step forward, then I think we might see the drawing idea. For example, if there is a trade, this is why the position is equal. There will be a knight check, The White King has only one square to go to. There'll be another knight check, and the position should repeat itself.
Wow. Well, a draw isn't enough, though, right, for Fedoseev at the very least. And so while the narrow path for Aronian to achieve victory speaks well or in favor of Fedoseev's chances in this one, being down 1-0 coming into today, we did have Fedoseev dive into the confessional booth a little bit ago. So let's check in with him and see how he evaluated the position at hand and his chances in this game.
I forgot to mention before that if I would play instead of bishop c5 now b5, he would have a decent chance to survive after knight cb4, bishop c5 and queen a5, amazing move. And this construction is giving black option to end game with perpetual check. So bishop c5 is a key move to protect against this idea. And now I mentioned the variation with b6, but I was a little bit unhappy because I found that now he is having another option, which is a5, b takes a5, knight takes a5. I forced to play king c2, queen a2, and this is attacks on b3, and it's not easy to deal with it, but I found knight a3, queen b3, king c1, and I do believe it should work for white, though, but it looks like a most challenging variation now to me, and I believe he will go a5 now, not b6.
I love hearing, as always, from the players and their reasoning, even their willingness to admit, maybe I missed a variation here or there, and here's how I'm planning to recover from it. But identifying tactical plans of their opponents and crafting tactics of their own strategies to defend against it.
I think that was incredible because Fedoseev has worked it out, the path that Levon needs to take to actually keep that balance in the position. The move that you pointed out to David, moving that a-pawn 2 steps forward, is what Fedoseev was talking about, is what he's expecting from Levon. It is the best move and the only move that Lev has with the idea of bringing the knight into the game. What a completely crazy, insane position. And I want to talk a little bit about Levon's creativity, how many times we see this happen, right? They're fighting for the 9th, 10th place, and yet bringing that motivation to create art on the board.
Yeah, you mentioned it does look like a very random position, but then again, if you showed me this position and told me it was being played by one of the 10 players here in Weissenhaus, I would say that Levon Aronian was one of the 2 players because he embraces the chaos. I think he's at a stage in his career, he just wants to enjoy chess. He wants to be able to create that kind of forever remembered work of art and his great masterpiece. And it feels like he's trying in this game. Even though a draw is enough, he still wants to fight and he's embracing it.
Does he find a5 here?
Yes. If Vladimir Fedoseev...
Say it with confidence. Yes, he finds it.
I'm going to say yes. He finds it. It's Levon Aronian.
I believe that he will. I do believe that he will.
Yeah,
he has a very creative mind.
He really does. And the thing is, right, when you're playing a game, you're so into all these ideas, right? We look at it sort of from an observational point of view here and kind of jumping into a position as is, but the players have been working out these sort of labyrinth of different complications for a long period of time. So that has to be in his head. How do I get my knight closer to the white king?
Well, while we wait on bated breath to see if Levon Aronian will find that crucial a5 move, we're happy to be joined by none other than Toby Bosch joining us as one of our VIP guests and spectators at the event. Welcome to the couches, my friend. How are you doing?
My pleasure.
I mean, I just want to come to you straight for your experience so far as a viewer at an experience like this, as there has been this massive investment into freestyle chess as an endeavor in evolving and leveling up the viewing experience, not just for people at home of all different abilities and ratings, but also the on-site experience for yourself so far here at Weissenhaus. How has it been?
Yeah, from my point of view, it's really something special. It's different, and I love the different things. It's not nothing business as usual. So you come here and you feel this energy. You feel this vibe between the players. So from my point of view, I play chess maybe 10 times, not more in my life. So I have a view from the outside, and I even feel they play more together than against them. So it's one team, it's one energy. And yesterday evening they played poker, and it was like a team, like a friendship crowd for 10-20 years. I thought how they handled it and how they played, and it's an honor to be here and to have a look behind the scenes and also in front of the scenes like now. So.
I think that's such a lovely and key point, right? One of the most beautiful things about sport is not just the competition, but the community, right? That can come from it. And I think for those who've been deeply involved in the chess world, they've always been aware of how tight-knit a community the chess world is. Mm-hmm. But now we endeavor to kind of share that a bit more, give a peek behind the curtains as to how these players or how well these players know each other. In fact, earlier we had the commentary from Danny Rensch that it almost feels like at first they are all up against the format itself before they are up against each other as opponents. You yourself from Germany here, I wonder what it means to you to have the inaugural event of what is to be a year-long circuit tour taking place here in Germany before we fire off around the world and take this beautiful event to other places and expose more to the brilliance that is freestyle chess.
Yeah, I think it's also something special. The starting of something new is all the time something special, and I think to continue the road and to remain these special vibes, to be special, to stay special. I think that's the interesting thing now. What comes up in Paris, in Singapore and New York and so on. Yeah, but it's like you meet someone for the first time. So the first get together is important, you know. And so here the first, I think the start kickoff is important for everyone else. What comes on, and so I keep my fingers crossed. Yeah.
You mentioned. I saw your hand raised, so I didn't know if you had a question. I was going to say, you mentioned maybe only playing a few chess games over your time, but even here, are you starting to get swept up in it all and feeling the itch to find a chessboard?
Yeah. Especially the first, when we came 2 days ago, I thought, wow, I have to look for a trainer in Munich to get better and to get more into the game, because I didn't have this insight, because I missed the information, you know, in my ears. So somehow that somebody explained to me what happens there. Now it's getting crucial. Now it's easy. You know? He goes to change his sweater. It's something special. No, it's, you know, this would have been good for me as a not expert at all, as an amateur, so to say. Yeah. So I'm also, what's really interesting from my point of view, I'm also working as a mental coach, as a mental trainer in sports, and it's most of the time in sports or whatever we do, it's body and it's the mind. Sometimes it's more body, sometimes it's more mind, and here it's so mind-driven game, and this is the really special thing. I tried to get out how they act, what's up. Unfortunately, you cannot see and read and hear what's up in their mind. Maybe in some years we can, I don't know. But so that's from my point of view, very interesting thing. This mental strength, this mental resilience and stuff. Yeah,
that's fascinating, especially as sports psychology has become so much more a part of top level competition. I'm curious then for yourself, as we've seen, with the social media buzz around this event, players of all different sports coming out of the woodworks to talk about what chess has meant for them in their lives, whether or not they play it very competitively or casually. For a lot of people, a game taught to them maybe by a parent or something like that. For yourself, is there a dream crossover between chess and another sport, or chess and an athlete that you would love to see in another sport come together in the future in concert with freestyle chess?
So I work in marketing, sponsoring for tennis, for golf, for basketball and ice hockey. And when I think of this head-to-head game, especially the tennis thing, is one-on-one. So I know lots of the players, and I could imagine that could fit also from the type of person, of characters. And I think there could be a really good crossover from the golf on the one side, but also from the tennis on the other side. And I see maybe Sasha Zverev, maybe if even the player they now don't play anymore, like Roger or Rafa. Maybe that's a new thing they could battle, because these are battle guys. They still battle. They cannot just stop if they end a career, so they need to go on. And I think there maybe could be a cool crossover.
Fascinating. I love it. Just planting seeds for what might be collaborations in the future. Toby, thank you so much for joining us. I don't want to take too much of your time. I want to let you get back to enjoying the top level chess that we have taking place just over there in the playing hall. So thank you again, and we look forward to meeting with you again in the future.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Nelson Mandela said, maybe one last thing Nelson Mandela said, I give to everyone I coach: you never lose, either you win or learn. And if this is the main thing for you in life, private, sports, business, you got it.
Couldn't think of a better note to end on, my friend. Thank you again.
All the best.
Cheers. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
And with that in mind, you never lose. You either win or you learn. We had been asking ourselves, would Levon Aronian find that A5 move? And while we were in the midst of getting that word from Toby, the move was found. And now the onus is on Vladimir Fedoseev to respond.
Of course he found it. I should have been more confident.
I told you.
Of course he found it. And in the case of Levon Aronian, you either lose or you enjoy chess.
There you go.
I think, he's learned a lot, of course, in his career, but he wants to entertain us. He wants to entertain the fans. That's why he's so popular universally, which is quite rare among chess players. And he finds this move to get the black knight in. He just needs any check against the white king here, and it will come with devastating effect. So we see Fedoseev here, Tanya, looking to one side. He told us what was going through his mind in the confessional, but maybe not the only way for white to play.
Yeah, and you pointed out that sequence of moves which kind of led to a forced draw, and we're getting a reaction right now as Fedoseev does take a decision. He grabs that pawn, so he's not allowing that repetition that we had earlier looked at with the black knight jumping forward to the square the white pawn has just vacated right now, and we're expecting Levon to recapture with his own knight, now coming in with a threat on the b3 pawn, and this decision by Fedoseev just keeps the game alive. Even though the bar says it's level, it's far from draw. In fact, draw is the least likely outcome in this one. I think it's going to be a decisive fight, but I think we've got decisive action across the board. And perhaps we should head soon to the world number one.
I do want to dive back into those in just a moment, those elimination matches. Before we do so, though, I would be remiss to not deliver a word from Levon Aronian to both us and the viewers at home as he stepped into the confessional booth. Not a man whose words I want to miss. Let's take a look.
Yes, from distance I thought that when I went for this line, I thought I can play a5, b8, knight a5, king c2, queen a2, knight d2, e3, but I blundered bishop c4 here, which is a very strong move, and I'm losing. So my plan is to meet ba with knight a5, king c2, e3. Of course, this is not really what I was intending to do, and maybe it's not good for me, but it was surprising, unpleasant blunder on my part. So I'll try to keep it sharp, and objectively, I don't know what's the real assessment of the position. So because somehow my queen might get trapped in some lines, but it's still a lot of fun. I mean, there are many tricks to look forward to.
And wouldn't you know it, exactly like you said, David, for Levon, even in a losing situation, he's still having fun, and that's the note that he leaves us on in that one.
Yeah, his biggest strength, maybe his biggest weakness in the round-robin stage. We saw it when he kind of came bottom of that table because he was just taking risks in every game, and it did ultimately backfire. But this game, the variation he showed is about to happen on the board. spoiler alert, it's the best move. That pawn to e3 move he mentioned incoming, and he's still got his fair share of chances.
So now I think we need to go where Tanya's mind was headed. We got to check back in with Magnus Carlsen and his game state here up against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So we're going to hop on over there, check it out real quick, because Magnus has continued to wrestle a pretty solid position here on the board.
Doing the math really quickly, Magnus still has got that extra pawn he grabbed early on, and perhaps we can take it from there, David, because queens have been traded, a lot of development, but just optically what we have on the board right now, it's advantage Magnus. He's got the bishop pair, he's got the extra pawn, a threat on the board. That last move by Nodirbek hits that bishop that's been attacked, and as Magnus thinks where to go, should we hit the replay button on this one?
Yeah, let's replay the last few moves, because there have been some developments since we were last here. I'm going to take us back 8 moves as Magnus decides to block the threat on his bishop. When Fabiano was here with us in the studio, we actually saw this move, bishop to f2. The players are playing so fast that the board's updating. But let's bring it back here, where Magnus found the best move. Of course, as usual, he hit this white bishop. There was a retreat. Just to mention, bishop takes bishop would not have been a good move here from Nodirbek, because after the pawn recapturing, black is about to castle. So swinging this black rook across, keeping the black king where it is, and there would have been a nasty hit on the white queen. The black knight then would have been jumping in with some checks. This was unthinkable, so Nodirbek retreated, but this came at the cost of a pawn. A clear pawn. Magnus captures now. And just to fast forward the next few moves, there was a bit of a dance now. Both sides castled their kings. Hits now on the black queen, but after a trade of pieces, this comes with a check, very importantly. Not the best, but Magnus trying to play it safe here, knowing a draw is enough. Magnus offered the trade of queens, and this is how we got to the current position. The last couple of moves, a hit on the black bishop, Magnus blocks, a capture, and I'm surprised to see Magnus thinking. I thought he would just retake this white bishop, but he does have a second option of taking the knight first. The correct move order unclear, small details, but I think we can safely say here he's out of danger. Extra pawn, he just needs a draw, and pieces quickly flying off the board.
And also want to point out, Magnus's rook on that H line, which hasn't moved at all that entire game, just standing there finds itself perfectly placed. You know, it's already hitting one of the targets on the board once that bishop is recaptured. And I think I'm aligned with everything that David just said here, that this is going to be a bit of a Magnus Carlsen show. If anyone's playing for the win here, it's got to be black. And unfortunately for Nodirbek, a draw is not good enough.
Now, I'm cheating in this moment because we do have the engine lines pulled up right now. And I just think it's a really interesting opportunity to kind of showcase how quickly or how easily games can flip on a dime, because I'm noticing the top 2 engine lines continue to sport an advantage for black. But the next engine line flips the script into a massive advantage for white. And so it seems so peculiar that from what seems like a solid position, only 2 moves really are the ones that will maintain that. And most anything else actually can completely, you know, throw things upended.
Yeah, so you can never relax, right? You're playing the best players in the world, and often the best players, they do give you a narrow path to find. But then again, it is the world number 1. He finds the best move. And I think essentially he just needed to restore the material balance. White did capture a knight in the center, so not recapturing that bishop or not taking the knight standing next to it, as Magnus has just done, would have left black down a bit of material. So in that case, it would have been a knight for a pawn. And it looks like, Tanya, he's about to regain everything, Magnus, with a bit of interest.
He is, right? Once the dust settles and we can see some trades are about to follow up, you know, it doesn't stop here. Once again, that rook on the H file will get Magnus eventually that extra pawn. And you can just highlight that with arrows that, you know, once the bishop's captured, maybe we just show that right now. White picks up the bishop on the center of the board. Black does the same. White wins that pawn, and at the end of it, Magnus's rook can jump in, dash up across the board, and still be up an extra pawn. You've also got a weakness right at the center of the board that you're looking at, and I think we're seeing this line being played out.
In this position, I guess my only hope would be to double my rooks as the white player and have maybe some small advantage controlling the E file. But outside of that, I don't see too many options, and a couple very targetable pawns there on G2 and on D5, I think makes your job difficult as the game goes on.
Yeah, and maybe on a good day, Nodirbek can draw this, but unfortunately a draw not enough. Tanya?
On a good day, Nodirbek can draw this, but on a day that a draw perfectly suits Magnus, what are the chances that instead of pushing too hard, you know, getting this position where Magnus, he's the one who's playing for a win, Nodirbek has got no chances, that Magnus might go for a sort of an early draw offer or find a repetition, or do you think his killer instinct against the younger generation will kick in?
Oh, it's tough, right? Because we saw Gukesh earlier resign against Fabiano. He knew it was hopeless. I don't think Nodirbek's ever going to resign or offer a draw. He's such a fighter. But Magnus, he does quite enjoy just chilling in the evenings. We saw him playing poker. You played poker with him yesterday.
I played poker with him last night. I had the distinct privilege to sit at a poker table alongside Magnus Carlsen and a number of other incredible individuals at this event. It was wonderful. It was, you know, we had Alexander Botez on the couches yesterday. That poker game run by her, and it was quite the entertaining evening. All before, I think, a number of people went to go view the Super Bowl as well. So communal event after communal event here at Weissenhaus.
That's the cool part about being here, right? You've got the who's who of the chess world. You've got the best players, the creators. It feels like almost one big party where everyone comes together and everyone decides how to have fun in the evening. It's clear the players are in good spirits. You know, you've got Magnus, like you mentioned, and a few others playing poker. Then it's Fabi. He always has fun playing a bit of Avalon with his friends. You know, I saw Gukesh playing foosball yesterday with his second as well, trying to get into a bit of a mind zone, getting his rest in. So everyone feels like they're having a really good time.
I mean, again, I'm over the moon to be here, to be involved. In fact, one of my favorite things as well in concert with this communal idea is sitting down at dinners and just absorbing the stories of the people around me. And maybe this is where I'll turn a question to the two of you, as last night I was exposed to a number of different fun chess quotes that people adored from maybe some of their chess heroes. Do either of you have a particular chess quote out there that you're a major fan of?
I'll tell you one that, in my experience, I'm not such a big fan of. It's a big one, and I think everyone knows. And again, David will tell me who this quote is because I'm just going to say it at the top of my head, and I hope I don't bungle it up. But the saying is that, you know, in chess they say if you find a good move, look for a better one. That's the traditional wisdom. But I feel the way modern chess is going, you know, with time controls going shorter and the practical element of the game coming in, putting that problem, posing those questions to your opponent, I say you find a good move, you play it.
Oh, that's a tough one to beat, Tanya. I'm going to say the old cliche that the threat is stronger than the execution.
That was one of the ones that was delivered to me last night. I was like, I'm going to take that to my grave. What a brilliant... I mean, because that's applicable in all elements in life in some ways, right? You know? And we even saw it a little bit on display yesterday in this very matchup, right? In the position yesterday, as the bishops took on those a7, threatened the rooks, one player threatened the execution of the rook for an extended period of the game. The other opted to perform that execution, and the one who performed the execution was the one who fell down in the end, the threat ultimately being greater in that moment. So it was just it was a very like applicable you know, quote in that moment, and then also I saw how beautifully it could be expanded out to life.
It's like doing some chores, right? Just the idea of doing the chores is way worse than actually doing them. So sometimes you just gotta get things done.
It's also like having this sword, right, just hanging on top of you. And, well, if it falls, it falls. But just the thought of it, that it can fall at any moment, can paralyze you, right? Make you take these more wrong decisions on the board. And that always in chess, I've noticed, has such a great impact if you can just keep the tension, keep the threat, rather than just go in straight with it. But it looks like Magnus is going straight through to the semifinals. He's enjoying his position right now. He's got the extra point. I really don't see a universe in which Nodirbek makes a comeback from here, David.
Yeah, me neither. And it's unfortunate for Uzbek fans, for fans of the young phenomenon Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but Magnus Carlsen deeply in the driver's seat. And yeah, all of that was a long-winded way earlier of me saying that I think Magnus would take a draw. I think he would want to enjoy his evening. A draw is the same as a win here for the world number one. But yeah, this one, it looks like he will not be so lucky. He needs to take out a leaf from your book, Dash. Yeah, I heard from a little buddy that you won a poker hand against the one boy yesterday. You know his tells clearly.
Yeah, I don't know if I know his tells so much as he wasn't sure if I even knew how to play poker, and maybe that worked in my favor. Yes, it is something that I will delight in, that my first hand of poker last night was a victory over Magnus Carlsen.
Oh.
But I don't know if it's something I'd be able to repeat again.
I've heard he's a very good poker player.
Stellar poker player, so that's
So
why
that's
I
saying
take pride in it.
And there were some very strong players on that table. You know, I know they've been past professional players as well. So
I was a fish out of water on that table. I don't know how I ended up there. I guess, you know, there was an empty chair. My butt found its way into it. But regardless, I had a good time.
James, any format, any sport, any game you beat Magnus in, it's flex time. It's very few can boast of that. He's so competitive, David.
Yeah, I should have warned you, James. One of the players at the table was the former world #2 poker player.
So I was doomed from the get-go.
We threw you in with some sharks.
You let me dive in, yeah.
They were sharks.
Oh my goodness, now I'm starting to rethink this partnership up here on the desk. If you're going to let me wade into dangerous waters like that, my friends. A couple of moves here blitzed out by both players. Maybe just speaks to kind of their general understanding of the position and not too much complications in the moment.
Yeah, just to point out that Magnus, with his last move, has dangled that sword above Nodirbek's knight. He's saying, okay, this is my threat, but the thing is, does he execute this now for the world #1? He can just wait, he can chill, he can kind of just push a pawn, for example, improve the black king. There's no threat, really, for Nodirbek. For example, rook takes pawn is not threatened right now because of this sneaky skewer. The kebab on the white rooks now. The black bishop would snack on one of them next. But if Magnus wants the draw, I think he can simply eliminate this white knight. The one downside here is that the white rooks would get active. They would start munching on all the black pawns on the 7th rank. The 7th rank would be conquered. Magnus, though, probably could just force a draw and allow all the pawns to disappear. But if he wants more, this is the moment for Magnus. He will not rush. The threat will not be executed yet.
Now, so if moments like these are making you jealous of the position that I'm in, getting to sit between these two brilliant individuals who can break down every individual move and help me improve my freestyle chess, I've got good news for you, because there's a pathway for you at home to improve your freestyle chess as well. We're going to take a quick moment to hear from Nicholas Huschenbeth about a freestyle chess masterclass. Here you are.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
I'd love to see that, more resources, being made available for people of all levels in order to improve their freestyle chess. If you want to, again, approach games maybe one day with the machine-like accuracy that Magnus has on display here, then that masterclass is one for you to definitely check out. With that, I think we can acknowledge that this game is in a state very likely unlosable here for Magnus. At the very least, all he needs is a draw, and in fact, he's in a winning position. So with two other very important games for us to check in on, I think we pop on over to that Javokhir Sindarov Hikaru Nakamura game, as it's been a minute since we've seen from them. And once again, time will be a consideration here between these two players, because it's Javokhir Sindarov with only 5 minutes on the clock. Well, the differential between the clocks has closed just a little bit, but the most even game state of our 3 remaining quarterfinals.
But a really fun position and a really fun, camera that we get every time in this multi-board view, because every time we zoom in, Hikaru's never on his chair.
I haven't seen him yet today.
He's just tilting around. It's chair versus Sindarov in this one, because Sindarov just takes so much time, and I think the clock is a reflection of why that's happening right now for Hikaru Nakamura. The first game, he was the one who was pushing it out till the end, was so close to getting that big win, but Sindarov in those final few moments managed to equalize their first game. And I think the second one, even though our bar is right in the middle right now in their final classical freestyle chess matchup, it's still anyone's game, because the action's hot with these last move. Sindarov brings his rook out, and I'm expecting Hikaru to do the same. Get that last piece into the game. The rook on the corner of the board on one of the central files. Also notice the tension that's happening on the left side of the board. You know, Javokhir has this long-term passer. That A pawn, it's not got its counterpart. That can be a danger pawn at any moment for Hikaru Nakamura. David, I see the bar just gives a slight advantage to white, but I do like black from a practical perspective because of that A pawn.
Yeah, whichever color we would choose here, I mean, the heart rates, look at them. They're both high. They're both feeling the tension, maybe influenced by the fact that Sindarov is pretty low on the clock. I'm on your side here, Tanya. I think actually this latter point you mentioned, the, again, threat of this black pawn marching down. I'm not sure when it's going to be executed. It will start rushing down the board soon. I think that gives Sindarov great chances. But then again, long term, if that pawn doesn't really play a role, then Hikaru's bishop pair. Now the board is opening up. The bishops might start gaining in influence. They're already in great squares, great diagonals. And this one is simply the better player, the kind of player who holds their nerve in the next few minutes is going to come out on top.
Dead-on equivalent accuracies as well between each of these players, well above 90%. I think for me, my eyes are gravitating, of course, towards this E-pawn, right, that is under threat by the rook move of Javokhir Sindarov. But not just that my light-squared bishop as the white player, while eventually maybe sitting on a lovely diagonal, is currently blockaded by my own pawn. So it doesn't feel like the most effective piece in the position.
Yeah, I think, as Tanya mentioned, this white rook, once it mobilizes, then the focus will switch to this bishop. Actually, one idea that you kind of hint at there came to my mind very quickly. For example, you could push this pawn forward to open up this bishop's eye line towards this pawn. I was wondering whether this was something that Sindarov was looking at. For example, it might appear as a sacrifice, but suddenly after another capture, you realize one rook, one bishop, suddenly teamwork kind of playing a role here, and this would be a really scary idea. The one downside is that black can bypass the attack here, and this white rook suddenly looks a bit silly. It's staring at a concrete wall here. The combo of bishop and pawn protecting each other is super strong in chess in general. So not quite, I think, the moment to activate this bishop, but when this bishop does come to life, if it comes to life, that's when Hikaru will try to create his play going.
And the reason why that's a really strong combo is because it's so supportive, right? The pawn defends the bishop backward defends the pawn as well. So it's like best friends together, holding on to each other, and that position would be the perfect reflection of that. I see the bishop pair, I see the pros that you're making for white. I also see your bar, but again, I'm going to point out that A-pawn is going to be a big player in this game, you know. Once it starts marching up the board, combined with ideas of perhaps Javokhir bringing his knight towards the center of the board, exactly targeting the pawn that you guys were earlier highlighting on E4. There are some threats in the position, but the biggest threat right now in this game is Javokhir's clock. It's down to 5 minutes.
Down to 5 minutes. While it's Hikaru's move, he'll have to take advantage of Hikaru's clock time to figure out with his calculations what he'll want to do so as to not spend too much of his time when it is his turn to play. Of course, 30-second increment. We've mentioned it before, but we should mention it again. As compared to standard classical chess, there is no added time at the move or at the 40th move. So that extra 30 seconds you get per move is all you get in terms of added time.
Yes, it's basically time pressure for life, right? Like now you have to play the rest of the game with this much time on 30 seconds. And I was noticing on the camera, you know, Javokhir, he looks up at Hikaru, gives him a bit of a death stare. Hikaru blocking that with his head and hands, calculating. And David, he does make a decision of bringing that rook to the center of the board, eventually also lining up against that backward D pawn that currently Javokhir has. As a top grandmaster, how do you think Hikaru is evaluating this position right now?
Well, I don't think he's necessarily worrying about who has the advantage or not. He's just looking for his own plans, how can he keep creating threats, how can he keep improving his pieces. Knowing Hikaru pretty well, we've played so many times over the years, he's also looking for those practical edges. He's thinking, okay, how can I force Sindarov to think even longer? Which move will scare him? Which move will he not expect? How am I going to burn him down to the last 30 seconds on his clock? And then I'll time the attack at the right moment when he least expects it.
Another interesting element of the strategic game of chess, right? You know, there's one, obviously finding the perfect move is probably always the pathway you'd want to take, but even finding a move that just makes your opponent have to take their own time, really put them in a tough situation of evaluation, could be just as effective in a number of ways. Yeah. Playing the circumstance in a way, playing the mind games of the moment.
If you find a
choice, right? Sorry, go on, Tanya.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you find a good move, play it quickly, especially when your opponent is under time pressure. You don't have to find the objective best move in top chess very often. It's the one that poses the opponent maximum problems. David, sorry I interrupted you there.
No. It was me, don't worry. I was just getting excited because things are hotting up and okay, pawn to d6. I don't really like that move, Tanya, that black knight you mentioned, and now cannot really jump forward on the circuit it wanted to use. I guess his idea is to try and block things up more. Normally against bishops you want to block things. Maybe he'll push a pawn, kick back this nicely supported bishop in the centre. But no, my point was just giving the opponent choice, giving them 3 or 4 sensible moves rather than giving them one clearly forced move. If you give the top players one path to survive, they'll find it more often than not. But give them 4 or 5 moves that look roughly similar, and they might start getting confused, and especially with no time. This game looks like it's going to go on for a long, long time, assuming there's no big mistakes from Sindarov under time pressure. But Alireza Firouzja, meanwhile, turning the screw against Vincent Keymer. The clock playing a bit of a role there, but it's actually the position of Vincent Keymer's king that's causing me the most concern. Maybe causing the German home favourite as well.
Both players just under 12 minutes on the clock. We can hop on over to check in with Alireza Firouzja versus Vincent Keymer. Firouzja's most recent move, a pretty aggressive move, knight jumping in as well towards the king, picking up that pawn that was sitting on b2.
Wow. And a lot has happened from when we left it last. The one thing we spoke about was it's going to be an opposite side castle with a race towards each other's king. And one can see how Alireza has made so much progress in that last move. David, just to get into a deep dive, should we do an action replay really quickly and see how we got here? Because this is tactics galore.
Very quick action replay here because things are about to explode even further and a narrow path for Vincent Keymer to survive. But just to take it back a few moves, we actually left it with black with a very strong knight in the centre. I just want to give some credit here where credit's due because bishop into the middle, eliminating this knight, was played correctly
Let's go.
by our chess expert next to me. But black now with a very cool move. I wanted to show this too. Black simply castled, going the whole way across the board, going the long way. And after the white queen dropped back, black's bishop also retreating. The trade did eventually happen. Black's knight in the middle eliminated. So yes, white has an isolated pawn still in the centre, so a small disadvantage there. But at least the line against it is blocked as well. Now Vincent Keymer tried to develop his bishop, but the pawn storm, as we call it, white's king clearly about to get harassed, while the black king super safe. His counterpart there, pawn to c4, kicking the knight back. Now the black queen advanced, and finally, action. Pawn to b4, exploding open the b line here. And white's knight forced back to its, well, I was going to say its starting square. It didn't start at this game here.
True.
It would start most games on that square. And after a trade, black wins a pawn. It does feel like this white king is living a charmed life. It looks like huge threats against it. It's just about whether Vincent can create maybe counter threats of his own against the black king in the near future.
Yeah, so trying to understand what any of those, is that really the only, because my inclination, right, is just to rush everyone over in defense, right? As soon as I see this kind of pressure coming towards my king, I'm more thinking about how to open pathways for the queen to slide over, to get maybe my rooks involved in the defense of the king. But is it just too little too late if that's the strategy?
Do you want another chess cliche?
Yes, please.
attack is the best form of defense.
Okay.
So again, maybe like in life, sometimes you don't want to just necessarily react. Here, black doesn't have a concrete threat. Black has won a pawn, but this knight doesn't really have too many safe squares to jump to. So if you do have one moment of respite here, maybe it's time to start building your own counterplay. Take your opponent's eye off your own king. And yeah, ideally you do want a queen over defending, a knight over defending, but it just takes too long, and it looks like black will crash through eventually. You just need to start the race, and there we go. Vincent Keymer does move his rook across, double stack now.
Well, as if in concert with the old adage, he agrees the rook slides over to double up on that f-file, trying to mount some form of a counterattack and make Alireza rethink his complete focus on the left-hand side of the board.
But I think Alireza knows about that cliche that attack is the best form of defense. And just the player he is, I think his spidey senses are also tingling right now. You know, you've got your knight, your rook, and your queen lined up against your opponent's king. You've got that c-pawn as black, which is sort of coming in the way of your pieces. And I think Alireza is looking at tactics everywhere right now, and they do exist. That knight can give itself up to open up pathways towards white king. A very interesting option, and it's perhaps not the best move as we see the bar shoot up. But knowing Alireza Firouzja as a player, this is the line that I would be willing to bet is going on in his mind and in his head right now, especially because he needs a win to survive.
Yeah, Tanya, that's definitely the move that's going through his mind. He's going to spend much of his next 10 minutes, most likely. He's going to invest it in looking at these kind of types of moves. I'm not going to say this move is kind of specifically now necessarily, but just to point out for everyone at home, pawn takes knight now would be a huge losing blunder because the black queen would jump in. You've opened a new avenue. You attack the knight, and when the king moves, you bring your rook in. And we can all see, I think, that this will end in a checkmate. At the very minimum, you regain the knight, and yeah, the attack continues. So Alireza,
I think we're going to see it.
It's his type of move, right, Tanya?
It really is. It really is. You know, it is really up his alley, Reza, I want to say. Knight d3 right now.
Razor shot.
Knight d3, and I'd love to see that move on the board. You know, it really just explodes the position open, and again asks big questions to Vincent. He has to calculate his way through in that. But then, you know, as a chess player, you start thinking you've got this beautiful position. You have the option to go for a direct line, but it's so razor sharp that if it backfires bad because you're kind of sacrificing material, or you just sit on your trumps right now. You have this beautiful position you've built, and you have a more slow, cautious approach. What I know of Alireza, slow and cautious, that's not in his dictionary.
Not in his vocab, that is for sure.
And I have to imagine there's a really fine balance between slow and cautious, you know, stable and solid, and giving your opponent just enough time to reason their way back into the game, right? Chess can be a game determined by tempo, right? And so maybe taking your foot off the gas for just, you know, one move too long is all your opponent might need to get themselves back to a point of equalization or some sort of counterplay. Exploring more that knight check move, obviously, as you mentioned, it's improper to take with the pawn. I assume for very much the same reasons it's still improper to take with the bishop as well.
Yeah,
because we still have the option to dive in with the check from the queen.
That's right. There is one big difference, though. As you mentioned there, white moving the king is definitely a consideration. But taking with the bishop, the one difference here is that, firstly, if there is a capture, the white queen can slide across to the rescue, protect her knight. But following along the kind of same logic as earlier, after this knight check, if you do take with the bishop, yes, black can deliver a check with the queen, but suddenly this second rank is closed, and the black rook cannot join the attack, cannot kind of give the black queen back up here. So white would survive the first wave. I'm not sure about the second or third waves, which are going to come. The other black rook might slide across, but at least the white queen, the white knight, the two best defenders of any king, they would be able to curl up into a ball like this. So it's just about whether to kind of execute that threat now. It's that old idiom again, that old adage, is to check or not to check. To go for the threat?
Yes, I believe that is what Hamlet said.
Okay, big moment for Alireza. You can sense he's tempted, right?
Yes.
Just the delay in move.
But he's calculating that exact same line, I think, that you pointed out. You know, what happens if white actually plays it safe, captures that knight with the bishop? You do end up losing a pawn. Do you have enough compensation? Have you opened up enough lines and diagonals and pathways towards that white king? If we put this to vote right now, does Alireza sit on his trump, sort of keep the threats in the position as they are, play a slow improving move, or do you think he goes all out? Does he hit the all-in button with that check on the board?
From my already pre-existing knowledge and only raised or added to by your guys' very opinion of him, I would have to say that we're going to see more and more aggression.
Oh, he reaches out? What is he? Ooh, and he pulls back.
He's going for his queen, I think.
He wanted to give us time to make our predictions first. So I'm predicting that he continues to put his foot on the gas. So it won't be that knight check, but still investing into bringing pieces forward in the attack.
Yeah, same idea, essentially, but different order. And that's a good tip for everyone at home. If you're looking at an idea, it's not quite working, then flip the move order, because sometimes that actually ruins the opponent's coordination. Now he's threatening that knight check we talked about, so Vincent should really get out of the way.
So understanding that there's still a move to be made by Vincent here, and he will preempt it with that king move. I was going to say, I guess in the move order, if we were to still find that knight check, it's in essence a double check, which means that recapturing the knight is not an option anymore, and only a king move would have been a response there for white. He opts for the king move first. Now another check being delivered here, up on the d6 square by the queen. A little bit of dancing, trying to pin that king in.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting choice here, because he went forward with the queen and then puts it back very instantly. So this was part of his calculation, right? He had seen this response by Vincent and decided how he will react to it. And now Vincent doesn't immediately go by repeating, even though a draw is what he needs, because this is the moment that white's king can actually hide itself on the other side of the board. Can he coolly and calmly march his way across, David, falling back to, well, the standard chess starting position of the king? You go to e1, you march up to f2, you find yourself to g1 and sort of manually castle, well, the traditional way in chess.
Yes, exactly. Making the long walk is the king, or rather attempting to. And while this is one of the games where the pressure is on Alireza Firouzja to find a decisive victory to force a tiebreaker, we do have 3 of our games in the quarterfinals, as well as that 9th place matchup between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Fedoseev still to play. So with 4 remaining games, I'm going to put the question out to you at home. How many tiebreakers do you think we're going to end up with at the end of the day? Chess fans, of course, I feel like are going to say 4. I'm not sure if we're getting 4, but it does to me look like at least 1, the Magnus Carlsen game, is going that way. And then if Alireza can continue to find the answers here, 2. So my vote personally is going to be for 2 out of 4 to go to a tiebreak today.
So you're saying the Javokhir Hikaru board and Alireza strikes back in this one? Because Magnus...
Oh, sorry, because Magnus is already up.
Yeah, I think
so no, that one's locked in. My bad.
But you might be right on the 2.
I might be, yes. I mean, right now it's a pretty even game state with Javokhir and Hikaru as well. You going to go 2?
Yes. We get 2 tiebreaks.
I'll say 0, just to be...
Wow.
Just to be...
Wow.
I actually think 1's Javokhir and Nakamura, but I'll say 0 just because...
So you think this one Winston saves? Has he played the king to e1? It's on the board. Winston's king is running. It's running to safety.
Yeah, I just get the impression that Alireza, he's going to get a bit impatient. He wants that knockout blow. He's been sensing it for a long time. But Vincent is a really, really strong defender. Maybe not at the Nakamura levels, not the kind of best defender ever. But yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic kind of... He's got this time sense of kind of when the opponent can attack, when he kind of builds, just bides his time. And I think he might cling on.
I'll say one thing, David. Looking at this absolutely crazy position that we have on the board, there's one person in Weissenhaus who's definitely got a high heart rate, and that's Peter Lecco in our pro stream right now. You know, Winston's his prodigy. Winston needs only a draw. And Peter, with his cemento, he likes to keep everything under control. Sort of have these positional strategic aspects to play for, and this is anything but that. That king really out in the open. And look at the way it wants to rush closer to its own army. You know, on that left side, it was sort of left alone, all the majors on one side of the board, and you feel kind of naked out there. And here he is rushing for that that protection with getting closer to the queen and the rook.
A general left without all of his officers. He does his best to retreat, regroup, and then maybe launch an attack of his own. Now, considering we have a concept of what white is trying to do in rush our king to the other side of the board, How does black stop this? How do we find a way to prevent that singular thing from happening? Major thing that jumps out to me, as you've already highlighted, the pathway he would take is that 2 of those squares rest on that dark square diagonal. So that feels like a pretty crucial thing to target and control, perhaps to cut off the escape path.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think the black queen wants to find itself back on this diagonal. That's kind of the reason I think Alireza, his last couple of moves might not have been the best, because his queen was previously there. I was going to say he's going to take a timeout to defend his central pawn, which is attacked, but instead a question mark move that shows a mistake from the French player here. He's leaving the central pawn hanging. I'm not sure whether that one is edible right now. Can Vincent go and grab that pawn, or does he just move the rook that's attacked? Does he just trade off all the rooks?
So you say hanging. Instinctually, that doesn't look hanging to me, defended by the queen. But if I'm understanding the idea correctly, by moving the king in defense of that pawn, I would then go rook takes rook, rook takes rook again up the file? Or how exactly is that a hanging pawn?
Yeah, I mean, you can. This might be a mistake, but you can take this pawn. Okay, I think this might be the best move, actually. Queen takes queen, because you attack the opponent's queen. It is defended, but then the white rook, which is threatened, saves itself. You've regained the pawn that you were down as Vincent Keymer, and you protect this rook with your own king. I don't really see any downsides here. Okay, the move is played. Queen takes pawn on the board.
It feels as if Alireza, he's just lost the thread of the position in just the last few moves. You know, he had 3 moves ago, it felt like all of black's pieces were coming towards white's king. Now he's lost a pawn. The white king looks completely safe, far away from the black rook and the knight in the position. You grabbed a key central pawn as well. You neutralized the material deficit. It's now 5 versus 5. You're offering a queen trade, which would work to Vincent's game plan to perfection. You know, queen's off the board, no trouble, no attack on the white king. And you can see it. A few moments ago, we saw Alireza chilling on the couch. Now he's head in hands.
And he did shake his head. He did kind of look away from the board, kind of blink, as if like, what have I done? Why did I just give a pawn away for free? And suddenly there's no material advantage. He had the attack and he had the extra pawn. That's the dream. You got the best of both worlds, but suddenly you need an attack because you're not even up any pawns. The downside is queen's about to disappear. Then the white king can breathe a sigh of relief forever. There will no longer be any checkmates. If the queens stay on the board, the rooks disappear. And again, Vincent will be out of danger.
I was going to say, and given the fact that Vincent only hunting for a drawn position in order to book his ticket to the semifinals does feel like removing material from the board in some senses works towards his advantage. And so, yeah, get rid of those queens, get rid of those threats, find a way to reduce the material and into a drawish position.
Yeah, and trades can't be avoided here, right? Even if you run away with the queen, the rooks are coming off the board as well, and it's the white queen that is super centralized and nicely placed in this one. Things turning around here. You know, Alireza, he's also dropping down on the clock, but I want to draw our attention to the Hikaru matchup because, yes, it's an endgame, but I've got the position in front of me, and it feels like Javokhir might be pushing for more in that one, you know. Alireza's pick was Vincent. Isn't going according to plan. Can Javokhir prove his pick?
Yeah, maybe generating some steam. Once again, taking a look at that clock. Just under 2 minutes there for Javokhir. Hikaru himself under 11. But as this was the only matchup that was a draw yesterday for either player, coming away with a victory here wraps it up, and they move on to the next round. So with this knight move here, Hikaru is left to respond and try and find a way to answer his opponent.
And the main reasons I think that you would prefer black here, Tanya, are because of this pawn that you mentioned a bit earlier. This is the most important pawn right now. It's only a few squares away from touchdown. The black knight might be coming over to support its advance in the near future. And there's also a nice juicy square in the middle of the board. I don't think Javokhir is ever in trouble here. Even if he just plants his knight in the middle, if there's an exchange, it goes to a position we would say is an opposite colour bishop position. Black controls the light squares, white controls the dark squares. Very minimum is a draw there.
I will say a draw is still the most likely outcome in this, but Javokhir, I'm looking at him putting pressure, especially if you allow that knight to live on. And because of all these points that you're making right now, of all these juicy spots that knight has to jump into, this might be Hikaru's moment to make this very counterintuitive decision of actually giving up his own beautiful bishop at the center of the board for that knight, get that trade in. You know, you put it one step ahead, slide it forward, pin that knight, and at the right moment, capture it. It's a big decision to make because again, the big pro in Hikaru's position is that bishop pair. And here, voluntarily, he wants to walk into giving up one. But if he doesn't use that, if he doesn't utilize this moment, it might be too late once that knight becomes a stallion.
A tough thing to do, right? To let go of what you feel like might be your biggest asset. But if your opponent has a bigger threat, sometimes that... I don't want to say sacrifice if it's essentially an even trade, but sometimes you have to throw one of your darlings, throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will, in that moment. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, that bishop may go.
Yeah, that's a compromise he definitely doesn't want to make, but I agree, Tanya. He probably objectively should make that move. He did have half an eye on the clock, though. He was looking over to the clock several times, Hikaru. I think he's debating whether to gamble, whether he's going to try and keep some complexity, hoping to kind of trick Javokhir once his clock ticks down. Under 2 minutes for the Uzbek youngster there. But danger times for the world number 2, Hikaru.
Risk versus reward, right? Keep that bishop on the board. You might have to fight a very strong knight. You get it off the board, and he's going for the idea of trading it off. He decided to stay objective and not play the clock. Not get into that mind zone of taking too much risk because there's so much at stake as well here. Javokhir under 2 minutes. James, I think both of us might just be wrong on this. I think David wins that one. I think one tie breaks is what we're going to get.
I know. As soon as we predicted it, we may have cursed it. But only time will tell. Only time will tell, and anything can happen in freestyle chess. But as you mentioned, Hikaru going for the more solid approach here. Forcing Javokhir to eat up more of that time on his clock. So while it does feel like Javokhir is the one who has more winning chances, he doesn't have a ton of time to find it and maneuver his way to that victory.
First, he lifts his rook up. He's defending the pawn in the center of the board that was attacked twice. Now it is defended twice by Black's pieces. And this one, it has been the most stable match, I would say. Hikaru got big chances towards the end of yesterday's game. But it feels like both of these two players have understood the initial positions really well in freestyle chess. They've been very calm, despite the fact I'm seeing their heart rates starting to rise now. And it would be fitting if this is the only tiebreak. It looks the most likely out of all of the encounters so far.
That A-pawn, though, I mean, you called it out probably over an hour ago at this point, Tanya, was going to be the focus and the star of this game in a lot of ways. And it's so spectacular to see that a piece worth 1 point in material can kind of lock down a piece worth 5 points in material. That rook on A1 just staring at it, trying to prevent it from making any further advancement down the board.
Yeah, that's a big power pawn in the position. You take that pawn and place it on any other file on the board, and then you're suddenly talking a completely different position where it's Hikaru Nakamura playing for the advantage because there is a central weakness there to be targeted as well. But as long as that A-pawn is alive, so many of Hikaru's forces have to stay on that side, preventing that advance. Right now, Hikaru's setting up a little trick. Be careful. You've got to be careful at every second when you're playing this guy. David and I think let's show that. What happens if Javokhir just loses his focus for one move?
Yeah, if Black were to do nothing here, just take his eye off the ball and push a pawn, for example, then bishop takes knight comes with check, a gain of tempo, gain of time, and the rook is then undefended. This open E-line would suddenly, White would be able to cash in here. So if we go back, there is this threat on the rook. There's two ways to deal with this that I can see. You move your king out of the way of that check. So any bishop takes knight could be met by Black first, trading off the rooks, and then only then recapturing the piece. Or you move your rook out the way. Neither too appealing, but it is costing Javokhir some time on the clock. This is what I was talking about. Hikaru trying to force his opponent to think, at least.
Yeah, at this point, only having the time that he will add to his clock with the increment left to make a decision here. And I think that goes back to your point about the way that Hikaru can approach this game. Continue to ask questions of your opponent that will force these decision trees. Okay, you have a couple options of how to deal with the move I just made, and now you have to spend the time thinking about it, as opposed to giving you an obvious singular option to get out of the question that I just asked.
And I think he makes a very practical choice here, Javokhir. He moves the king away, and before that knight could escape, we see a flurry of trades happen as the bishop takes the knight, the rooks are traded off the board, and I think we're getting closer and closer towards that playoff, as now it's going to be Hikaru's king that stops the advance of that A-pawn. The white rook is also free for activity. Black can also start rerouting his own rook into, greener pastures, as the B-pawn will advance further to support that flank pawn that we have. Hikaru, he leans back. Do you think he still wants to play against Javokhir's clock, or is he in his mind getting ready for that 10+10 right now?
I have a feeling he's going to win this, Tanya.
What?
I've seen him win
Seriously?
so many games.
Well, that's a hot take.
Wow.
Hikaru, but it's when his opponent's clock is down, he's so good, he's so technical.
Oh.
There are weaknesses. There are weaknesses on Black's, normally I would say kingside, but this right flank, Black has 2 isolated pawns over there. If the rooks come off the board, actually Black's pawns are all on the same colour as his bishop. That means the Black bishop is a bit superfluous. Not the best piece necessarily.
Well, the fact that you think Hikaru does have solid chances of winning this, I think interacts interestingly with the question we asked our viewers at home just a little bit ago. How many tiebreakers do you think we'll see today? I have the results in front of me here. Pretty solid distribution from anywhere from 0 to 3, but it will be that singular tiebreaker that gets the edge with 37% of the vote, 31% of our audience hoping for the 2 that you and I were hoping for, Tanya. Exactly. And so while this one still has opportunities to go either way or end in a draw, I'm kind of peeking over onto my second monitor as well, constantly checking back in with Alireza Firouzja and Vincent Keymer to see how that one will play out, as they seem very much locked in an even game as well. So, maneuvering for their opportunity. Alireza, of course, still the one who has to get it done. That's the difference between these two games. For here, both players tied at half a point. Over there, it's Alireza down 1-0 and needing to get a decisive victory in order to even force that playoff.
Yeah, and we'll jump into that. But I will say that, you do a deep dive into this position, and with everything that David said, I'm kind of going over to his side right now, where suddenly the pawns are glaring as weaknesses. Hikaru's rook can go further into that center of the board and start targeting on that flank. The bishop can join the party as well, rerouting itself to a nice spot on h3 to get to that pawn. It comes down to that concept of having weaknesses on the same square as your opponent's bishop. Notice how all of Hikaru's pawns, most of them are on the dark squares, which means that Javokhir's bishop will never find targets as Hikaru's rook comes up the board, setting up a threat. Javokhir is in more trouble than what meets the eye.
Yeah, seizing his moment, centralizing that rook. Javokhir, though, with a quick response, of course, still under time trouble, does add 30 seconds to his clock. I think we're going to stay here and track this one just a bit because of the intensity of the moment, and we'll have an opportunity to get to Firouzja and Keymer in a little bit. They are working with more time on their clocks. So for now, we're going to stay here and see how this one breaks down.
Yeah, this is Hikaru's type of position, but of course you still need to do the work. You still need to make sure your opponent doesn't get any counterplay. There is one trap I should point out, and that is not to get greedy right now. Hikaru should not take that black pawn we've been talking about, that very strong passed pawn, because I think that would allow some serious counterplay against his king. The black rook would come back. There are even checkmating ideas against that king, which would then be sidelined. So
you got to show that.
Yes, because interesting. It feels like free material, but in essence, that pawn is serving as a defender of the white king right now on that file.
Yeah, let's jump in and show that. Sindarov leaning back there, very opposing body language on the camera. But if we do jump in and show that move, king takes pawn, this would allow, wow, it's actually a checkmating attack.
It is.
There we go. It is a check on the white king. If the king slides across, you only have one safe square. And that square will not be safe any longer once the black rook closes in.
It's undefendable. You can't fight against this threat. Next move, whatever white plays, you only delay the inevitable, but rook check will be just game over. There's nothing coming to defend that white king.
Yeah, big blunder if he takes that pawn, but the fact he's paused Hikaru means that he smells a rat. He will not walk into that.
But how interesting, again, for what we talked about, that A-pawn being such a strength for Sindarov, perhaps in the end of the game, this time around, or rather in this moment, kind of becomes a strength for Hikaru, effectively, holding that file, keeping the king from falling into check against that rook.
Yeah, it's funny. In chess, a lot of times your opponent... he made a move. I thought he just reached out for that pawn. I just got so scared. But sometimes your opponent's pawn is actually your best friend in front of the king. It's not just your pawns that guard your king, but very often your nemesis. And that's exactly the role now that that pawn is playing here. Hikaru does reroute the bishop. He's targeting that other weakness on the right side of the board. He knows the king is doing a perfect job. And to your point earlier, James, that pawn was such a strength when it used its power. to stop the activity of a white rook, worth 5 points. But the king, the perfect defender, right? You can just get all your forces to make play on the other flank. And some big threats for Javokhir to be answered as the clock ticks down. Where is his counterplay? How does he fight against the defense, against the attack against that pawn? And he was about to make a move, but he reaches back then.
Eyes to the bottom of the screen as well. Looking those heart rates climbing for both players, feeling the intensity of the moment. A game teetering on a knife's edge. 30 seconds on the clock here for Sindarov to find an answer. It will be a rook move for him, sliding it up onto that 6th rank there. And it does get the exclamation point, maybe finding the one move he needed to.
Yeah, that move was essential. Now the idea is to actually target the white pawns that aren't defended right now on Hikaru's right flank. But now that the black rook has moved away, there are no checks. If white does get brave and capture that black pawn, he does not. I thought then that maybe specific moment was the one that Hikaru could have used to grab a pawn with his king, but he thinks his king is pretty safe, and I can't fault him for leaving that status quo there.
But he will win a pawn eventually, right? Because this one also attacks the other pawn, and Sindarov's idea to put that rook on the same file, get to that pawn on the 2nd rank, and once Sindarov does that, Hikaru will grab that a pawn on the left side of the board. It's sort of like a game on both flanks. You have to have full board awareness here. Also notice how once the bishop lands on that square where the black pawn exists right now, diagonally backwards, it will defend a very key pawn in the position, not giving play to black. We see this line being played out as Hikaru does reach out. He wins that pawn. Sindarov will recapture, and now Hikaru's king can move one step forward, pick up that pawn, and again, that white bishop is guarding backwards, diagonally, that key pawn on c2.
And Hikaru now about to make his move. He will capture that pawn most likely before the opportunity disappears, and he will have an extra pawn, he will have the advantage, and 6 extra minutes on the clock.
Well, clearly thinking about it, but even stops himself from making the move here for one moment. Eventually does commit to it. Will pick up that extra pawn there, removing the threat on the A file.
And because, David, you mentioned some checkmating ideas earlier, it might be time for Sindarov's king to play a role to take away some of the escaping squares for white king. Step up with that black king more, closer to Hikaru's king on the left side of the board. Get it to that c5 square and then think about giving checks. I look at Hikaru. You know, this is scary Hikaru to look at. When you're sitting opposite him, you almost get the feeling that Hikaru thinks his position is so close to winning, and it puts added pressure, even though the bar says it's in saving territory for Javokhir. He can save this. But, you know, Hikaru's aura, his presence, his demeanor over the board also plays such an incredible part in his matchups.
Yeah, smells. He senses blood in the water, right? This is something that it is a winnable position if he can find all of the right moves and put Sindarov into tough decision-making positions.
And just how quickly it turned around, David, right now. We see Sindarov, he's still thinking. You know, he reached out, pulled back, and once again, that shows that he's losing a bit of confidence in his decisions. He's done that a couple of times because the position is very different from just a couple of moves ago. Hikaru, he's got the extra pawn. Sindarov has to find play against that white king. He brings the rook back to be able to give some checks across the board. And Hikaru immediately responds by bringing his king back, and he's putting pressure on the clock and the board.
Yeah, there was that sneaky threat of that checkmate net around the white king, so the white king had to retreat. It was forced, but of course, again, Hikaru finding safety, and yeah, that pawn, that extra pawn he has, it should be enough advantage now to at least cause some trouble, but Sindarov keeps finding the best moves to defend.
Yeah.
He's so tenacious.
How about that? Just changing the attention or the focus of the board from one side to the other, right? Okay, you dealt with my A-pawn. How about my H-pawn, my friend? As he goes to throw that forward. And yeah, we'll also have opportunities to threaten that backwards pawn there on G3 for Hikaru as well. Things are heating up here.
Yeah. In the meantime, just an update so that Magnus Carlsen should be winning any moment in his game. And the other one between Vincent Keymer and Alireza Firouzja, that is guaranteed to last a long time. So we're in the endgame phase on 2 of the boards.
Should we jump in for the Magnus board and catch the end of it, as he might be our second semi-finalist, David, if you think that's about to end any moment?
It does feel like Nodirbek might not try and hold that one much longer. Let's jump over.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we can click over to that board. Magnus, the one with the opportunity to make a move, but with definite material advantage, one pawn over his opponent, but also having that important connect 3 as well. All of those pawns working together, one rook apiece.
If Magnus wants, he can end it right now, right? Just keep checking the king. The king can't really go that far away because then you're leaving that a pawn to advance up the board. Just do a little bit of a yo-yo dance. Or does he want more?
Does Magnus want a draw, or does he want the maximum? Does he want to win? Does he want that psychological edge against his younger rival for years to come? Does he want to kind of punch his ticket in the minimalistic way with a check and a repetition of moves, or does he want to win this game? I think he's just going to drop his king back. The reason I say that is because the white rook is the only potential guardian of this black a-pawn. It's just like that game we just came from. The black a-pawn, again, the one to watch. The white king's not going to help it now, help stop it. So Magnus likely to use his king first, and then, only then, push his pawn. The white pawn going nowhere. Rooks behind pass pawns are the key in endgames like this.
You know, speaking of cliches, it was Bobby Fischer who said that he likes to break a man's ego when he's playing against him. And very often, you know, for Magnus, so many times it's about asserting his domination. He can take a decision right now to bail out with those checks and draw the game. But does he want to go for more? And I think that's the thought that's going on in his mind. Does he want to push this? Because he also loves to get those wins in against the younger generation.
That is an utterly terrifying phrase. I play to break a man's ego, of all things. That's spectacular. Magnus in solid position. Yeah, it's kind of a matter of choosing how he wants to end it, if I'm understanding you correctly, more so than needing to find the ending itself.
Yeah, I think the body language on the camera gives it away. Magnus is not stressed at all, despite the heart rate going up. He just knows, he's winning. Yeah, he's the master of all endgames. He just wants to do it in the cleanest way possible, without any shocks, any surprises along the way. And there he's looking up. That's his calculation face.
Yes. That's not his I'm going to just do a draw right now and get my match win away face. That's definitely Magnus wanting more here.
Oh, he pushes his pawn.
And he does want more.
Push. Okay, the white rook will now step across and stop that pawn's advance, or at least force that pawn one square further, but keep an eye on the pawn.
Well, he does have the idea of getting that pawn one step forward and, like you said, defend it with the rook and then find a way for the black king to come closer to that pawn to assist it. You know, you've got this break with the b pawn moving one step ahead and creating a pathway for the king to sort of join the party and assist that pawn to promotion square. Is that an idea that Magnus might have in mind?
It's very possible. Normally, I'm really reluctant to kind of break the pawn structure and allow an exchange here. Black's pawns would be separated, but kings and their activity is all important in the endgame. So Magnus's king might be the shepherd for the black pawn that's running down the board. It does feel like Nodirbek being a pawn down here, just not with quite enough resources left to hold on.
So just to show that we're trying to find a way to give permission to that black pawn to make the extra and final step to the promotion square. The response expected right now is for the white rook to slide over. Pointing at that A-pawn. Of course, A-pawn gets one extra move, stepping into its own defense by lining up with the black rook. And then as you're talking about, the next move for black looking to push that B-pawn forward, offer the trade. King retakes, also offering a quicker route in defense of the pawn and the ultimate promotion.
Pretty much, and we might see that unfold. There's multiple ways here for Magnus. He could still give some checks. The black king could still enter the position. Yeah, he first chooses to give a check. There was just one trick I should mention. If the black rook had not moved, if the black pawn had stepped forward, then white could have actually taken this pawn and saved the game, because the black rook now cannot
take without a promotion on the other side.
Without promotion. And the black rook could still take the white pawn, but actually 2 versus 1, if neither of them have a clear run through, this is a well-known draw. So Magnus had one trick to avoid. He didn't push his pawn forward. That would have been a deflection tactic. First he gives a check, and when the white king retreats, I think he's going to bring his own king in and close in for the kill.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot because I'm going to be honest, I missed that tactic right there. And it just goes on to show how rich chess is, right? With even such few pieces on the board, you still have to be tactically so alert. Well, Magnus Carlsen, as David Howell, is very alert right now. Gives a check. How much of a winning chance? Well, our bar answers that question, that this position, in fact, is completely winning as long as you can keep those pawns alive. David, is Magnus trying to close in on White's king, giving up that pawn, but also creating this mating net around that king once it moves backwards, bringing your own king forward?
Yeah, just to point out, it is windy out. It is windy outside. We have Jan Butner with us outside. He's just been picking up a tree that was blown over by the wind.
Braving the winds, the brisk winds here at the Weissenhaus Resort. But of course, all the players and ourselves comfortably tucked away in our respective booths. With wonderful playing conditions, wonderful casting conditions as well.
And just to show Tanya's point, I think this is actually going to unfold, so I won't necessarily make the moves on the board, but we'll see from the wild number one, the black king step forward. That was the whole point behind forcing the enemy king back, its counterpart. And next move, there will be another check to the white king, which will be pushed onto its back rank, and eventually the black king will sneak its way in.
Well, as that idea, and if White was to take that pawn on, which is hanging right now, undefended, David, to your point, I don't think Magnus even takes a breather of capturing the g-pawn, and we might see this being played out. Is Magnus going to give a check right now of first pick up that pawn, which he can, because look at how misplaced, and he does that, how misplaced Nodirbek's rook is, right? It can't really drive away Black's king. There are no checks to be given. So it gives Magnus just that one tempo to grab material and come back in with that check and enter with the king on the next move.
And while we stay here and continue to watch Magnus find his way to a victory, I do have another result that I can make the viewers aware of in our 9th place match. It's Levon Aronian who will come away with the 9th place victory overall, as it happened with a draw today. But coming in 1-0 advantaged, only needed that draw in order to wrap up 9th place, that extra circuit point. So congratulations to him on a solid finish in this elimination and 9th place match.
Yeah, spectacular game, that one. If it were one of the quarterfinal matches, I think we would have been focused all of our attention there. But yeah, congratulations to Levon, ending a tough few days on a high. And in the meantime, this is a check. The white king is going to be forced onto its back rank. There is a hit on black's pawn, so black will step that pawn forward. But essentially, it's just the differential in king activity plus the extra pawn. Those two factors combined mean that Magnus is going to win this game. It's always in the end game.
It's the Magnus touch, right? That's also the decision that Gukesh took in his match against Magnus earlier on in the round robin, where he traded queens off. Oh, wow. He does pick up that pawn, so he doesn't advance it, and now there's just one pawn remaining. And usually when the defender's king is in front of that pawn, it's holdable, but not in this case, and that's because of the piece activity. Magnus is threatening checks, and Nodirbek decides not to suffer anymore. Handshakes, Magnus with a 2-0 victory goes into the semis.
He understands Magnus in this position, has the ability to bring him to his knees, offers the resignation, and it will be Magnus Carlsen up 2-0, taking the best of two and securing his ticket into the semi-finals. Only 2 more games left to be decided for Nodirbek. He will drop down in the bracket and look to compete for a future placing.
And what a win that was with the black pieces. Once again, you know, Magnus just playing it out till the end. He always wants the maximum out of any game, regardless of the tournament situation, regardless of the match situation. We've seen him do this time and time again. Well, number one, I want to say for a reason right now, as he goes into the semi-finals, joining Fabiano Caruana there, but there's fight still on. Javokhir Sindarov in a very difficult endgame. A lot of pressure on the clock. David, will he hold?
It does look like Javokhir is doing all the right things to hold his game, maybe go to playoffs potentially, but in the meantime, big update that Vincent Keymer is on the brink of the semi-finals as well. He's got a big advantage suddenly against Alireza Firouzja. He has an extra knight, the German Grandmaster. 1 minute each on that clock. He should be aiming to win.
Yeah, just reliving some of the peak moments between each of our competitors who just concluded their quarterfinal game, Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, with Magnus qualifying through to the semifinals. Nodirbek's tournament not quite over yet, as he will be stepping down to fight for positioning still and all-important circuit points in our year-long Grand Slam tour. As we come out of this game with a handshake between the players, ever respect shown between the two of them, we go straight into Vincent Keymer versus Alireza Firouzja, where, as you mentioned, David, it looks like Vincent Keymer back in the driver's seat, again, only needing the draw, but even maybe opportunities to find the win.
That's a whole extra knight on the board for Vincent, right? Yes, Black has got 2 pawns and a potentially dangerous H pawn that's 3 steps away from promotion. But the biggest problem is going to be for Alireza's king. That knight and queen can combine itself for creating mating ideas. And I think that pawn, yes, it looks dangerous, but not dangerous enough to stop those ideas coming forward, with the knight currently threatening to grab that E6 pawn, David.
Yeah, essentially here, if Alireza just needed a draw to survive and force a playoff, maybe it's possible, but he will need to take even more risk, even from a losing position, to try and win this one. Essentially, this pawn, while dangerous, it will be stopped on this square by the white queen. The white queen controls this square that the black pawn cannot really bypass. In order to be promoted, he will need the help here of the black queen, but the black queen, anytime it later moves, will lose track of this pawn, and at the very minimum, Vincent Keymer will be able to give checks forever, perpetual check, force a repetition, force a draw. So Vincent with a draw in his pocket, Alireza here on the ropes, on the brink of being kicked out of the quarters.
Yeah, really tough position, and not much time left to consider his options here. Down to 25 seconds on the clock and counting. He will go for that H3 push, just going to advance what feels like his last-ditch effort, the hero pawn. If anyone can save him, maybe it would be a promotion there. Even still, chances looking dim at this point.
I like it. H for hero.
There it is. H3, even the 3 for the E.
But yeah, the best move now for Vincent Keymer would actually be to preemptively walk away from any checks, move the white king forward, hide where you have a bit of shelter actually from your own pawns, from enemy pawns, and then black would have no way of making progress any further. Black's queen would then need to move out of the way to support its pawn, and yeah, the white queen, there we go. Of course he finds it, the white queen, the white knight. Only then will they start doing a bit of a dance and trying to attack Firouzja's king. You can see on the body language, he doesn't look like he's devoid of hope, but he doesn't look like he really believes any longer.
Well, this is where I'd always come back to the idea that we have the benefit of the evaluation bar, and I wonder, well, maybe he does, have an inkling that he's definitely not better. We can know as much by the fact that there is that knight on one side of the board and not a knight to match on the other side of the board. For as certain as we are that this is a solid and winning position for Vincent Keymer, it's not necessarily going to feel that way for them out there. It's hard to know exactly how the players, if we were to have them draw their own evaluation bar, what would it look like?
Well, right now, I think it's dire straits for Alireza, right? He's down an entire piece. There's really no healthy way to get that pawn moving any forward. And just the last 2 moves that Vincent has played, it shows the power in his position. He simply marches the king to safety, far away from any checking squares that Alireza's queen can have, also tied down to the defense of his own king. And I think at this moment, you're kind of coming to terms with, well, how the match has gone. And in this comeback game for Alireza, he did everything right. Just a few moves ago, he was the one who was in the power play. He was the one in the driver's seat putting on the attack. It's all fallen apart. And let's not forget, this was Alireza's calling. He chose Vincent as an opponent. You're kind of just going back to all life decisions that happened 2 days ago.
True. This was our top seed coming out of the round robin here with all of the options available to him in his choice of opponents. And perhaps in this moment, wishing he could have that one back and leap for somebody else, but it will not be the case.
That's chess, basically, in a nutshell. You choose your own fate often, you choose your own adventure, but you have to live with the consequences. And right now, no bad consequences here for Vincent Keymer that I can see. He's now used his knight and his queen, the white kind of duo there, to prevent the hero pawn from ever marching forward. And if your one kind of trump card has been eliminated from this one, it means you yourself are likely to be eliminated. Alireza Firouzja, at some point, the white king will start marching in, or maybe even snacking on the black pawns, and he'll create some own, some pass pawns of his own. Looks over. It looks almost over. Another chess adage, though. The hardest thing to do is win a one game. So the last stages are...
He does feel like that so often when playing. You know, even in my level, could have a 5-point material advantage, a much bigger advantage than even these players are working with in this moment, and still finding that killing blow, that final checkmate pattern, it can be so difficult to ultimately craft and put together.
But I think he's just crafting it to perfection. You know, this last move of Vincent is just so incredibly strong. And now Alireza falls back with his king to a square, where in fact Vincent can jump forward with his knight, put pressure on that pawn, and also create a mating net. Once again, queen and knight against the black king. Super strong combination. You fight against that checkmating idea. White will win the pawn. If Vincent was to play the move that David's highlighting right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Alireza just resigns.
Yeah, that move would be the knockout blow. Alireza here on the edge. Vincent's going to play it. This, I can even tell from his hand gestures. He's seen something. He's looking across, double-checking, making sure he's got one left.
Dot those I's, cross those T's, right? Yeah. You're a move away from a semifinal berth. You want to make sure you're not missing anything.
Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't, but...
Just yet.
Good enough.
It's good enough, and I think it's still in the air. Threat is stronger than the execution. Vincent Keymer here enjoying his position. One move away, really just get that knight towards the black king, set up that mating net, pick up that h3 pawn, the sole hero in black's position. And for Vincent Keymer, right, the home favorite, the local hero here, what a story it's been in the round robin, and up and down, a very shaky one, and then comes in, gets picked on, as an opponent by Alireza, who topped the standings, and then on the brink of taking a 2-2 victory.
It's like football or soccer, right? Like Germany, they always get to the semi-finals at least. They always somehow find their way to the business end of the competition. And Alireza brings his queen in. Vincent Keymer, of course, of Germany, about to put the finishing touches on here. You don't want to allow too much counterplay, too many checks. A check of his own, first of all, forcing the black king out into the open.
You know what he's going to do next, David? Once the king moves forward, he will slide back with the queen all the way across the board. A long, long move, not only attacking that hero of the position, but also defending one of his own heroes.
What a move, given an exclamation point. The best move, multi-purpose. Alireza still playing on, still fighting on. Vincent can end it now by repeating the position, give another check, and get the draw that he needs. Or he'll play on. Power move, maybe.
I was going to say, one of the very small but scary things I can see here, if Vincent Keymer gives that extra move, but it does look like he's going to maybe go for that repetition. I was going to say this C1 placement of the queen, looking to fork the king in a secondary pawn, if ever given that moment to snap it up. But it doesn't look like Vincent will give him that moment.
Just a very professional approach here by Vincent. He's got the repetition in hand. We'll see the long move one more time and handshakes very soon. Alireza, he's got nothing more left to do here but to give in to that, as Vincent looking for eye contact there.
There it is, with the final move of the piece and the touch of the clock, and the final notation made on the papers and the handshake between competitors. It's going to be our 8th and final qualified player into the quarterfinals that takes down the #1 seed 2-0 fashion and qualify as our 3rd semi-finalist. Only one more game to be decided, and that's the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Javokhir Sindarov. Both of them still kind of locked in a deadlock, gridlocked battle over on their board, trying to maneuver to victory before possibly forcing a playoff, and if neither of them can get themselves to that winning position.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible how Javokhir Sindarov, he's been hanging by a thread as we see the big moments from Alireza versus Vincent, with Vincent taking it all in the end.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer, many congratulations to him. Peter Lecco on the pro stream probably celebrating as well, his longtime coach. But for Alireza, just not quite able to replicate the form he showed in the round-robin playoffs.
Yeah, you gotta show up on the day, right? That's the beauty of sports. That can also be the heartbreak of sports at times. If you're just not having your best day and somebody else is, But that's why we endeavor to compete. That's why we endeavor to have these kinds of viewing experiences and give players opportunities to showcase their stuff.
And I think Javokhir Sindarov has been having some of the best days of his career here in Weissenhaus. I mean, look at the way he's been holding on against the absolute beast, right? One of the best in the world. A very difficult endgame yesterday. He survives it. And this one as well, David, with the piece activity right now, I believe a pawn has just been picked up by Hikaru. Javokhir can do the same by putting that rook in and just grabbing that white pawn as he does it. And yes, whoa, he doesn't do it.
Wow.
I was not expecting that move.
Javokhir not happy to just reclaim a pawn and grovel his way to a draw. He wants to do this in style, and big threats now. The white king is actually in a bit of trouble here. If this pawn is captured by the white pawn, the black rook will step back. There will be a nasty check. The white king will be forced away from the protection of its rook. So the awkward placement of white's pieces, especially the rook and king here, allowing this one-off opportunity. But great spot from Sindarov. Look at the clock as well. Hikaru under 20 seconds, Sindarov up at 2 minutes. And Hikaru's got to be careful here.
And this is going to be so frustrating for Hikaru, right? Because getting that winning position yesterday and not being able to convert it into a full point, and then you're suddenly seeing a repeat of that narrative happen right in front of your eyes, where you've got this whole push in the end game. You've got this huge 1 hour advantage right out of the opening on the clock, and yet Sindarov just hangs on.
He's finding a way to do it. And yeah, funnily enough, the shoes on the other foot when it comes to the clock. Of course, both players operating with low time, but Javokhir has managed to build up a little bit of a time bank with some quicker moves here in the final moments.
David, I think one of the most annoying things in chess for a player is when your opponent doesn't crack. You keep increasing that pressure, move out of move, asking the tough questions, and yet they keep hanging on.
Yeah, both sides trying to force the opponent to crack. For Hikaru, he's trying to crack Sindarov's defenses, and for Sindarov, he's trying to crack Hikaru's resolve here to push for victory. But ultimately, all the pawns are starting to disappear. This should be a draw in multiple different ways. Sindarov just wants to ensure that he does it with the least fuss, least trouble possible.
And while we continue to track these crucial final moments of our only remaining match between Hikaru Nakamura and Javokhir Sindarov, we are very lucky to be joined by none other than Magnus Carlsen here in the studio. Magnus, thank you for joining us. First off, congratulations on the victory today and the qualifications to the semifinals. Since this is kind of a crucial moment between the only two players that entered the day in a drawn position, with a quick peek at the screen, any immediate thoughts here?
Yeah, I think we should probably stay on this game for a little bit because there may be a resolution here quite soon. But yeah, it seems that Sindarov just plays unbelievably well when he has very little time. And it seems yet again that he had a somewhat difficult position and no time and as long as he makes a good move right now, then he should... I shouldn't say that too quickly. I think there is a chance that we may see the famous rook and bishop against rook endgame, which is drawn, but it's not super trivial with little time.
And Magnus, you mentioned making a good move right now. There was one trap in the position?
Yeah, there was. Typical Hikaru trap, to be fair.
Walking the wrong way with the black king would have allowed a check, and when the black king moved, you could actually take this bishop, stopping the black pawn promoting, but if it comes with check as well, you walk into a fork, a double attack, and Hikaru would have won. So great awareness from Sindarov.
I want to key into that, though, that what you said, the kind of a characteristically or a classically Hikaru move. Do you feel like there are very obvious stylistic, tactical moves that certain players favor well over others?
I think this is a trap that a lot of people would spot, but Hikaru generally never misses them. Like, he's very, very good at it. So. He's just so good at calculating like short lines. Let me actually, I think this is another like kind of semi-critical moment as well. No, it's a bit much. I think this is just very, very drawish, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we're happy to explore ideas with you if you want to explore them. We just had David exit the studio because he's going to go conduct an interview of his own. We got so many moving pieces here at Freestyle Chess. Tanya's going to take over the analysis board for us as well as we continue to see if Hikaru can find any answers here. But of course, Javokhir Sindarov, the one with the onus to make the move.
Magnus, you're famously the best endgame player on the planet. If, as white, you get into Hikaru's head right now trying to find your winning chances, where are you finding them?
I really think it's about the it's one of two things. One, that Sindarov somehow misjudges a transition into a rook endgame, pure rook endgame, or a pure bishop endgame. That's one which seems unlikely. The more likely scenario is that he's going to force Sindarov to give up the bishop for the pawn, and that he's somehow going to snake his way to a win in a rook versus rook and bishop versus rook situation.
And maybe this is where I'll actually take the opportunity to take a step back and reflect on just a couple of days ago, where most of us exited the round robin kind of with an expectation of how the pairings would be selected, and there was a bit of a surprise in Javokhir Sindarov selecting Hikaru Nakamura, where I think the two of you almost felt like you were destined to meet each other in the quarterfinals. And so to that end, how did you feel when that decision was made, kind of the gauntlet thrown by Javokhir as a player to choose Hikaru instead, and then in essence put you on the opposite side of the bracket as well, completely warping what the semifinals would ultimately look like?
Well, I'm very grateful for his decision. I think in these situations, like, you make these decisions and probably your chances in the tournament are not majorly affected at that very moment, right? But since it's such a small sample size, it's 2 games, then having that, getting a slightly stronger or weaker opponent, like, it matters. But I don't know. I think he made an objectively poor choice. Whether that was, bravery and an evaluation of the situation or anything, I think if he could have chosen Gukesh or Nakamura, I think in this format, Hikaru is certainly more formidable. But yeah, I was very happy to see it, of course. I don't think Hikaru is necessarily that much stronger than somebody like Nodirbek, but he's so much more solid. Nodirbek is somebody who gives you a lot of chances. He'll really push, but he'll give you chances as well. And it's easier for me when I know that I'm always going to get a fight, that I don't have to really go looking for it.
And it's been a mystery for all of us trying to rationalize that decision by Sindarov. You mentioned Nodirbek. That's an easy one to come to. You don't want to play your teammate. But do you think the dynamics of playing the same age group, of picking Gukesh perhaps, having seen his form over the last year, and the fact that they're also colleagues, same age group, did that play into wanting to play against Hikaru, who maybe isn't as active in classical chess currently?
Maybe. I think they... some of the kids simply have different opinions on who the best players are and how chess should be played and so on, which is fair enough. But I haven't seen anything that suggests to me that Hikaru is not still very, very strong at classical, be that freestyle or normal chess. So, but. Yeah, they certainly see something, and it's a good thing that these kids don't have a lot of respect. And to be fair, he is holding his own by as thin a margin as they come, but still, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he's going to make it to a tiebreak, and then of course anything can happen.
And in this whole topic of experience versus youth, the younger generation, the generation shift, today it's been the day of experience with Fabi prevailing, you prevailing. Does that make you happy to hold guard and hold fort?
Yeah, of course. It makes me very happy to beat the kids. And honestly, that was one of the reasons why I continued to play on today, even though I could have, continued in the tournament with a draw. I thought, well, I'm gonna try and beat the kids while I can. And like sometimes in those situations, in his shoes, I would just resign because I know that I'm not going through, and it doesn't really matter. Don't want to be tortured, but I thought I really want to win, and also it's excellent practice. So.
Now, as we continue to watch a number of the moves play out here, I do want to zoom out holistically and kind of take a look and think about freestyle chess on the macro level. Obviously, the world introduced to it here at Weissenhaus last year in 2024, where you took the victory. Now, 1 year later, 2025, we come back into this beautiful resort. For yourself, I know you have high expectations and high aspirations for this format. Has it lived up to that so far? Surpassed by any means?
Yeah, I think we've seen some fantastic chess so far. Every single game is going to be a unique event, really. And I don't know. I don't know about the others, but I'm enjoying it a lot. I hope people are at home are doing that too, because it really. Like the amount of information sort of you have to go through just in the first, let's say, 10 moves. Like when we played 10 moves here, it feels as though we played 20 moves in a normal classical game. So it's really something very different.
Well, I just wanted to jump into the position because some moves have happened, Magnus, and we see the white king getting closer to that black rook, trying to dislodge it from that g file. Do you think this is heading closer towards that rook and bishop versus rook endgame?
So there are two things. First, I think at the moment we're still probably not going to get it. But the thing is that Sindarov is not resigning himself to a rook and bishop. He's trying to hold without going for that. And sometimes, if you're, by the way, now I think probably King D6 is a very strong move that should probably seal the draw.
Why is this necessary?
I just want to bring the king across. Once white king starts advancing, then you're really getting into the theory where, you're really getting into areas where you really want to get that, sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. Now I think Sindarov is going to get his way and not have to play rook and bishop against bishop, because I think psychologically when you're trying to avoid it, then it's more difficult to defend automatically. Other players, they may not even care, just sacrifice the bishop for the pawn at the earliest opportunity and have full confidence in their ability to defend. Sindarov seems to feel justifiably that he can defend more actively, and it seems that his approach is going to work. For instance, I see nothing wrong now with activating the king further. If the white pawn advances, then you can start checking the white king, and as long as the white king is passive, then there is no way white is ever making progress.
So King D6 finds its way onto the board. Then here's maybe an opportunity for me to ask you about the preparation phases once learning of the starting positions. We've seen a number of different approaches by different players. Some choosing entirely to opt into the group discussions. You yourself at times opting to sit at a board yourself. We've seen Gukesh do the same. Do you feel like there is a best approach for yourself necessarily, or are you still kind of in that experimental phase of figuring out how do you attack a starting position?
I think you're right on. I'm still trying to figure it out. I do feel to some extent that when it comes to the classical format, I I'm probably leaning more towards just thinking about it on my own. I feel like in Rapid you have, or at least the fast Rapid we're playing here, you have so little time that it's actually like it's more useful to bounce off ideas. Honestly, when you have all these players discussing for 10 minutes and then coming up with the same opening move that is far from obvious, to me that's a little bit surprising. Not that it probably matters that much what you play on the first move, but it wasn't clear to me that there was only one move, and then when you're all discussing the same position, maybe you end up with like a little bit of an echo chamber, where you sometimes like go deep into lines that are not quite forced.
We have to thank you for making use of the confessional booth today to kind of make that very point, right? A bit of surprise that all of the players with white opted for the same initial starting move after those discussions.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising. Of course, I was way off on my other point, saying that the position in my game was looking quite symmetrical, and I think at the very moment I said that in the confession booth, my opponent made a move that broke the symmetry.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was very good. That was the problem. But
yeah, we were honed in on that. That was that C4 pawn push, right?
Yeah. That was the pawn push that. Honestly, it was interesting, but I think neither probably practically or maybe also objectively, I don't think it was a great choice. But it was it's a typical sort of way of breaking the trend a little bit in these games.
Just to follow up on that, as we see Javokhir, he's going more towards that avoiding the rook-bishop versus rook endgame. You know, Magnus, in the round robin especially, we often see you, well, sit by yourself for those 10 minutes, work your way out. But sometimes we also saw you interacting and discussing. Are there certain positions or certain elements that make you decide your approach one way or the other?
I don't know. Maybe I just felt like socializing.
Reason enough?
No, I don't know. As I said, for classical, I think for now I pretty clearly prefer just to think on my own.
Now, selfishly, I guess I'll ask you, because we heard from Fabiano earlier, looking like we're moving towards an end here. But Fabiano had mentioned that just the other day, he just so happened to randomly find himself generating a position that he would later play in this very tournament when looking at possible starting positions. Have you, across any of the starting positions you've run into so far, noticed any distinct themes or similarities or moments that you can recall from games of the past where you go, I think I have a concrete idea here?
I think over time you start recognizing themes, and we actually had the very same theme now 2 days in a row with a pawn being attacked by a bishop on the side. But I will admit that if I have played the same position twice at some point, I haven't actually noticed, because honestly, like a lot of positions, they're kind of similar. You feel like, oh, I've seen a certain theme, with the queen and the bishop in the corner attacking something, with the king, with the rooks on each side. But with so many positions, there's usually something that's a bit of a difference, but maybe sometimes there isn't that. What I can say is I think we're developing in the sense that there definitely is a learning curve, and I think we're certainly figuring out to make some small improvements in the opening, at least.
It's also been a learning curve for us as commentators, kind of realizing the patterns and motives in the position. And this one ends in a draw, which means, Magnus, we will get a playoff between these two players. They'll once again shift to 10+10. And I have to say, as a fan of the game, as a commentator, I think this is what we all wanted: more chess. And I'm going to put you on a spot here. What are your predictions as this goes into the tiebreaker? Who does that favor more?
I feel like so far Sindarov he's been on the ropes, but he defended really well today. I think he has a fair chance. But to not consider Hikaru somewhat of a favorite here would would be disingenuous.
At the same time, I have to imagine this immediate switch from classical time controls back into rapid time controls is quite a gear shift that we're asking of the players. I'm sure you can speak to as well from your history. How do you, very quickly coming off of a game like this and maybe into a playoff, make sure that you're entering in the right form to execute in a rapid style game after playing what was a more, slow and developing, pace of a game?
What can I say? It's not easy. And I think it's kind of a little bit easier after a draw. Like if you've either won or lost the last game going into a tiebreak, there probably have been a lot more emotions in that previous game. So now, if I was them, I'd just try and use whatever break they have to get some food, some drinks, and then just try and clear your mind. And I think we will see players probably struggle a little bit at the start to adapt to the speed, but it does help, of course, that we played rapid a couple of days ago.
Well, speaking of the break that they might well go make use of, I think it's time for us to give you a break at the end of a very long day. Once again, congratulations on your semifinals berth. Thank you so much for joining us, lending your insights as well to the conversation, and we'll let you go enjoy everything that the Weissenhaus Resort has to offer.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the tie breaks.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks.
And so as Magnus finds his way out of the studio, Tanya, it's up to us to kind of wax and wane on what will be the final results of the day. All 4 other matches that we took a look at today ended in decisive fashion in one way or another. So it's just a spotlight on these two, Hikaru Nakamura and Javokhir Sindarov. 1-1 stands the scoreline right there, second line on your screens.
And what a close fight that's turning out to be, right? In a format, in freestyle chess, when draw is the least likely outcome, it just shows how closely contested this battle is. This battle of, generations, so to speak, but also really interesting storyline of Javokhir actually picking up, as Magnus himself said, an absolute beast and perhaps the stronger player here, taking that chance and just really proving his choice there, holding his own. 2 draws, goes down to the wire. I mean, these two are going to play 2 more games. And right again, you said, right, this is sort of a glass factory we're in. We can actually see Javokhir just outside. He's pacing up and down. He's getting into the zone of what's coming up. The day is not over for the Uzbeki youngster.
Maybe taking advantage of the cool, frigid air we have here, making sure you're energized. Wake yourself back up. Let's not forget, you're going to have to dive into 10 plus 10 chess here in just a moment. But as we took a look at the results of the day, we should see how that overall affects the bigger picture of the tournament as a whole, because 3 of our semifinal contenders have been decided over there on the left-hand side of your screen. Of course, we are still waiting to see who will join Fabiano over there on the right-hand side of your screen between Sindarov and Hikaru Nakamura. The losers of the matches today not done with their chess play just yet. They will drop down, play each other, and then look for placing 5th, 7th, as you can see there in our tree.
Incredible scenes, and once again we've got scenes going on in front of us as well. We spoke about Javokhir pacing. We did just spot that both players, Hikaru and Javokhir, they've just entered the arena one more time. We saw the arbiters earlier on sort of telling them what the rules will be, what time the game starts. They don't get much of a rest, We spoke about this gear shifting from classical back to a 10 plus 10. Yes, they had that round robin, but that almost seems like years ago right now. With the kind of chess that we've seen, with the little turnaround time, who will be up to the task? Energy will be at play, confidence level, believing in yourself. This is going to be an epic battle right now.
Well, speaking of being up for the task, if you at home are wondering how you can be up for the task in any Freestyle Friday events maybe to come in the future, we encourage you to check out the Freestyle Masterclass. We're going to take, or rather get a quick word from Nicholas Huschenbeth on that Freestyle Masterclass now.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. you'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess, the Grand Slam Tour here in 2025 at the beautiful Weissenhaus Resort. I'm going to have to sign myself up for that masterclass. I'm already sold on trying to improve my game, as well as curious to see how my game will improve just by proxy and osmosis, basically, of being around all of you this entire week.
Yeah, and just a few steps ahead of us, we've got the beautiful playing hall where you've got the best players in the world. So if that's not motivation and inspiration, I don't know what is. You've got Freestyle Fridays running on Chess.com. You got Niklas breaking it down for us. You know, this is freestyle chess. It's a whole movement right now, and it's just so much incredible fun, and more fun is to be had.
Definitely more fun on the way. I would like to pick our own brains, to challenge ourselves to come up with maybe the most fun moment of the day. I can think of a position that I want to take a look at. I don't know if there's a specific move within it that was so spectacular, but I'm thinking of those tripled pawns with the queen tucked away on the A1 square. I believe it was in that Levon Aronian game up against Fedoseev in the elimination or in the 9th place matchup. It was just such a unique and crazy position that I could never imagine two grandmasters would find themselves in, and yet the computer was happy to tell us that of all things it was an even matchup.
It was, and I think if I had to pick a moment of the day, you know, that piece sacrifice that came in along the way to create those triplets on the B line right there, and then Levon finding that beautiful idea of the A-pawn moving forward. I think that game was absolutely spectacular. We've had some fantastic chess, and I'm just still thinking about, well, Magnus, you know, he's cruised through with 2-2. Fabiano Caruana with his crushing victory against the world champion. A 2-2, not just the scoreline in that one, but every single game, just never giving Gukesh a chance to come into it. Some fantastic stuff going on, and we've got the players in the playing hall.
I was going to say, getting a quick peek into the playing hall, and both players trying to, you know, find themselves into a mental state where they can take on this next rapid game that sits in front of them. I mean, this is now becoming a question as well of stamina, right? We had the question of stamina and fatigue factors for a player like Gukesh, who has been on such a tear, but has gone from tournament to tournament to tournament, putting up such incredible results. And at some point, that will take its toll on yourself, your mind, and your body. Even a day like today will take a toll on these two players here. So who's going to have the freshest set of eyes and the freshest mind coming in to this next game is a big question.
It's a big factor, and again, you know, just with such little turnaround time, we see both players there, and you're absolutely right. Energy will play a crucial role right now, because it's also freestyle chess, right, where within the first 5 moves, it's high responsibility decision at every step. You could end up completely lost, and then there's no coming back from it, because once again, it doesn't matter what the clock situation is. You have to calculate your way through from the very start. First 3 moves, your worst first 5 moves, you could be lost, and it's only 10 minutes. You have to not only balance that, but your time consumption as well. In classical chess, it's a lot more easier to do. And now you add the element of the clock, it becomes that much tougher. We've got both players sitting next to each other. They're going to be sitting across each other very soon, James. Who out of the two looks more confident to you?
I mean, in all honesty, I would say Javokhir, with kind of the almost more expressionless face, is the one who's feeling more confident, and a look of consternation on the face of Hikaru as he waits on bated breath for the position lottery soon to be delivered to us now. Actually, I believe just about ready, so we should dive in to the player hall as those bingo balls are loaded up, and soon a position out of the available and remaining positions will be revealed.
Greta, can I get my phone? scrolling.
All right, so still waiting for the position lottery to be drawn. I think both players as well, eager as ever to get their first look at it. You know, interestingly enough, they'll have to make a lot of their own assumptions about the position alone as compared to the way that it's worked out in other rounds. But I'm now hearing that we are in position for the draw. So let's head there now.
Okay, Fiona.
I'll keep the roll on. Don't worry. I'm roll off and surprise you. You're welcome.
Hello and welcome to our first playoff of the event. We have Hikaru Nakamura and Javokhir Sindarov facing off for a place in the semifinals. They will play 2 games of 10+10. Hikaru will be white in the first game. If they are still tied, they will play 2 blitz games, and if they are still tied, they will play an Armageddon game. And now to draw the next position.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have, of course, like surprisingly, another drawing to do, and so I thought, like, we have a very famous person here. So, and he just happened to be in the spa. So I thought, let Danny come on. Do you want to do the drawing? I will. Perfect. So you will see him in the bathrobe. Okay. So then you take the microphone. I'm gonna do the.
Sure.
And then you're gonna pick up the number.
Danny, a comment?
No comments. I feel refreshed and ready, and I'm excited to see what happens here.
Let's do it.
We have position 942.
Thank you, Danny. Hikaru, you can prepare at your board if you want. Hikaru, if you want, you can prepare at your board, and Javokhir, this board is for you. Or if you prefer, you can keep the original boards, I guess. To our spectators, enjoy. To the players, good luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025 at the beautiful Weissenhaus Resort. Our first playoff match of the entire event, and it's sports. Hikaru Nakamura up against Javokhir Sindarov. Position 942 is the one to be drawn. And like we were saying just before it was drawn, I think it's an interesting situation where, as in previous rounds, these players had the benefit of linking up with their colleagues, although there is still maybe a debate on whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. Here, they are left to their own devices to evaluate the position.
First, I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. That was definitely Danny Rensch not following the dress code.
Not following the dress code, but making full use of the amenities at this beautiful resort. So can we fault him for it? I feel like he gets a pass.
He showed up in a bathrobe. I can't believe that. Well, there
straight from the spa,
Straight from the beautiful spa. I mean, you're in Weissenhaus, and I think this place has been awarded the #1 spa in the world. So Danny Rensch enjoying life right now as he pulls up this position. And yes, to your point, you know, we see for the first time the players by themselves working it all out as if they've got the position in front of them. And James, we've got the position in front of us as well.
Yeah, so immediate things that jump out to me. We've already got the king sandwiched between both of those rooks over there on the left-hand side. So I'm immediately thinking about, castle opportunities in the future. But as seems to happen oh so often in this position, we've got a queen, a bishop, and a bishop all sitting in a row, as they do so often, targeting the other side of the board. And in this moment, as we have a position to evaluate, we're very happy and lucky to be rejoined by none other than David Howell, who can help us figure out maybe what's going through each of these players' minds. David, one of the things we're talking about is whereas before they had the opportunity for conversation and discussion with their colleagues, that is not afforded to them this time around.
Yeah, it's not afforded to them. I mean, it would be fun to see the two opponents discussing the position. But, of course, one from the white side, one from the black. And it's just about who can create the threat first, who can react. I mean, first of all, as you mentioned, so many similarities, differences to all these positions we see. The white queen, the two bishops, starting the game exactly as they did in the previous encounter, and I think those pieces will be the key. But it looks like Javokhir has had enough. It looks like he's feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, he's worked it out as the players get ready to take their actual positions to start. And Hikaru Nakamura will start with the white pieces in this best of two. If it's a tie, they get even less time. It's going to be a 5-minute with a 2-second increment played down to the wire. We might even get an Armageddon in this matchup the way these two have been trading.
Don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up. More chess is all we ever want. I do think that best of 2 point is also important to reiterate for folks at home. It's not a one and done here, right? So, not everything's on the line in this first game.
And it's time to get our chat involved in this one, right? It goes into the first playoff. What are your predictions on this big one? Who are you rooting for? Tell us in chat as this one really gets super exciting. David, just their battles in the classical showed what a close fight this is. Sindarov being on the ropes but still not giving an inch.
Yeah, such high-quality games. I mean, I was eavesdropping on your interview with Magnus, hearing his thoughts. He's so impressed by the youngster here, but he didn't quite create the chances against Hikaru. He was always in the back foot in those ones. The quicker time format, I think, will suit him, though. Sindarov, it also suits Hikaru. That's the big clash, the big dilemma. Who can start faster, who can start stronger? To be honest, I think experience usually historically has had the edge in these kind of nervy moments. Hikaru's been here before hundreds of times with his life on the line, must-win situations where it's one-on-one, head-to-head. But then again, every young player has a breakthrough moment, right? This could be it for Sindarov.
Yeah, Javokhir looking for his breakthrough moments. And once again, we're lucky enough to be joined by Jan-Henrik Buettner here.
Yeah.
We've got our first playoff match, my friend. I think all of us were hoping for it, and in the end, we do get it. What do you make of the youngster stepping up against Hikaru Nakamura to try and get it done?
Yes, I mean, this guy, he has amazed me from the beginning, as I said in our last interview, that I already had him in vision, and I'm really happy that he's making it through. But for me, I must say, it's so hard because I love all these guys. It's like, Vincent, of course I love that he went. Alireza, I would have loved if he won. So the point is that for me at this, the whole tournament is like all difficult. But in the end, that's sports. So we can't have just 8 first places. But
that'd be an interesting circuit.
That's amazing. And I mainly take care of other stuff. Have you seen Danny?
We did. Yeah. We had the privilege of interviewing him.
So the backstory is basically that I got a call. Say, okay, we'll do the drawing. Do you want to do the drawing? And I said, yeah, I can do it. It's like boring. And then Danny just came out of the spa because I gave him my iPad because he watched in a hot tub outside. This is what I did also when we have time. Because the great thing is like the best way to watch it is at home. With you guys, not here. Like in the hall, it's like you look and you have no idea what the position is. Is it good? Is it bad? You have no comment, whatever. So. Watch it there. So we did that, and also for our production show a little bit. We did that yesterday a little bit. And so Danny was, and he said, yeah, we're going to go to the spa. I think with Fabiano after his win, they went to the spa, and I said, yeah, you should. So I give you my iPad. So then when I was walking over here, he came from the spa in his bathrobe, and he just wanted to give his. I said, you know what, Jenny? So come on. So you'll be our beauty queen kind of drawing. And also I want to tell like the fans and everybody like. We are here for you. We do everything you want, right? So it's like maybe we add a category. Wouldn't it be great if, right? So it's like think wouldn't it be great if Danny Rensch from Chess.com just does the drawing in his bathrobe? Maybe you can do a competition. It's like wouldn't it be great? To do whatever. Wouldn't it be great? Something, and then we'll see whether we can make it happen because we want to be exciting. The last thing we want to be is boring. So whatever you think makes sense in terms of really show, because this is the show format. We have the very serious, super grandmasters explaining all the R2D2 kind of stuff, But here we want to have the background stories, and we want to really get everybody engaged and exciting, and really trying to make the best entertainment out of this while still explaining
the top sports, and I think you guys do a fantastic job. I'm really, for myself, I always like when it works for myself. It's like, finally I understand what they're doing, because when it's all this R2D2 talk, it's like your brain is so consumed with all the squares. So and it's just all done. It's perfect.
Yeah, and I have to ask you the question on everyone's mind here. Are jeans and bathrobes allowed in freestyle chess?
Oh yeah, it's basically mandatory, So it's like, So I was always thinking also when, for example, in Germany we have this incredible stiff, thing. Sometimes also in other golf courses, but in Germany you're not allowed with jeans on the golf course, for example, right? So and I one of the things why I never got into golf also was because I always, I like to wear jeans, whatever. So I was thinking if I ever would, do a golf course, which I never will do, I would think it's a jeans-only golf course. How about that, right? So you're only allowed, and then, you don't have jeans. We have a store. You can buy some jeans here in our store. Kind of just. I always like to turn things around.
Show up wearing slacks.
Yeah, and so now I have you guys on board. We want to have all of you at home on board. Turn things around, make it spectacular. What would it make for you more exciting to watch it, right? So we are entering the wouldn't it be great if, kind of.
I think that's a hugely important sentiment to make sure is driven home for the viewers, that, this is being made for you. And so continue to deliver us that incredible feedback. Let us know what you want to see, and we will endeavor to make it a reality for you. Away we go into the game itself here.
I'm just going to sit here too, because then I don't watch, so I have the live stream. I have the benefit of just seeing you live, and I know what's going on, right?
Yes, of course. Yes, you're more than welcome to sit here.
I can also sit on this couch, and then you can have other guests.
Make yourself comfortable.
I'm just making a little my home couch here, right? So it's like.
This is our chill community stream. Well, the players are ready to go right now. They are facing each other. Hikaru Nakamura starts with the white pieces. 10 minutes and only 10 seconds is bonus time in this one. David, James and I were discussing how much of a factor energy shifting gears would be in this one. Big pressure, big stakes.
Big pressure, big stakes. It's a big man of the moment, Hikaru Nakamura. He tends to thrive in these crucial moments where his experience shines through, his trickiness shines through, his cunningness. But then again, he is playing a real firebrand in Javokhir Sindarov. The clocks will begin any moment. It's the handshake. We are off.
And there we go, an immediate first move. But how fickle these first moves can be right here in freestyle chess. We've seen it time and time again. The opportunities for blunders early on, but it's going to be that F4 push here for Hikaru to open things up.
And again, just a quick point on this. We've spoken so much about symmetry. What Javokhir wants to do is play copycat, mirror that move, but then it will be Hikaru who gets that first central break-in, who will be able to break that pawn symmetry. We're moving that pawn in front of the queen 2 steps forward, and often that's the way to seize that slight opening advantage in freestyle chess.
Yeah, big psychological edge, at least, if you are the one who breaks that symmetry, if you're the one kind of playing on the front foot and asking the opponent questions. Sindarov, okay, uncharacteristically spending this long on move 1. We have seen him take long things, but in the round robin, he was full of confidence, full of speed.
Well, and again, this was kind of what I was attacking and wondering how that gear shift would ultimately come into effect for both players, right? You just came off of a classical game where you would have been happy to spend 40 minutes on move number 1. You don't have that luxury this time around, so you need to make sure that you don't fall back into that trap, that complacency of thinking you have the time to assess every possible move and its consequences.
And I just thought that, Levon's the one with all the cool shirts. Just notice Hikaru's got a pretty cool one on as well today. I don't know, chat, maybe you can tell us who's got the better fashion game out of Levon and Hikaru. He also looks extremely chilled. Sindarov keeps taking time on the very first move.
Someone needs to shake him. Someone needs to wake him up. This is rapid chess suddenly. He hasn't moved in 1.5 minutes, Sindarov. That's a huge ratio there of his time. He just needs to trust himself. Just get into this game, survive. The heart rates are already pretty high, and we haven't even reached move 2 yet.
Yeah, the only logical excuse at this point I can come up with the amount of time is that maybe this was not the predicted first move of Hikaru.
I mean, that's pretty much guaranteed. He didn't predict this one when he was thinking there on his own. We saw those images on the sofa, but ultimately, if you can't play copycat chess, you need a backup plan. You need to know where the pieces belong. You can choose the pawn structure later. You've got 8 of those, but getting the pieces out in freestyle chess is so important. He brings his knight into the game. Hikaru occupies the center. Great strategy in chess. Hikaru looking very, very confident relatively to his young opponent.
And you give more time to Hikaru, that third pawn will move up 2 steps, really taking control and space in this game. I'm slightly surprised by Javokhir's first move, and wow, he breaks, but it's without a pawn supporting that one. David, that would allow a piece to the center of the board, making it vulnerable to future attacks.
All right, so now pieces are flying there. Yeah, striking back in the center, a trade of pawns. The queen is out now, and a knight to match the knight on the other side.
Haben wir das auch hinter uns?
Interesting that Javokhir, just as he did in the classical game, brought his queen out and shifted it across. Something that we were praising him for a bit earlier today, but trying the same method again. Don't try this at home, guys and gals. Do not bring a queen out too early because she normally gets hit, but here she's actually pretty stable. It's surprisingly tough to kick this queen out of the center. You would want to use a pawn, but this square covered twice at this moment. So Javokhir needs to use the time that he's been afforded to do something with his active queen.
Yeah, and let's not forget, in standard chess, there would usually be a white knight where the bishop is, and you could just jump forward and dislodge that queen. But here the knight is at the edge of the board. You know, you still are far away from getting any attacks over to that royal piece at the center of the board. Javokhir, he keeps thinking. He's taking too much time at the start, you know, and that's the balance. It's so tough to find, right? You need to be precise in the opening moves, but also keep control on the clock, David. And it feels so far, Javokhir is struggling with finding that balance.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I've played Hikaru so many times, and he just goes up 2 or 3 gears as soon as he sees your clock kind of ticking down there. So I do fear for Sindarov. 3 minutes might not sound like much, but it means he's going to get very nervous very early, while Hikaru has that luxury of 2 or 3 long thinks later in the game. He ultimately brings his bishop out. He's trying to trade off this white knight, damage Hikaru's pawn structure, but Hikaru doesn't care.
Wow, such quick responses from Hikaru. I mean, again, only a couple seconds between every move that Javokhir makes and the one that Hikaru is able to blitz out. And so right back into time pressure is Javokhir as the seconds tick away.
It's beast mode. That's what Hikaru is on right now. You know, the way he's playing, the speed with which he's playing, he doesn't even pause to recapture with that central pawn, keeping his king safe for now on the left side of the board, making sure there are no open lines. That knight, which had just moved forward from that corner, will eventually land further into the center, once again hitting that queen, which found itself perhaps far too early out into the game.
Yeah, an interesting moment. Sindarov moves his rook, so the black king is fixed on this flank. It's not going to go the long way. It's not going to castle across the board. Hikaru still has that option, but he's trying to prevent the white knight from moving. The white knight now is tied down to the defense of this central pawn. Something we talked about earlier, an IKP, I will call it here, an isolated king's pawn. Because normally it starts on the file a king normally begins on, but it is weak. And Sindarov trying to attack it at least.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, to me, this is freestyle chess. It's still IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. I mean, there's a queen behind it, David Howell.
Oh, you caught me out there. I said halfway through that sentence, I was like, oh, whoops, what have I done?
Either way, with that rook sliding over, as you mentioned, can only opt to castle one way, but now has that option available to him at any moment, if he so chooses. Hikaru still has decisions to make in that regard. Trying to figure out how to get the bishops more involved in the game as well. Obviously, as you said, we're kind of locking that knight into that position that it's currently in by targeting the pawn, which also effectively shuts that dark squared bishop out of the game, at least for the time being. So that's maybe a consideration for Hikaru, is how do I get that piece more involved once again?
Yeah, I mean, you've identified the biggest problem with White's position. It's not necessarily the weak pawn, it's the fact that he's tied down Hikaru, and this bishop, the dark square bishop, is the one paying the price. So that's why Hikaru has paused for the first real time in this game. He'll try to find a way to get that bishop out, whether it's defending his central pawn, whether it's this one, a bit of a surprise to me. Maybe he's going to put his light squared bishop to defend this pawn, free up the white knight. Yeah, whatever his plan is, at least Hikaru's played it quite quickly.
And this could be the moment that Javokhir decides to castle his king, you know, just shuffle the king and the rook on the left side of the board and sort of lining them up perfectly, the two rooks on the E and the D file, waiting to strike in the center with the D pawn moving forward. That's a move that crosses my mind. David, are we going to see Javokhir just do a little king and rook dance right now?
Yes, I think is the answer, Tanya. And it's not because of king safety. Black's king is super safe. It's more the fact that you need your pieces in the game. And, OK, he doesn't go for it yet, but that black rook in the corner needs to get towards the centre sooner rather than later. They say always connect your rooks in chess. That is when the middle game begins.
Hikaru justifying that pawn push by repositioning the light squared bishop in defense of that pawn, maybe eventually unlocking his knight to start moving yet again across the board and preempting that knight move or that knight jump by dropping the queen back. So I think both players pretty clued in to each other's main strategic goals here.
Yeah, I just want to point out one aspect of that IKP, however you want to call it. You know, there are two ideas. You can either target it, build attack against it, or you can think about occupying the square right in front of it. And usually the piece that's strongest to land there is a knight. And I think that's why Sindarov also retreated with the queen. He's also eyeing a knight jump towards the center of the board. Notice how with no pawns on adjacent files, a piece there can never be kicked out.
It can never be kicked out. It can also be replaced. Black has two knights that can jump to that same outpost. It's an outpost for life, so Hikaru needs to play around that square. And Hikaru, first of all, needs to decide upon a kind of home for his king, first of all. Does the white king sit on this flank? If it does, then maybe it's time to get this rook out from the corner. One thing that Magnus Carlsen loves to do is push his corner pawns forward and lift his rooks up the board. So that's what I'm expecting from Hikaru. But yeah, it's a very odd type of position, I would say. There's no direct conflict between the white and black armies. Feels like it's going to be cagey for the next few moves.
And almost identical heart rates there, James. Right there, you know, 125, 127. And I was also looking at the camera, you know, Hikaru extremely still, looks very calm. Sindarov just constantly shaking on his chair right now. Does that give tension away usually for a chess player?
Yes, although when I was young, I was full of adrenaline. I was shaking too. It's an age thing, I think.
I was going to say, I mean, given the fact that even their heart rates are near, matched, I feel like we're just seeing how the stress of the moment manifests itself differently and physically in each of their bodies. For Hikaru, I think in so many ways, one of the most expressive chess players that we have out there. I'm always wanting to be keyed in on his face to see what he's thinking. Whereas with some other players, it's less about, those facial expressions and more about, yes, finding a way to get the energy, to dissipate throughout the body so you don't let adrenaline overtake you. Adrenaline can be a very useful tool, and it can also be your worst enemy as a competitor, and it's a tough thing to regulate.
From your experience, is it the same in esports? Do the players struggle to control?
I think absolutely. There's a fair few players that you could name, target, or even cite in their own words who have said that nerves play a major role in their ability to perform, and actually that keys into that conversation we were having with Toby earlier, the importance and kind of the prevalence of sports psychology, meditation, finding ways for each person, methods for each person, systems to overcome that anxiety. And so, yes, I think across all sports and in all types of competition, that will become a factor.
I'd be feeling the nerves and anxiety in this position playing with the black pieces, because that last little move by Hikaru Nakamura is with a big idea on the board. David, I think he wants to plant that knight closer towards the black king and then join it with the queen on a really juicy square, starting to put pressure on that b7 pawn already. So it might be time for Javokhir to start thinking about how he wants to counter that plan.
Yeah, really really appropriate moment to pause now for Javokhir, and nice spot there, Tanya, because in chess in general, especially in traditional chess, you look at the start position, you see that often there's one pawn that's only defended by a king, and that is always the softest spot. That's always the Achilles heel, the weakest square in the opponent's camp. Here, he's so scared of that Javokhir that he might be about to trade off that white knight, but that would connect white's pawn structure. Bishop takes knight would allow white to build what I call the big bathtub. I'll just put that on the board. This looks like a bathtub here, the pawn structure, and it really, Danny Rensch shout out there, but it really is nice.
Where's the David Howell glossary of chess terms? I need this book.
Fans, chat, let me know. I'll write it. You ask for it, I will write it.
Yeah, hunting for the big bathtub. Well, we'll see if he can get it. He's definitely asking for it here, looking for the trade of bishop for knight.
Yeah, the problem is if he goes back now, Javokhir, then his bishop might just get locked out for good. This bishop might just be sidelined for the rest of the game, staring at a graphite wall of pawns here. So big moment for Javokhir. Look at the clock, though. He's nearly 5 whole minutes behind, and this is still early stages.
Does the bathtub feel like something you can afford to give Hikaru, or do you kind of have to, take a moment and eat a tempo by dropping the bishop all the way back along the same diagonal that you just developed it on?
Yeah, I think maybe that's the best move, but it would allow Tanya's idea of the white knight jumping forward, targeting this weak spot only defended by the black king. That would be super brave. He does allow the big bathtub, the hot tub, to exist here. And white's pawns, they might be far advanced, so the white king looks a bit vulnerable, but they control so many squares. Knights need squares, and the black knights struggling now for outposts that they will not get kicked away from.
And the flexibility of that bathtub, right, to move forward, and it won't be a bathtub anymore, but it'll be a beautiful center once the D pawn steps one step ahead as well. The B and the A pawn combining to move forward. But David, it comes at a bit of a cost, like you're pointing out, weak pawns that perhaps can also become targets. For Javokhir, it's a fight against creating counterplay against those pawns before they get incredibly strong. And he does slide his queen one step forward, attacking one of those weaknesses. Hikaru, he's got to protect it. Is he going to use his own king, getting closer to that pawn? King is a piece in an endgame. For Hikaru, it might be a piece in the middle game.
I mean, from my eyes, I like it too, just because now my rooks are, allowed to slide along that first rank anywhere they please, connecting them nicely while also defending that pawn. It looks like Hikaru agrees, and he will go for it.
Yeah, that was a checkmate threat, we should mention, and again, re-establish the checkmate threat to the white king already under fire. I think it's the epaulette checkmate, as we sometimes call it, with 2 rooks actually boxing in their own king, and your king has no escape squares. But the threat renewed, you can defend this in 3 different ways. Actually, that's the same for nearly all threats in chess. You can block the threat, you can push a pawn forward for white, you can defend the threat by using your rook here. You don't want the other one, you don't want to run away. Pushing the pawn forward would allow the black queen to swoop in anyway and deliver the kiss of death. Big moment for Hikaru.
Again, I see the evaluation bar. It gives a huge advantage to Hikaru in the position, but I have to say, from a human perspective, it does not look that bad for Sindarov right now. The material balance, you've got 7 pawns versus 7 pawns. Your majors are still pretty active. They're at the center of the board. The knights are kind of creating these threats and ideas. David, is the evaluation bar not, well, at least from a human perspective, not where it should be?
Yes, I agree. I think it's the long-term factor, the eval bar here. White has the bishops, which are just better than knights long-term. The board is relatively open. And it's the fact that white can push pawns. I think if white can stem the momentum, stop the threats, then it will turn and it will be very clear why white has the advantage. But as you say, for this next 1 or 2 moves, I would say, Tanya, if Hikaru isn't finding the right path, then things could turn. Then we'll see everything slide and change. Look at those knights. They're dancing.
But he keeps finding the right way forward, right? To me, once again, James, it feels the bar is misleading, but Hikaru showing the way. The knight's coming closer towards the white king. Also, watch out for that D pawn, which is a bit tender. Can you have the time and the guts to push that pawn and maybe allow the knights to jump further into the white king camp and deliver forks across the C4 square?
I don't see a reason why you don't push that D pawn.
Hikaru's just calculating right now. This is the move he wants to play. Again, the top players start calculating by always looking at the move they want, kicking the knight away. He's worried about a check here, a fork, and this is a sacrifice temporarily. But when the black knight replaces its fellow here, this is again a fork, and you now step into a potential discover check. This still looks very good for white because, for example, the knight jumping out the way with a check, hitting the white queen. This can be blocked by a white pawn, but Hikaru does not allow this. It's a rapid game. He's so practical. He doesn't want to allow any tricks just in case he blunders. So he shifts his king across instead. Note how the king cannot be checked or forked by any knights now. A good tip for everyone at home. Just be practical. Do not calculate. Do not go too deep into the future unless you really have to.
Repositioning the king there. Of course, we do have these knights fairly well positioned, but now it feels like he's preparing to use those pawns, kick them out of the way, and maybe find a way to get his bishops to be a little bit more actively involved in the game itself, as they're, especially that light squared bishop, still staring into the butt of one of his own pawns.
Yeah, and you mentioned that bishop, James. Black would love to blow open the centre here, maybe push his pawn forward, but watch out here. Whoops, the white bishop would land, and there would be a nasty skewer on the queen and king. So There are some big threats here. Hikaru, look at the camera, super chilled right now.
And look at the clock. That's more than a 4-minute advantage right now already for Hikaru. You know, once again, not always trying to find the best move in the position, but just taking these practical decisions, which poses the biggest problems for his opponent, is what makes him so incredibly strong when you've got little time on the clock. And Javokhir, he sidesteps that skewer idea that you were pointing out, so really wanting to find more space, more open lines for a rook, hoping to get in one of those breaks, but I believe his knights are going to start getting chased off the board right now with one of the pawns moving forward.
Yeah, it was interesting, Magnus saying that Sindarov played so well with no time on his clock in the previous game. He's going to need to do that again here, 2 minutes left. That's when he suddenly kind of leveled up Sindarov. It's like he woke up by the urgency of the clock situation.
Well, go ahead.
No, James.
I was just going to ask, is now the time that we look to dislodge one of those knights? And Hikaru will answer the question before either of you have the opportunity to do so. The answer is yes. That D-pawn pushed one square forward, and now a knight forced to retreat. This is where I start to worry for Javokhir, just because it feels like a boa constrictor, right? Step by step, we're losing one square of space at a time, and these pawns have their marching orders. Frontal assault.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pawn storm, as we call it in chess, the roller. And already Hikaru, you can sense he sees something. He knows exactly what he wants to do. This knight on the rim looking pretty dim, pretty grim. And there's a German phrase for that. I can't quite remember it, but a nice rhyme about knights on the edge of the board. Springer am Rand. Yeah, this knight looking pretty bad right now. That's the next target.
It's getting tough, and space is getting less for Javokhir, right? Apart from the clock as well. And Hikaru, I think, is trying to figure out which pawn to move next, how to build on his advantage, because this narrative of having the push, of having the edge, has pretty much happened in every single game in this matchup. But he hasn't been yet able to break through Sindarov's defenses. So he knows that he still has to be precise to get that lead if he can. He's done everything right, but the job is far from over. And I'm going to point out as well, we're talking about the knight. That black queen at the center of the board is also a bit vulnerable to all the threats from the pawns coming forward, the two bishops on the board as well.
Looking good, but maybe it's a case of too many tempting moves for Hikaru. I mean, he could improve this rook. I don't like loose pieces. Loose pieces often drop off. There are tricks against this white rook. So maybe he'll look to improve that one in the near future. First, he might start kicking back the black queen. This rook for white not doing anything. Hikaru has so many kind of things on the agenda that it's causing him to burn time. Suddenly things are leveling out now.
Yeah, it feels in a way like that knight over on the left-hand side of the board is on the verge of being trapped, and maybe that's an enticing thing to go for, but I don't actually see a way to fully secure a take on exactly. You induce the movement there, but you undefend the square, effectively giving the knight a square to jump to and threatening your own rook in the process. So maybe that's not the way we want to go. And
suddenly it's 3 minutes versus 2 minutes.
Yeah,
the one frozen.
It's just a minute advantage now, and it's, the clock advantage is pretty much dwindled away. Hikaru reaches out for a move, and his decision is to chase the black queen away. Need to find a good square, because you really want to plant it at that central e5 spot. But then you once again make it vulnerable to threats against that white bishop jumping forward to a really nice square on d4. Instead, we see a decision of just retreating. Notice how all Javokhir's pieces first came forward, but slowly, one by one, are being forced to go back. Hitting that rook right now on the other side of the board, coming in with a threat, but does white just simply push the pawn?
Yeah.
Is offense the best defense here?
Is the knight dead now?
The knight is almost dead, so here Hikaru's plan is most certainly to try and trap this knight. It has nowhere safe to jump to, but note how there is a pin on this diagonal, so you have one move. You have one move to save it. I think the idea is to jump the other knight into the center. You're trying now to hop into a newly loose square, and no time simply to grab this knight, because your rook would drop off the board. He's keeping things together by a thread here, Javokhir Sindarov. It's just about hanging together. Hikaru feels that he's got something stronger, but how to trap this knight? If he doesn't trap this knight, we should mention, if we go back to the game, then, okay, he retreats. Then suddenly the other black knight has a nice post in the middle of the board. Okay, two knights versus two bishops. The eternal dilemma. Which piece do you prefer, James?
I mean, I actually prefer the knight, But I think that's because, again, at my level, it's the trickier piece. And so people fall victim to it more often, if you know what I mean. I think it could be easier to kind of understand the threats that a bishop poses. Knight a little bit harder at times to evaluate all of its different possible movements and, squares of control.
Yeah, fully agree.
That said, I understand that goes against conventional wisdom as the game progresses, that as more pieces fall off the board, typically the bishops might perform a little bit better.
I think that is an awesome move by Sindarov. You know, he realizes he can't just stay still in this position and let Hikaru come to him with all the pawns moving forward. The knight, as you guys are pointing out, on the edge of the board. Now forcing a decision, forcing Hikaru's hand. He trades off one of the strong pieces. The bishop pair is off. Black has managed to create counterplay. I think momentum has shifted. Watch out for that c-pawn moving one step forward, creating more holes in White's position. To me, this looks like over the last few moves, it's completely a different game.
Totally a different game now. This knight is not trapped. The black pawn can simply push forward. The black knight has an escape hatch here. Meanwhile, the white bishop, now it's no longer part of a pair. It is suffering. This bishop only controls light squares. It's got no targets on light squares. It's staring at a wall of its own pawns. It's what we call not a good knight right now. It's just a knight. It's a knight that's alive versus a very, very bad bishop.
And I want to again draw your attention to that central e5 square. The queen has just vacated it for another piece to land over it. Once again, Hikaru's pawn formation, there's no way to get control back of it. He pushed that d pawn one step too far ahead. The rook landing on e5 at the right time. The f pawn moving forward, breaking apart this center that Hikaru has created. And David, right now he jumps in with the queen. He's attacking the side pawn and it gets an inaccuracy. To me, it felt like a very natural move in the position.
Very natural move. Hikaru needs threats, needs counterplay. He's attacking this pawn. He wants to loosen up that side of the board for black.
Yeah, it was actually the move that I was looking at as well. So I'd be curious as to know why the computer doesn't like it.
Ooh, okay. This move played a pawn sacrifice from Javokhir. He could also have gone for an attack against the white king by pushing his pawn forward and trying to create some squares for the black knight to jump into. Maybe that was even stronger, but still looking like this is turning. The younger player now, I mean, clocks are level. He's got a big advantage, Tanya.
This move is all in. You grab that pawn, he wants to go for that white king. He will line up the queen and the knight against the target of that b3 pawn with the white queen completely offside, far away from getting into that defense. This is a gambit which will be super risky, and Hikaru takes it. This is game on. And Javokhir immediately goes for the threat against the b3 pawn.
Game on, but Hikaru's all in. It's not just that, but look how this queen is placed. If Hikaru now just defends his pawn calmly, then black pushes his pawn forward, reinstates the threat, and this black queen is poised to swoop. Look at this second rank devastation here. It will be a double attack, a nasty game-ending check. Hikaru, huge trouble now for him.
Okay, so let's go back to the live position. Hikaru needing to find the proper move to avoid those tricks that you just illustrated. But it doesn't look easy.
I don't see it. I think Hikaru is busted, almost.
Wow. How quickly this game turned.
How does he survive? A queen and knight, the dream attacking combo, Tanya.
And the pawn joining the party, opening up the diagonal for the queen to further infiltrate from the other side of the board. Yes, you can use your rook, David, to defend that pawn. But what happens next? And look at this Hikaru, he's trying to run away with his king, but I don't think that king's going to find any safety. Grab that pawn with a check. Well, Hikaru with a shake of his head. He knows this has gone all wrong.
Yeah, feels like at this point you could either swoop that pawn up with a check of your own. Yes, the king might be on the run, but now your position's falling. All of your pawns are disconnected from each other. Some of them are very committed to your opponent's side of the board. Your most powerful piece is sitting on the opposite corner, nowhere to be found in defense of the king right now.
Yeah, she's off on holiday in Australia somewhere, but this event taking place in Germany, of course. He needs his queen back in the action, back centralized sometime soon. But Hikaru, he's running away. This strategy did kind of help Vincent Keymer in a game we saw earlier today. So running away with the king here, pretty much guaranteed Hikaru needs to get out of the firing line. Okay, he does run, but the black knight is coming. This looks terrible for white, Tanya.
And now Hikaru with less time on the clock than Javokhir. That's the turnaround that the position's been, and he does try to run away with that king, and the knight that you were pointing out can get into that central point at d4. What a monstrous knight it will be there. It comes in with a tempo, and I think we're seeing Javokhir play this plan out. Can Javokhir get this win in with a minute on the clock?
But based on the way he's played throughout the rapid portions of the tournament so far, I would have high confidence in his ability to do so. And, even probably supported by the fact that Magnus himself impressed by Javokhir's play on low time. Still, though, I have to get it done, right? It's one to know that each of these players is capable of doing it, and it's another to see them actually execute it in the moment.
And quick count shows that white is a pawn down. White has 5 pawns, black has 6. But it's not just that, it's the piece placement, the piece activity. Clearly white's kind of lacking coordination here. The white queen especially offside. That black rook now defending a pawn that was threatened. And, of course, the white king vulnerable. All of these small things adding up. It looks almost hopeless. Hikaru needs a miracle.
The white bishop as well, still just absolutely hating life right now on that G2 square, feeling relatively ineffective for the majority of the game.
The definition of a bad bishop.
And while the white...
Go ahead.
While the white king will find itself safe right now, Hikaru's down a pawn. And he's trying to, again, create a mess on the board, trying to create some tricks on the board. But that comes at a cost of another pawn right now. He wants to deflect that black rook so the queen that's holidaying in Australia can at least come to Singapore, slightly closer to Germany right now, picking up the G-pawn.
Yeah, but how long is the layover in Singapore? That's the question, because we got to get that queen all the way over to Germany in the end. Okay, the pawn will be vacuumed up, staring down the E-file towards Hikaru's rook of his own. So maybe looking for a trade here.
Yeah, and our previous camera was even shaking just because Javokhir was shaking so much. And look at the adrenaline pumping through that teenager, the 19-year-old. And now, C4, that pawn is dynamite. It's marching forward 3 squares from touchdown.
And the knight assists that square. That's the key point, right? White cannot control the queening, the promotion square. So you're really essentially 2 moves away from winning. C3, C2 as the arrows are pointing out here. And once again, queen on one side, the rook on the other, no coordination. This is the first time in this match that Javokhir Sindarov has gotten a winning position against Hikaru Nakamura. And this one, I don't think he messes up.
Yeah, Hikaru's eyes darting across the board, looking for some kind of glimmer of hope, but it just doesn't exist. The layover is too long for the white queen. He just cannot get back in the game. Shake of the head there.
Yeah, searching. 14 seconds on the clock. Does make a move under time pressure. A quick response as well there from Javokhir, and now the queen slides over.
But some tricks being set up here by Hikaru. He's trying, he's trying to create some chaos on the board, offering a queen trade. Javokhir just needs to calm himself down. He's got 47 seconds to work this out. Does he take? Does he reinforce the defense on the queen? He does that. He just moves away from victory. And did you see that? Hikaru reacts on camera.
He reacts. He actually gives up his queen, Hikaru. His queen was attacked. He tries to counterattack. Still some tricks in the air, but it does look like Javokhir can calmly grab the white queen with his rook. There are also some nasty knight checks. White's king not entirely safe either. Every move pretty much winning. He just needs to calm his nerves and pick one of them.
And he's doing just that. And that is such professionalism, right? Not rushing through these moments because he knows just a move or two he needs to be accurate. David, but there are traps and still tricks in the position. If black was to pick up that queen, he decides not to, comes in with a check. And now he does pick up that queen, completely winning. Can he put the finishing touches? And he finds it.
All righty, so there you have it. Yeah, wraps up that pawn that was threatening a promotion. So now it's queen against bishop and rook, and still a very threatening board state here for Javokhir Sindarov against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru going to go for something, maybe a last-ditch effort here on the H-file, launching a pawn forward, trying to play maybe a distraction technique, if anything. Come focus on this for now.
Yeah, the hero pawn. It needs to be a hero, that H-pawn, in order to save Hikaru. But that quick flurry, I mean, Javokhir saw it all instantly. He calculated like 3-4 moves in advance. We saw the queen disappear, the pawn disappear, and now it's just what we call the cleaning up job. He just needs to get one pawn through past white's pieces, and this game will be over, first pinning that white rook. He's getting close, but Hikaru's really tenacious. He's known as the best defender in the world. And if he holds this, he'll believe that he can hold anything. He can survive anything.
The chances are so low right now, right? But he is going to fight as the other pawn joins the party and starts assisting the C-pawn. Hikaru trying to block those 2 passes with his own king and bishop. but it is going to be futile, I believe, with a few checks coming in right now. Javokhir can slide his queen over and win the bishop if he wants to. He's calculating his way through that H-hero pawn, too far off right now to save this one for Hikaru.
Yeah, many tempting moves for Javokhir. A lot of time on the clock. He plays a very strong one, pushes his pawn forward. This pawn is poisoned. You cannot take it because the black queen would then give a check and pick up the loose white rook. Handshake. Hikaru resigns.
There you have it. The youngster takes game number 1 in the first of our playoff best of 2 in the rapid portion 10-10. Javokhir Sindarov going to feel very good about it. Hikaru probably left wondering what went wrong and where it all went wrong from that solid position that he had in the middle game.
Yeah, I think Hikaru was just provoked into stretching his position a bit too much, pushed too far forward, but couldn't back it up. He committed, and ultimately, he just lost momentum for 1 or 2 moves, and there was no way back. Javokhir's punishment was so swift, so impressive there.
Yeah, and just incredible, the storyline, right? In the classical portion, Hikaru always pushing, always had the edge. Javokhir defended it. And the one opportunity the Uzbeki youngster gets against the absolute beast, you know, Magnus said it, that according to him, yes, Javokhir's super strong, but Hikaru's still a slight favorite. Javokhir does not let go with such precision, puts the finishing touches. Hikaru in a must-win in the final 10+10.
You love to see it, kind of like pressing the screws to your opponent, right? Putting them in a position where they have to get it done. A draw will not suffice for Hikaru in the next one, but it would for Javokhir Sindarov. Of course, the players are going to have a brief moment to take that breather yet again before they discover their next position to be played here in our playoff of rapid chess.
Yeah, I mean, just catching my breath now. Hikaru, I did not expect that, I've got to say. I thought he would have some element of control, whether he would win or not, that's one question. He had the beautiful pawn structure we talked about, that bar up. He had the beautiful bishops. 3-4 moves later, it was total flip.
How quick it happened.
Yeah.
That's the thing, how quick the whole position just completely fell apart.
Yeah.
The water just overflowed there out of that bathtub, and there was no coming back.
Speaking of bathtubs and bathrobes, it was one Danny Rensch who pulled position 942 for our players here. And as they stepped to the board, a battle ensued, but it would be Javokhir Sindarov to come out on top.
Yeah, so impressive from the Uzbek phenomenon. Hikaru Nakamura just not quite at his usual fast, confident best. And he will need to up his levels in this next encounter. Must win, do or die time.
And Javokhir proving his pick right now, you know, holds the classical portion and then wins the first game with the black pieces. Now with white needing only a draw, and we could see Hikaru, you know, as the clock's leveled out, giving up in the end. What a performance by the Uzbeki superstar this one really was.
That's a very good point. It was a gauntlet thrown alone just to pick Hikaru Nakamura, but then if you are able to, you know, to stand up to the moment, right, the pressure that you've essentially created for yourself, what a feat that would be. And to see Javokhir Sindarov book his ticket to the semifinals as being the 10th qualifying player to the tournament as a whole would be just an incredible feat.
Let's remind everyone, Javokhir Sindarov was not supposed to be here. He's a last-minute replacement to the 5-time world champion Vincent Keymer, right? And those are, once again, really the biggest shoes on the planet to fill. He comes in, has this incredible performance in the round robin, holds his own, takes this pick, and then takes the lead in this one. And once again, just the way he handled that opening pressure. Things go wrong early on, but again, being so super tricky. Give him one chance, and there was no coming back for Hikaru's queen, at least. And the game.
He loves those plot twists. Javokhir Sindarov coming into the tournament last minute, then the plot twist at dinner, choosing Hikaru. This win, it's all part of this ever-growing story.
Now, so a brief bit of information for our viewers at home, whereas in every other reset, even in our quarterfinals day to day, in these best of twos, there has been a new position drawn. I've just received word that there will not be a new position here, so they're going to flip and play opposite sides of the same position, which I think becomes an entirely new discussion, right? First time within this event that players are going to have the opportunity to assess this very starting position, what went right, what went wrong, what was strong, what was weak, and maybe, alter their game plans going forward. So, I mean, that alone, how would you begin to approach what we saw break down? And what elements of both starts would we want to emulate, and what would we want to disavow?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. Firstly, I should say it is very fair. So the players, it is a playoff.
All right, I'm going to just interrupt because I just got yet another correction. The information I received a moment ago was incorrect. So there will be a new lotteried position the way we originally believed it to be.
I'm actually really glad to hear
Me
that.
too.
Because it felt wrong, you know, because this is all about not having any familiar map, any familiar setups and ideas, and sort of using your mind from the start. So setting up the same position, to me, David, that just did not sound like in the spirit of freestyle chess.
Yeah, that was my point. It's fair. I guess you get one shot each with white, black, whatever, but freshness, you know, originality, that's what this tournament's about.
No, this is better. This is what we would prefer. So we're happy to have received confirmation that it will, in fact, be a brand new drawn position, still a minute or two away from receiving that position. And so, once again, I just come back to the calming of the nerves. Hikaru, ever the veteran, has been in dire straits before. So this isn't necessarily an unfamiliar position, and he has navigated his way out of many worse positions, I'm sure. But again, it's just about performance on the day and having only one opportunity. So as we saw that game fall apart in just a move or two, you don't have, you're not afforded, rather, the opportunity to let anything go this time around.
Exactly. He cannot afford a single mistake the way that Javokhir is playing. And Hikaru knows at some point he needs to get under his opponent's skin. At the moment, it feels like he's the one who's being a bit emotional. Javokhir is just a cold-blooded killer. At least he proved that way in the last game. And yeah, Hikaru just needs something. He needs to get back to his best, but also needs that psychological edge that he has against most players his own generation. Against the younger guys, though, it's tough.
And at this point, I'm wondering who we're going to see step onto stage in a bathrobe to draw the next position.
I think that's the big question. Oh, it's probably in the spa right now, enjoying the tie breaks. You know, you said it, James. One opportunity for Hikaru. He's got to be feeling it. Knees are weak, arms are heavy right now for him, but he has to.
But did he have any spaghetti for lunch? That's the big question.
It's been a long day. Well, the palms have to be sweaty right now, though.
Oh, my palms are sweaty. I mean, if theirs aren't, then I don't know. Maybe they should go see a doctor, because I'm nervous for these players.
Yeah, I'm nervous too. I mean, we saw how much Hikaru wanted it. He's achieved nearly everything in chess, but he still wants it that much. So yeah, we saw the heart rates as well.
Yeah, 150. That's where it touched, where in those last few moments. And the whole game, you know, just the effect it had, it was over 100. It really gives you an insight. You know, Hikaru looking so chill, leaning back.
Yeah.
Not so chill after all.
Yeah, 150 heart rate. What's that, zone 3, zone 4? I mean, like, we're actually working out at that point. We're deep in the middle of an aerobic workout at that point. But we are about to find out our final position for the rapid portion of this playoff between Hikaru and Javokhir Sindarov. Into the player hall we go.
Sindarov won game 1, which means Hikaru Nakamura is now in a must-win situation. We are going to draw a new position. I have next to me Tournament Director Sebastian Siebrecht. And I would like to call to the stage Morny. Please give her a round of applause. Let's go. Thank you very much. It's position 336. Position 336. Thank you very much. To the players, good luck. Please enjoy.
That might be similar.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess 2025, where position 336 will be where Hikaru has to get it done if he wants to keep himself alive here in the elimination matchup against Javokhir Sindarov. And we've noticed a pattern, or we've talked about, you know, what the learnings will be round to round to round, starting position to starting position to starting position. We've had a couple positions in those mid-300s, and so I'm willing to bet these players might notice one or two similarities in this starting position to one they've seen in the past, and it's just a matter of if there's really anything important enough to glean from that, I think, in this time they have to evaluate.
Yeah, 960 positions in chess to start with. Position number 518 is our standard chess, and it's not as random as it might appear. Positions closer in number to each other have got a lot of similarities in the way the pieces are placed, so you can indeed find those patterns and motifs to start with. What I've been really enjoying, David, about freestyle chess is that the more we watched it, the more we've seen these opening ideas. You know, despite it being so fresh and raw, similar patterns do seem to emerge, you know. When you've got the queen in the corner, look for a way to open it up. When you've got king next to the rook, you can look for an early castle. Try to break that symmetry. So ideas have started forming in freestyle chess.
Yeah, ideas definitely, and we're learning every day. The players are learning. We're freestyling here as well in the studio. We're trying to get to grips with all these new concepts that we're being shown by the best players in the world every day.
It's a unique and it's a brand new experience here, trying to do something different in the chess world. And so I think it's important for us to remember what are the goals here in freestyle chess when we take a look at the year holistically, but also how it is ultimately it breaks down on the day. Let's take a look at the road to freestyle chess.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Welcome back, everybody. 3 of our 4 semi-finalists have been decided. Only one left to be determined, and it's that man on your screens right there, Javokhir Sindarov, who sits on the edge, on the precipice of pushing himself into that semi-final position, needing a draw or better here in this next game up against Hikaru Nakamura in the rapid portion of our playoff. Position 336 was the position drawn. We have it up on your screens here, and I think that similarity that we were talking about we might notice from other earlier positions is, of course, those 2 bishops tucked away on the corner of your screen there, targeting directly across to an undefended pawn sitting in front of knights.
Yeah, a very, very imbalanced position is promised. Kings in the center this time as well could mean opposite side castling. Both sides will have kind of easier paths towards the flanks for their kings. We see Javokhir make a lot of moves actually on his board. That's because he can force the issue. He could pretty much predict Hikaru's moves due to the fact that immediate threats can be made.
And that is indeed the first move that he's looking at, right? Opening up the diagonal of that bishop to, in fact, target the pawn. And I think we spoke about this earlier, right? In standard chess, you don't have the luxury to get an attack on the very first move. In freestyle chess, sometimes you do. You look for those undefended pawns. The first move that Sindarov has in mind is to move that pawn in front of the knight on the left side of the board 2 steps forward, opening up that bishop, attacking that undefended 8-7 pawn. He's looking at Hikaru's idea of further defending it by bringing out his own knight into the position. But look at the way Sindarov's changed his strategy. Game 1, he kept the pieces as they were when he was trying to analyze the position, right? He wasn't making as many moves in the board. Now he's trying to work his path out. You can see the pressure. He realizes what's at stake in this one. He wants to work this out. He knows he got into a lot of trouble out of the opening in the first game. He doesn't want a repeat of that.
Yeah, got into a lot of trouble and also invested a lot of his time in those early moves, right? And managed to even wiggle his way out of some time trouble in the end. But definitely as well, having to control the white pieces means the onus is on him to dictate how the game will start. So definitely maybe a little bit more consideration for I'm the one who needs to come up with a plan versus being more purely reactive to my opponent.
Yeah, we've actually seen the black side score quite heavily.
Exactly.
Throughout the first few days of this event, because you can react. There's some pressure off you. You are not the one dictating the battleground. I will also say, I don't know about you, Tanya, but when I was a young player, the closer I got to my goals, the more nervous I would get. As a youngster, you don't really have too much fear in you. But when you are this close to achieving your dreams, knocking out the likes of the world number 2, suddenly you might tense up.
Absolutely. I think we've all been there. You know, you get so close, whether it's a championship round or perhaps trying to make a norm or achieve your goal. And again, you know, those final moments, the pressure really adds up because everything you've done so far, all the decisions you've done so far have sort of taken you to this point. And with finish line in sight, what gets you over that finish line? And Javokhir, you can see it in him, how much this moment really means for him. You know, to take down Hikaru Nakamura, if he can, in this next round, what a moment it will be for the 19-year-old as Hikaru. He's trying to find his way. I will tell you, though, in his mind, he has perhaps figured out that the first most obvious choice for Javokhir will be the one that Sindarov is looking at right now. That pawn moving 2 steps forward. So both players working their early moves out. Guys, predictions. Does Hikaru make a comeback? Does this go into a 5+2?
Oh, don't put me in that position. I mean, again, what do I want? Of course, I want the games to extend. Let's go faster and faster paced if we can. But I don't know. Something speaks to me about the way that Sindarov has shown up at this tournament. I think I'm going to lean in his direction, give him the edge, and say that he finds a way to take it here. Maybe not with a decisive game victory, but again, all he needs is a draw.
Tanya, after you. Ladies first.
That was very convenient of you, David. Yeah, I think I've been so impressed with Sindarov. Once again, would love to see, rooting for the chess here, would love to see this go down to the wire. I love an Armageddon to decide, so I'd love it if it goes all the way. But Javokhir, just the guts that he's shown this whole tournament, you know, his ability to not only hold positions that are difficult, but when getting an advantage, showing that power performance, I think there is a chance that Javokhir takes this in the next one, David. A big chance. But I will say, one man with the back against his wall, who's come back so many times, a big stage player, it's this guy, Hikaru.
Yeah, he knows how the pieces move. He's been here before, Hikaru.
So hold on, did you make a prediction?
I made the same one as you.
Okay. I just want to get you solidly on record. Is that you're in my camp? Okay. And what about you, David?
You forced my hand here, guys. It's Hikaru.
Okay.
It's a comeback.
All righty. All right, we'll see if that will be.
What does our community think, James? I think it's time to get them, you know. Everyone loves Hikaru. The community strongly feels about him. The #1 streamer in the world. Does he make a comeback in this one with the black pieces? A must-win game for Hikaru Nakamura to stay in the fight for the semifinals. And it is go time as the players are finding their way to that chat.
And be sure to let us know in chat if you have an inkling which direction this matchup is going to go. And I think it's so kismet that you bring up that question to chat now, because we have the answer to the question that you posed earlier today about which player chat views as the most fashionable in the chess world. And I'm willing to bet this isn't going to come as too much of a surprise to anybody that it is Alireza Firouzja who takes it with 41% of the vote. And actually, Magnus may be a sleeper pick as #2 in chat's eyes.
Wasn't expecting that one. By the way, the move we were expecting, on the other hand, has been played. And once again, look at the speed with which Hikaru responds, right? Immediately stops that defense. And Hikaru Nakamura, the world #3 player, He knows what he has to do. He has his stars cut up in front of him. And how many times we've seen him bounce back from his difficult situations. But for Javokhir, what a performer he's been. Needs only a draw to book a spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah,
what a story.
Within a hair's breadth from that semi-final berth. And while Hikaru does defend against that attacking bishop, I must admit, David, he does it in a way I didn't expect. That knight kind of locked into its starting square for the time being, opting for the pawn push forward instead to defend the previously undefended pawn.
Yeah, and we'll do a quick action replay, but I do feel this is Hikaru already playing the match situation, not necessarily playing the moves he believes are best. And let's just backtrack. This is only move 2. He did indeed start by pushing this pawn forward in order to unleash the white light squared bishop, which does attack a pawn, as you both mentioned there. And the move Javokhir was predicting was for the black knight to come out to block this diagonal. And here Javokhir was looking at this move, pushing another pawn, trying to kick the knight away even further. I just want to mention, I checked with the computer, and Javokhir's position after 5 moves, he'd predicted the first 5 moves, the best first 5 moves for white and for black.
Wow.
He had seen it all and evaluated it all correctly. Instead, Hikaru, trying to surprise his young opponent, perhaps playing this move, pushing his pawn. Obviously, not the best here because the black knight in the corner is trapped, given a question mark as well by the all-seeing silicon overlords. But that is irrelevant. It's about human understanding. Pawn to g4. The white queen now about to come out. And after Hikaru launches the counter-strike on white's pawn, we see a block. And, OK, a bit of a dance. It's the queen that is actually preventing this bishop in the corner from developing.
Wow, with a bunch of moves blitzed out, I want to make sure that the voices of our chat are heard, because already we have the answers for who chat believes will qualify for the semi. So this is an overall prediction of qualification, and we'll remind everyone that Hikaru will typically come out on top in Twitch chat predictions, and he does so here just barely, 53% of the vote to 47% for Sindarov. So I think that, if anything, while Sindarov is still on the losing end of chat prediction, that speaks to how convincing chess he's played at this tournament to even sway that number of people.
Yeah, I was expecting a landslide the other way.
Exactly.
Well, not the other way, but yeah, Hikaru 80%, Javokhir 20%. But yeah, incredible, Tanya. He's been on fire.
And I think Javokhir has just won so many fans over the last few days as well. You know, now you put him on any poll, I think it's not going to be a landslide at all. The guy has won hearts. He's won so many games as well with fantastic, fantastic chess. And now this approach, David, to your point, it's so unconventional, right, to bring that queen out, line itself against the bishop. And again, I think Hikaru just wants to create a sort of a very dynamic, unclear position as quickly as possible. And we see Javokhir, he's bringing out his knight, targeting an undefended pawn on c5 right now. I will point out, though, that white can move that other bishop and then open itself to perhaps advancing that b pawn and targeting that queen that to me looks like it's made itself extremely vulnerable. That knight, which has just been placed on the square that Javokhir's put it, not only attacks the pawn but also takes away a key developing square from Hikaru's bishop to land at the center of the board, that e5 square, so that when that dark squared bishop at the corner for white opens up, it comes in with that much more power.
Yeah, brilliant move there from Sindarov. I just wanted to say, with this start position, I do feel white gets a big advantage. Some of the 960 possible positions are better than others for the white side. So I think it's a really kind of promising position for white, but it does kind of guarantee that all the pieces will be on the board long term. That's good for Hikaru. It's going to be a very fighting, unorthodox type of position. So that kind of gives long-term chances. So he just needs to survive this next stage, Hikaru.
Yeah, I think many people might wince at the accuracy numbers that they're seeing at the bottom of their screens. But one, that speaks to the difficulty of evaluating freestyle chess positions. And number two, I think speaks to the difficulty of the position that Hikaru is in, right? As you mentioned, probably also recognizing that white is advantaged in this position overall. And again, he has to play for a victory. So almost doubly so, sometimes you're going to have to take what might feel like unnecessary risk, inoptimal play by the engine's standards, but that might be still your only path to victory in the end.
Yeah, it's the deep, dark forest we sometimes talk about in chess. You have to just confuse your opponent sometimes, and that means not playing the most obvious move, playing the best moves. And Hikaru normally is the master at that, just weighing in the risk-reward ratio. But yeah, big threats already against him, this pawn hanging, and soon the white bishop attacking the black queen is going to force some concessions.
So, Tanya, you kind of laid out what seemed like very concrete ideas for Javokhir Sindarov in the next few moves, right? Looking to, develop that light square bishop, allow the connection of the rook to the dark squared bishop, and eventually a b-pawn push. With all that in mind, then, if Hikaru is in a similar line of thinking to you, how do we begin to craft a response? Where are the answers to the strategy that feels somewhat certain?
Well, Hikaru needs to take 3 minutes to answer that question. You know how difficult that really is. Because also to point out, his first few moves have really caged up that knight at the edge of the board. Notice how that h8 knight really doesn't have any jumping spots to come towards the center. So he's kind of walked into this position trying to take quick decisions, trying to put pressure on the clock. But as we've seen, is the nature of freestyle chess, it sort of backfires, right? You now have to burn your own clock to figure out how do I develop pieces. There isn't any harmony, and I'm trying to understand. One thematic idea is to always look for breaks, right? When you're struggling with piece development, when you're struggling with a way to get them out, you want to look for counter ideas. The d-pawn moving 2 steps forward. But currently, the first big question is you have to protect the pawn that's being threatened. So one way, natural way to do it would be, for me, David, push that b-pawn 1 step ahead, defend that pawn, also along the way open up the bishop to come into the game. And I hope you won't ask me the follow-up. What do you do once white moves that bishop out of the way and starts threatening the big advance of the b-pawn?
Yeah, let's just put that on the board. The white bishop moving, defending this bishop with the white rook now. Huge threat on the board. If black does nothing, then pawn to b4 would be a double attack, hitting the black queen and winning a pawn in the process. So maybe it is time to play really ugly moves, such as this one, pushing a black pawn forward. Black knight at least has a nice square. But, OK, you're getting your knight out the corner. You're also trapping your own queen in the process. And we've seen that's kind of not desirable in freestyle chess. Queens need some open avenues to move upon.
Yeah, this doesn't look easy, because even though we've at least opened that extra line for our bishop, I feel like there's no proper square for either our light or dark square bishop for the black player to end up on. So
Hikaru had 1 pawn hanging. That's not enough for him. Take a look at the decision he's made. He's gone for an absolute berserk move, not one that was on anyone's radar in this commentary studio. He goes for a double gambit. Now, white has the option of not only grabbing c5, but the pawn that's just moved forward. This is Hikaru feeling the desperation in the position.
Yeah, to take or not to take, to take which one, which pawn to capture right now. Hikaru here gambling, I should say, as well. Because right now, this is a pure sacrifice. He's basically saying, you can take my pawn for free. His idea is to push his pawn even further, destabilize this knight, and I'm not sure where it exactly goes, but this knight could find itself trapped or kind of pushed around the board for a long, long time. The other way, the other capture, wasn't played. He did take that pawn, Sindarov, so pretty much calling the bluff, if it is a bluff. Taking the other pawn with his knight would have allowed black to capture and restore the balance. So right now, Hikaru needs to justify energetically his gambit here. Pure pawn down.
Yeah, very brave by Sindarov to not spend too much time calculating, because that move would have taken mere mortals like myself by surprise for a long time. You know, you're trying to work out what just happened, especially when a player like Hikaru plays it. Well, c4 on the board, hitting that knight. Now Sindarov really needs to work out where he wants to run away with it. Once again, that black queen can also come to the center of the board, start targeting that knight if it goes too far ahead.
Leap forward with his knight. This is very aggressive play by both, I've got to say.
What are the chances that the knight goes further into Hikaru's camp? You know, there's a square on the left side of the board, hitting the bishop, getting ultra adventurous, galloping away with that horse.
I mean, that wasn't on my radar. That's so rare to see only a knight move, pretty much. It's only knight moves from Sindarov. They do say knights before bishops, an old idiom, but this is crazy.
Horses need exercise. Take them for a run. I mean, it's a question. Do I start trying to bully that knight? I mean, as you mentioned, I presume then we're looking for the pawn just to threaten it, try and chuck it to the side of the board and reduce its relevancy.
I've got a fun idea to show. You know, we love showing the checkmates. And now that that knight move is not out of my head, David, check this out. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about is lining the bishop with the queen for Hikaru, right, at the center of the board. It also comes with a threat on that b2 pawn right now, if we get our analysis board up. And that idea of the white knight moving forward, I want to point out the black king isn't feeling very safe. That knight could eventually give some big checks. And has he played it? No, he does develop with that knight forward. But David, knight a6 and that c7 square was what was on my mind.
Yeah, there would have been nasty checks if the black bishop, the black dark square bishop ever moves away. Maybe we'll still see it, Tanya. And maybe the white knight will still go to the edge of the board. This move given a question mark for Hikaru, showing it's not the best, but I mean, who knows what's best in this situation? It's so random, it's so messy, and it's so early. I think this is great news for Hikaru fans. The more random it is, the better his chances might be.
Yeah. Also, I'll just remind ourselves and the viewers at home that in a lot of our positions, kings can find themselves starting already tucked to one side or the other. But this is one of our starting positions where the kings are centralized. So king safety over time is going to be a question. And how do we ultimately decide to deal with that and guard against it is something yet to be answered by either of our players.
Yeah, I have no idea where the kings are going, actually. I could pretty confidently say the black king is not going to the left there. It's not going to castle on the long side because there's not so much pawn shelter. So more likely the black king wants to go behind its queen, but that's going to kind of come with some risks itself. Okay, in the meantime, Javokhir tries to trade off a set of bishops. He has an extra pawn, Tanya, so a very logical move.
Yes, traditional chess wisdom, when you're up a pawn, you try to trade off the pieces because that power of the extra pawn sort of comes into play a lot, right? I sort of think about football in this context where the lesser the players, and if you've got that one extra player, that always plays out so much more. So the pawns would get more powerful once the pieces are traded off. I really like this move as well because it connects that rook to the bishop. The other idea that we were talking about, a multi-purpose move, allowing the b pawn eventually to move forward, attacking the black queen.
Ooh, multi-purpose moves.
Yeah.
That was most effective.
An additional effect there. Assuming Hikaru gives Javokhir what he wants and elects to trade bishops. Okay, never mind. He won't look to trade those bishops, so my question is irrelevant.
Well, I was expecting that as well, I've got to say.
Yeah.
The exchange of bishops. Now white's light square bishop simply drops back one square. And now Hikaru is facing some threats. If white gets one more move, activates the bishop in the corner, hitting the black queen, Sindarov has an advantage. Can Hikaru stop it?
And I think he was reaching out for his own bishop to stop that exact idea that you're pointing out. He does plant it to the center of the board, so reinforcing the pin on that corner bishop that Javokhir has.
Yeah, it feels like a missed trick there somehow for Javokhir. It feels like he could have that opportunity to open up his bishop. Now that opportunity might have passed. He brings his queen out instead, and this one, is it turning? Is Hikaru back in with a fight now? 3 minutes against 6 minutes, though.
And Javokhir answering James' earlier question, where is king's safety? And I believe that for Javokhir Sindarov, it will be on the right side of the board once that the queen has left that spot, sort of making it possible for the white king to jump over, to slide over, to connect the rooks. Really strange way to finish development, David, because I see that queen is still on the edge of the board. And given an inaccuracy.
A tense moment on the board. We were wondering where king's safety would come from. And at least on Hikaru's side, he has committed his king over to the right-hand side of the board, exactly as you predicted, David, not considering the left-hand side himself. Javokhir still with that decision to make for himself. But in a lot of ways, now he has the focus of any of his attacks. It's all got to be up and to the right.
Up and to the right. But first, he needs to find a way to unravel the rest of his pieces, Javokhir. Feels like he's lost the thread a bit. Some lack of coordination for the white pieces. There's a bunch grouped on the right flank there for white, but there's also a slightly wayward knight of his own that's in enemy lines and potentially about to be trapped, Tanya.
I'm also going to point out that last move by Hikaru, very brave, because you line up your king and queen against an already placed white rook on the G line. You know, I'm looking at all these ideas of eventually someday that white knight getting out of the way, arriving on a very tactical spot, getting that combination to work, and that might be something that Hikaru has to keep in mind. The arrows that David's drawing, you know, if the rook opens up, the queen and the king are in the worst possible position for Hikaru right now. And I think this is what's going through Javokhir's mind as well. How does he make these tactics work?
I think I'm wondering, with all that in mind, then how do I get out of the way of my own pawns on the right-hand side, right? If I want to try and ultimately attack those positions and maybe dislodge some of the defenders, it feels like maybe my H or my F pawn have to get involved alongside my G pawn. But currently, blockaded by my own pieces, kind of sat neatly in a row there on the third rank.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, attacking so much easier if you can throw the infantry forward first, the pawns first. The foot soldiers go, you open some lines, and then the pieces pour into the gaps, just like any old battle. But here it's all about the piece play.
Whoa.
He lines it up, Tanya.
I love this move because this is what he's setting up. He's defended that rook, and now Javokhir's idea is to get into crazy tactics with that knight jumping forward. Maybe we can back up, or perhaps you could just show it with arrows, because Hikaru, with that last move, has moved away his queen from a very deadly and dangerous threat.
Yeah, and he could still play it, just to show the idea, this is the live position, I'm just going to put some moves on the board while Javokhir Sindarov thinks. But the white knight could jump forward. This is a clearance sacrifice, because if the knight is captured, whoops, suddenly the black king finds itself really embarrassed on an open line. Of course, it's not forced to capture. This is not obligatory for Hikaru Nakamura, but you do sense the danger. You do see that suddenly the white pieces perfectly opening up, perfectly lined up for a potential attack. He should go for it soon, Tanya.
We're going to see it. We're going to see a knight jump in this game, coming in as a sacrifice. Sindarov needs only a draw, but I love the way he's playing the most aggressive and principled way in this. Not thinking about that king safety, not thinking about defending that b2 pawn, which we should highlight, has been under attack with the black queen and bishop lined up, but giving Hikaru no time, in fact, to grab it.
And I think I'm just constantly amazed at the speed in which the focus on the board can shift from one side to the other. Again, the first 5-6 moves all focused towards the left-hand side of the board, right? We've got these knights, pawns, everything pushed, and then just like that, a castle decision is made by Hikaru, and Javokhir completely reroutes all of the aggression to the right-hand side.
And he does it, it's on the board!
Wow, he drops his knight into Hikaru's position. Watch out, Hikaru, there are some checks threatened. The black king under heavy fire, and that knight, ooh, is it poisoned, or does he have to capture? That is the big question for Hikaru Nakamura. To your point there, James, the centre is so open right now that play is going to switch. It's like a pendulum from side to side. It's very rare in traditional chess for the centre to be this open, this flexible, pieces to be this versatile this early into the game.
Is Hikaru committed to taking the bait here and gobbling up that knight, or are there other resources that he has in the face of this move?
He might have to. Also note that the black queen doesn't have so many squares, so could get hit. Hikaru does take the knight. We'll see the proof behind that sacrifice now. He has to throw his own knight in the way. The only way to block the open G line there. That was a deadly check. Hikaru trying to give the piece back. But is the threat stronger than the execution? Should white take the piece yet?
Oh, he's reaching out for it. I'd be surprised because he can wait. There's an eternal pin, right? Unless you sidestep with your king, the knight can be captured at any point. But I did see Javokhir. It felt like he was going for the immediate recapture. And how will he find a way?
He wants that piece so badly, and he will go for it.
But now the G-file's been blocked, right? So he has to find more inroads into the position towards the black king.
Do you have time to just go for sliding the rook up to G4 and then over to the H file?
Ooh, that one is very tasty and very spicy. Scary-looking move. The corner square is covered. The black queen can, always slide back into the corner to try and trade off. No checks in the near future, but I love the idea there, James. Instead, he blocks the centre, and this comes with some tricks, some tactics. Why can black not capture that pawn? That is the big question. That pawn is attacked twice by black pieces. The black bishop, black queen. It's only defended once by the white rook. Javokhir here, stirring up some strange tactics.
And Hikaru's as shocked as all of us are in the studio right now. Why is he giving up this key pawn?
Yeah.
What has he figured out? Because if that comes at a cost of nothing. He's not only regaining material, but you've got this perfect harmony. Black's king is also ultra safe. Can always step one step forward and bring the rook to the open line, targeting the white queen as well. Javokhir, what has he set up, Hikaru, as he tries to figure it out?
Yeah, Hikaru looks confused. I think he doesn't see why he shouldn't take this pawn. I think he's going to take this pawn, but he can just keep the status quo, can just retreat his bishop. I'm not sure which one is best here. Being greedy isn't his trademark, Hikaru. He likes to just stabilize positions and work things long term. So I'm not sure whether he's going to call this bluff.
I want to take it. Let's take it. What happens after that?
I think there are some tricks. White will try and lure away the black queen from the protection of its bishop in the center. White would have ideas such as launching the knight into the center of the board, a sacrifice, a second sacrifice. If it's captured, there'll be tricks against the black king.
Wow.
It's like a 7-8 move deep variation that Javokhir's conjured up here. So I don't know if we'll show it. Hikaru might allow it to play out on the board.
Incredible. And this could be very well the move that Hikaru missed. He does call the bluff. He takes it and immediately Javokhir jumps in with the knight. What a beast Javokhir is. What a move. What a find by him. And wow, Hikaru just slides the bishop back. Both rooks hanging.
Instantly slides back. He didn't take the knight because actually there would have been incredible pressure against the black king. Once the black queen was lured away, White would have actually given up more material. White would have given up a rook for the bishop in the center, and then the other white rook would have launched some deadly checks. But instead, yeah, he's giving up one of his rooks for a knight, an exchange sacrifice, we call that in chess. It's a small material investment, but in return, black has two big central pawns and still keeps the defenses intact.
But a fork on the board and a fork in the road. You've got to decide which of these two rooks to take. It might, to me, it feels like 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. But I'm not sure that in actuality it would be the same one way or the other.
Well, one way to make a decision is you try to understand what happens after you grab the rook. If you take the rook, which is at the center of the board, that invites Hikaru's other rook to also assist the d pawn advance. But if you take the rook next to the black king, James, then you're kind of forcing Hikaru into making a less ideal position for his own pieces. And that perhaps might be the better of the two rooks to pick up. So you have to see ahead. But to your point, this is the moment. He needs to make a decision because that knight now is indeed hanging. He does take the rook next to the black king.
Yeah, now the black king will have to walk to a slightly more vulnerable square, or the black rook will have to worsen itself. So I think that fork in the road, he made the right choice. But again, difficult decisions. Here, Javokhir is technically material up. He has the rook for knight, but his bishop, the white dark squared bishop in the corner, is by far the worst piece. I don't see it getting out anytime soon.
Whoa, queen's jumping in.
Whoa, setting up some nasty threats potentially.
And it could be your idea, James. Rook left, line it up on the H line is one of the plans, but also that harry the H pawn here. You know, you're playing against Hikaru. You want your H pawn up against him. Can march forward and start targeting the black king and sort of H4, H5 ideas coming up next. Javokhir setting it up. Also, how impressive was Hikaru to calculate that this material imbalance is fine for him. He evaluated it, immediately came back with the bishop and more bishop moves coming up, attacking the white queen.
Yeah, this is classy play from both sides. It's not about materialism. It's about dynamics, tricks, tactics. It's about seizing the moment. And right now he's trying to kick back the white queen.
There's only two spaces it could go to, right? H3 or H5. H5 will be the choice, reminding everybody about that pin of the pawn to the king. Now, in my head, Hikaru has to worry about, obviously, king safety, but also this backwards d-pawn in the center of the board. It looks to be hanging to me. Only a knight defend... No, I forgot about that bishop over there in the corner.
Oh, something's happening. I think Hikaru got a bit distracted. Was there disturbance in the playing hall?
Yeah, Hikaru telling off people for talking or lurking. I'm not sure what that was, but Hikaru... Yeah, wanting to get into the zone, fiddling with pieces here. Clearly the nerves are rising. Look at the heart rates, both around the 150 mark right now. This game is quickly reaching its most dramatic moments. Don't forget those bishops in the corner. That white bishop trying to unleash itself, but blocked by a pawn. And a big mistake apparently from Javokhir. This game's suddenly turning.
Yeah, game turning on a dime, so we're going to stay locked into it at the moment. Yes, a big question mark thrown up onto the board, and you can see the evaluation bar reacting. But as much as we know and have the benefit of that evaluation bar to see that it is advantage to Hikaru, Hikaru still has to find it.
But this last move comes in with a big threat. The black queen is overloaded. It's defending the bishop and the pawn. So Javokhir is setting up the idea of bishop grabbing that pawn to deflect the queen and then recapture the bishop. Hikaru reinforces the defense of that pawn by advancing the d-pawn. David, it feels like momentum is shifting. Hikaru's pieces are so incredibly active. Look at those two power pawns at the center of the board.
Yeah, two power pawns, and one of them is actually very close to promotion. Not only can this black pawn push forward, attacking a white rook, but the promotion square covered by the black bishop. The black bishop and pawn combo might just win the game for Hikaru. The white queen and rook, meanwhile, on the right flank here, they look nice. They're very flashy, but they don't have any substance behind them. They're just kind of hanging in midair here.
Well, I'm coming back to something you told me just the other day. Typically 3 pieces needed to put a true threat onto the opponent's king. So while they look, like you said, fabulous over here, just missing that third friendly to help them out and ultimately delivering a killing blow. And so now, new life breathed into Hikaru's tournament chances here.
Did you see that, Tanya? Hikaru grabbed a new queen from off the board. He's about to try and promote a second pawn. He senses blood in the water here.
Mind games. He knows he's so close, and he does push that pawn one step ahead, closer to that promotion square. And for Javokhir Sindarov, this is all falling apart. Hikaru Nakamura on his way to make a comeback. If he wants right now, he can regain that material with interest. David, you could just promote, give up that newly made queen, and win the white rook eventually.
Yeah, a queen trade, but that black queen is about to be respawned here. There we go. The black queen makes a re-entrance onto the board, promoting a pawn. And black will emerge from all of this with an extra knight. White will have a couple of pawns in return, so it's not over yet. It's not totally one-sided, but black's knight should be able to decide this game for Hikaru.
And 9 seconds on the clock for Javokhir. It's going to be 2 pawns for a piece once the dust settles, as we're seeing that being played out. He picks up a center pawn, lines up the bishop against the black king. You can block that diagonal, push the pawn next to the king, 1 step forward, make sure there are no disastrous checks coming your way. Big advantage to Hikaru as he looks for that comeback victory.
Yeah, it was the will of the people at home, hoping and voting for the comeback of Hikaru in this game. And so far, it looks like he will deliver in the end. This is a sweet trick set up, though, of course, by Sindarov. So Hikaru, like you just showed with those arrows on the board, has to protect against it on that discovered check.
Yeah, there's one threat here, the white rook. Anywhere, kind of attacking a loose piece with a check would win some material. So Hikaru frowning. The one thing making him pause here is the kind of possibility of the white a-pawn stepping forward. The black knight is actually almost trapped right now. It doesn't have too many escape squares, too many safe squares to run to. So white here has a glimmer of hope, some counterplay if the pawn continues to step forward. So Hikaru trying to look into the future, trying to diffuse that.
And the fact that he hasn't immediately pushed the pawn, and I think he's reaching out for the bishop. He moves it back. He wants to place the bishop on the square we were looking for to try to once again trade off as many pieces as possible, get rid of that bishop, and then you've got an extra knight on the board. It makes the winning task that much easier.
That's such a cool move. You see your opponent's threat. White can throw the rook out anywhere with a check, but you just ignore it. You say, OK, check me if you can. And he's going to now block with a pawn or bishop, the white rook, using a slightly odd square, I'm going to say.
Yeah, that would have been maybe the last square I would have picked to move that rook to.
Yeah, everything in black's position was covered. It's very important the black knight covered the rook in the corner, so there was no way for white to gain anything with a discovered check, but still a slightly odd choice. But, OK, Sindarov posts up his rook on a nice active post, an active square there, and Hikaru going pawn hunting. It's a weak pawn, almost forgotten pawn, the hero pawn there on the h2 square.
We are still down at the, the dregs of the time on the clock, though. Under 10 seconds here in just a moment. Will go Sindarov, only gaining 10 seconds per move. Hikaru with 20 seconds to budget, as now it is his initiative.
And the idea David pointed out to try to create that counterplay. You've got a 3 versus 1 majority if you're white. On the right side of the board, you want to create that pass pawn. You want to start chasing that black knight away to look for counterplay, to look for tricks. Combine your bishop, place it at the central square once the knight moves away. But Hikaru, the confidence, the speed with which he's playing, he's got this all figured out.
Yeah, everything is covered for Hikaru, but will there be any twists and turns, any surprises as the clocks tick down? Hikaru is the ultimate speed player, especially online, but this one, it's not totally over yet. Great move there from Sindarov. He's got a target in mind. Black's corner pawn, that black A pawn tying down Black's rook, is in his sights. How can Hikaru guard it? Well, he just shifts, he just slides his rook over. Not the best move, apparently, but a very logical one. Going for white pawns now.
He trades one for the other, but also gets his rook active. But now it is Sindarov's pawn that's 2 steps away from promotion. That A pawn, one more time, advances forward, looking for the bishop to retreat and continue its march up the board.
Yeah, feels like a missed trick from Hikaru there. He's just helped his opponent kind of accelerate the advance of his pawn. 2 squares away from touchdown. Hikaru Nakamura under 10 seconds. Oh, he blundered.
Oh! Whoa! And the bishop falls back.
Oh, my
the pawn's
goodness.
about to move forward.
Hikaru is suddenly worse. He's almost losing. White now will save his bishop, give a check to the black king, and then the pawn is so powerful, it might cost black his rook.
That's the one winning move in the situation, and Sindarov finds it in that moment. Big advantage towards Sindarov, the 19-year-old, looking to punch his ticket to the semifinals.
Look at Hikaru smiling, laughing. He's blown it, and he knows it.
And how do you fight it? How do you even stay in the game? Sindarov wants to give a check and promote that pawn. He can't believe it. The win was in his hands. He had done everything right to make a comeback, and it's all gone.
He lets it slip away, but on the other side, Javokhir, he's snatching victory from the jaws of defeat as well to put it through, to end the tournament run of Hikaru here in our knockout stages, and it will be Javokhir Sindarov who takes it in 2-0 fashion in our playoff. What a beautiful display of chess by the youngster.
What a turn of fate there. It looked like we were destined for more playoff action. Hikaru on the brink of victory, but a series of mistakes and it spiraled out of control. Congratulations to Sindarov, but so unexpected at the end there.
Javokhir proving his pick. He makes it to the semi-finals, and what a way to do it, to take down the absolute best, one of the absolute best in the world, the most feared Hikaru Nakamura, eliminating him from the knockout stage. Javokhir Sindarov is the man of the moment right now, and he's got to be feeling good about that. You know, finding himself in a difficult spot and still finding a way to trick the trickiest of them all.
Tenacity is the word that I will use to illustrate that very point that you're making. Right, while having his back against the ropes there and maybe staring down the face of another best of 2 in blitz, he holds fast. He looks for his moment to strike. He finds those couple moments of counterplay to make Hikaru think, to question, and ultimately make a mistake. Capitalizes on that mistake, and he'll book his ticket on to the next round. It will be a top 4 finish for Javokhir Sindarov.
Wow, and there was a beaming smile on his face. He deserves it, but what a roller coaster that was.
Yeah, now, of course, quick to the interviews, people wanting to get a word from him. And while we maybe will get an opportunity to speak to him a little bit later, I think it's important for us to pay respect and homage to the player that Hikaru is by hearing from him himself, his thoughts on freestyle chess. Here it is now.
So, I actually won the Fischer Random World Championship in 2022, I believe it was. So I've always had a big interest in playing Fischer Random. I think being part of this freestyle tour, which features a lot of the top players in the world, is a great chance to showcase my skills. Yeah, so I think in freestyle chess, there are a lot of similar things to classical chess, developing your pieces, playing for the center, but I think the intuition on where certain pieces belong, especially in the first 2 or 3 moves, is very critical. The strategy you come up with is going to be unique, and I mean, generally, I think that's what decides the game, the first 2 or 3 moves, and specifically where you put the knights. Yeah, so I think this location is quite different. It's obviously on a resort. It actually reminds me quite a bit of when I played against Magnus. We played a match in Norway in 2018 for the World Championship in Fisher Random, and it wasn't on a resort, but it was a little bit secluded, and so the environment here is very similar to that. I would also say, though, compared to many tournaments that I play in, you know, just the scenery and the general high-class amenities here, it's quite nice and nicer than most events that I ever play in. So when I'm playing chess and I'm at the board, these days at least, the biggest motivation is simply to play well and be competitive. I know pretty much nobody believes me when I say this, but it's not really about ambition at this point. It's simply trying to prove that I'm still competitive. And so I just want to prove that I can play with everybody. Yeah, so I mean, I think certainly you have a mix of the old generation players like myself, Magnus and Fabiano, and then you have a lot of the kids here. You've got Gukesh, you have Sindarov, Firouzja, I guess he's not super young, but definitely younger than we are. So it's definitely a clash, and I think certainly being part of that generation, I want to prove that I still belong, much like when I play normal chess. And it'll be exciting to see. Eventually the kids will overtake all of us, but I think for the time being, we're still a little bit ahead of them. I think in this game mode, it definitely favors the players who have the most experience. I think specifically Magnus and myself have the most experience. Fabiano's not quite at that same level in terms of experience, but he's also quite strong at this variant. So I think all three of us have significantly more experience, and I think it's going to show at least early on. Now, there are many games to be played, and I think, you know, as players like Gukesh adapt to it, there's a chance they will catch up with us, but at least at the start, I think we do have an advantage. So to describe myself as a chess player in just one word is kind of hard. I think if I had to come up with a word, since I heard it being used the other day, I would say enigma. I'm trying to think over the years versus recently, because there's an obvious one in recent times. You know, I think maybe it's not about a motto, but I think just play to win, for lack of a better way of putting it. That was always my goal when I was younger. And I mean, I don't want to say the recent one because everybody already knows it, so let's leave it at that. Because I'm used to playing in these formats and pretty familiar with a lot of these players, and I think I have pretty good time management. I think if I can get to critical moments, the intuition has to take over, and I'll be better in the time scrambles. I mean, there's so many ways I could take that question. I could be like, you know, I'm going to beat them all and be like that. I could also say, you know, I think you just want to play good games. And I think for me, probably the biggest thing is if the games are interesting, I'll be happy regardless of the result.
Thanks for Mr. Jan. He was inviting me also his club, but I never reached 2730 rating. And also, okay, I will do my best. In a qualification, we are playing some rapid games, and I was just excited from chess and just play for fun. And okay, I think I was a little bit stronger for fun, and yeah, finally qualified to this tournament. And okay, I was really excited to play here, and I cannot wait to start this tournament. Yeah. In classical chess, in general, everyone was prepared a lot. So, but here, okay, you was playing in every game another position, and I think you was playing without prepper and just with your mind, and this is one of the best things in freestyle chess. Here is even very good, yeah. And I think we are playing in amazing time, not cold and not hot, so a very beautiful place. I was enjoyed, and of course conditions also very well. So thanks for the organizers. I was enjoyed here. I think for everyone it was like become world champion. Yeah, for me also to become world champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to Freestyle Chess 2025 here at the Weissenhaus Resort. From the pre-tournament interview to the post-quarterfinal interview, we are once again joined by Javokhir Sindarov after a beautiful finish there against Hikaru Nakamura to book your ticket into the semifinals. In there, you talked about how excited you were to start the tournament. Now you're about midway through it, and you've already guaranteed yourself a top 4 finish. How does this align or compare to the expectations that you had for yourself stepping onto this resort just a few days ago?
Yeah, I was really happy to go to semifinals, and I was really too tired to say anything. It was a very stressful match because in every game I was defended, and yeah. It was a very hard match for me, but probably I think when I got some mini chance, I realized it, and so it was helped to me to win this match.
A couple of those pivotal moments where you definitely seized your chance to take it in the end. And before we dive into a couple a bit of the world in your selection of Hikaru just the other evening as your opponent, and it did go all the way to a playoffs. But in the end, you did prove your pick in a way, and so I guess what does that mean to you to be able to to shock the world in a sense by choosing a very powerful opponent, but then prove that you made the right choice in the end?
Yeah, Hikaru was really very good player. Yeah, he was crashed me first game. Yeah, I was too lucky to save this game. But yeah, he was play every game was fantastic in my opinion. But just in last game, yeah, I think I was got after the opening very good position. But it was very hard to understand in a rapid control. So he do everything to win. But yeah, I was too lucky to save this game after. Yeah, I cannot say anything about my games, and so, yeah, it was too hard match for me.
They say you make your own luck on the chess board, Javokhir. It was such a close match, right? Even in your classical portion, two very fought draws, and then we've got this tiebreak where you take the first win, and it almost felt like Hikaru was about to bounce back in the second game. What do you think you did better than Hikaru Nakamura, who's one of the absolute best players in the world today?
No, of course I'm not better. I'm just lucky. But yeah, but I was played also I think very well, and to realize all my mini chances which he didn't see. But in general, in classical match, second game, I think I was played very well, and yeah, I was defended this position I think excellent. So. But yeah, rapid games was too hard for me. Yeah.
You're happy right now.
I'm happy. I just cannot say anything. I was too tired.
Yeah, sounds like a mix of adrenaline, exhaustion, and of course a sense of pleasure and happiness coming out of the victory. Now, all that said, as was mentioned, this final game it did require Hikaru to give you one opening, in the end that you could recognize. How in those very tight time situations in the end can you keep your composure to find your only winning chances?
You mean my which game?
In this most recent game. In a couple of moments, Hikaru looked like he had definitely had the advantage, but gave you just one or two openings, like you talked about, that you were able to find and realize with low.
Yeah, last game, of course, I was got after the opening winning position. Yeah, when I played Bishop D4, I saw the idea I can, if he plays Rook B8, I can take Bishop D4, and yeah, my pawn was going very fast. Yeah, I saw this idea, and I think I was waiting his move really, this Rook B8, but yeah, probably in a low time, it's very hard to play for Blake, because I have some mini ideas always. Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, and yeah, here of course I think it's draw. I don't know which move he need to play. Maybe he just need to give his knight and play 2 against 3. Yeah, but I think I will defend it. No, yeah. Sorry, I was too tired.
The exhaustion setting in, I think, is reasonable.
What's more? What are you feeling more, the joy or the relief that this is over and you go into the semi-finals?
Yeah, semi-final match I think also will be very hard, because yeah, I will play against Fabiano, who was winning 2-0, and yeah, in my opinion he was one of the best player in freestyle chess, because when we are analyzed before the game, I told it, yeah, he's fantastic. Yeah, he's fantastic player. He showed some ideas. Just for me, it was some opening in this freestyle chess. Yeah, and yeah, I will be very happy to play against him. And yeah, let's see what will happen. Yeah.
We're all very excited to see that matchup. But speaking of preparation and analyzing starting positions, whereas in every opportunity before this playoff match, you get to go sit with your colleagues and have that discussion. In the playoff portion, just you and Hikaru, you're forced to do that all on your own, sitting there just evaluating the starting position for yourself. How is that shift in not being able to bounce ideas off of your colleagues?
Yeah, I think with Fabiano we are find a lot of good ideas, but yeah, okay. Levon also understand very good. Yeah, it's very interesting to analyze before the game 10 minutes. Yeah, and I think it was very helpful. It helps to everyone, most for white in my opinion, because it's in freestyle chess a little bit easier to play with white. Yeah, I think if I get this my final position in classical match, yeah, in my opinion, I will not lose this game. But yeah, in rapid, Hikaru does everything. Hikaru does everything well to get some very hard position. Yeah, and yeah, I do some mistakes. Yeah, it was crazy match.
What do you feel, if anything, is going to be most important for you in terms of challenging Fabiano now as your next opponent? You talk about the strength of a player that he is. How do you feel you match up against him in your styles and strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, Fabiano was play very well in the opening, I think. Yeah, but if I get in after the opening a good position, I think I will have all of my chance. But yeah, with Black it will be very hard to against him take some good position, because yeah, I think I saw his today game. He was crushed in 20 moves. Yeah, he played amazing. I hope the position will be not so hard to play, because first position, second position, which I was playing with Blake, it was very hard. In my opinion, if I didn't play this Queen E5 idea, it's around +1. But yeah, in board I was find this idea, and of course Levon also play like this, and yeah, I was focused on this move 20 or 30 minutes, and yeah, I didn't find anything good for white. So I hope I didn't get like this today position against Fabiano.
Well, we're really excited about that match. But Javokhir, I know you're very tired, but I have to take you back to the start of everything that happened, because that's been our big talking point, is you picking Hikaru, and there you had the option. Well, I can understand you not picking Nodirbek, teammates, coming from the same country, but you had an option between Gukesh at that moment and Hikaru. What was the thought process in the choice you made?
Yeah, we talking about this with my coach, and yeah, it was Gukesh and Hikaru was two amazing players, but the reason was I was choose Hikaru. It was just only he didn't play last year classical round, so that's why I was choose Hikaru, but. Maybe if they give me some second chance, maybe I will choose Gukesh. Yeah, but Hikaru was play fantastic this match.
Magnus was very surprised with your choice as well.
Yeah, I saw his reaction, but in my opinion, it will be a little bit easy to play against Hikaru because we know him. He is very great blitz player, and classical match I think will be hard game for us. But yeah, Hikaru play amazing this match, in my opinion.
Well, a marathon of a day for you. Quite a long amount of time you had to spend over the chessboard to try and find your way to the semifinals. But I do want to congratulate you on continuing your incredible tournament run here and staring down the barrel of a possible final as well if you can overcome Fabiano tomorrow and the next day. With that, though, I will let you go. As always, take advantage of everything that this resort has to offer. Get some good rest tonight.
Thanks.
So hopefully you can deliver brilliant chess as you have all tournament long so far.
Thanks a lot.
Well, as of course we're going to let Javokhir Sindarov exit the studio and get his much deserved rest. For us, I think, David, it's time to consider what might have been the move of the day. Something that we've talked plenty about. I'm curious in your mind if there's anything that jumps to the top.
Are you okay? Well, the first move that comes to my mind was actually a game not in the quarterfinals, but in that 9th, 10th playoff between Aronian and Fedoseev. Aronian sacrificing a piece. We saw a crazy triple pawn stack a bit earlier. But while I bring that up, Tanya, any candidates for move of the day that come to mind?
It's funny you say that because James and I were earlier discussing about this on the broadcast, that what are the moves that really stand out, and we've had such brilliant chess throughout, right? This match going down to the wire as well, but we had the exact same one, David, that you're talking about, just the beautiful sacrifice, the piece sacrifice that was played out by Levon to eventually seal that match victory, getting his first win against Fedoseev in Weissenhaus, and I think it was this moment that it all happened.
Yeah, I'm going to call it pawn to d5 in the center here from Levon Aronian. This is so surprising, so counterintuitive, because it simply sacrifices a full piece, a full bishop. The bishop attacked. Levon ignored this, and the whole idea was, after the bishop being captured, for the black queen to jump in. We saw a triple stack here. We saw the attack continue, and Levon Aronian going on to clinch the match.
And like I said, you take the names away, you take the player profile pictures away, and you show me this board state. And never in a million years would I tell you that two grandmasters found their way into this position. But I think that's why I love it so very much.
Yeah, beautiful move, counterintuitive, artistic, all of the things that Levon Aronian embodies.
Every single word you said is exactly a reflection of Lev's style. And Fedoseev as well, right? Big fish, as he's known on in Chess.com, is always ready to take on that fight. And it just speaks of the strength of this tournament, of this lineup we've got. When you have Levon Aronian, who in the round robin has the performance he did, 1.5 points out of 9, how difficult it really is. Players like Fedoseev and Levon fighting for 9th and 10th place, this is not usual in the chess world. And again, it's really the absolute top, and including these two guys, just how difficult this event is.
This is not usual in the chess world. It might be a phrase we find ourselves repeating time and time again when it comes to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Either way, that's going to conclude our quarterfinal round. 4 players remain alive in their quest to become the top dog here in the very first event of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. Plenty of players still to play, though, and plenty to play for. Points and prize money all along the line. For tonight, we shut the studio down. Tomorrow, we come right back, same time, same place, and we hope you'll join us as things heat up for Freestyle Chess 2025. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.